more comments from our comment section to see what people are still saying about Bien. Trust me, this is a good one and a big congratulations to him. Let's take more comments. And yes, I am Ted said was amazing, dancing and vibrating every minute of your set. Okay. And yes, Kenya, someone said Kenya to the world. Okay. And Ephraim Kwame said, okay, we have more comments. And a lot of, like I said before, a lot of people are putting this goat, and trust me, it's the goat emoji. Okay. And yes, somebody said we've made a WhatsApp group for Kenyans. Okay, kudos to you guys. And some Aryan said star with the hands. Okay, to Bien, it's a lovely thing. And we'll also say congratulations to you, Bien, and to all the Kenyan fans and to all the Nigerian fans that are fans of Bien. It's a lovely thing to say that you're doing music and a lot of people are so excited about you, and you know, it's a good thing. All right, guys, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put and don't go away.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Voptv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching.
And yes, welcome back to the show. It's happening here on Voptv and it's a spotlight show. Yes, with your baby girl Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, we've been talking about a lot of things that are exciting, a lot of things that have been moving, a lot of music, a lot of stars making headlines. And yes, next on our list right now, we're talking about the ongoing family dispute, involving Peter Okoye, Paul Okoye, and their elder brother Jude Okoye. So this particular thing, continues to dominate entertainment with a lot of people, talking about their field, and with legal precedents and public reactions still unfolding, fans remain hopeful that the famous brothers will eventually settle their differences and reunite. So, social media has remained divided over the controversy, with many Nigerians calling for peace within the family while reflecting on P Square's enormous contribution to African music over the years. So, like I always said before this whole issue started, I talked about the fact that I've always been a fan of the P Squares. I love the fact that those two brothers actually came together to doing music. And over the years, listening to them has been something so exciting about. But the fact that things like this, come up between two brothers having issues, it's a lot. I don't really love the fact that this whole thing is happening between the two brothers and between the three brothers, basically, Paul, Peter, and Jude, who is the man who used to be their manager, and it's a lot. I mean, brothers, have issues, siblings quarrel, siblings actually reconcile too. So my own thought, I just pray that they are able to fix this whole issue going on around them, and it's actually affecting a lot of people, because Jude used to be also the manager of Cynthia Morgan, and also talk about MAD. So each and every one, I think they are coming out to say, Lord, all right, let's see this video by Cynthia Morgan. I think she has something she has actually said concerning this particular issue, coming up between the family of the P Squares. All right, let's see and hear from Cynthia Morgan.
People. That's so Jude take call me for 2016, second quarter of 2016. I can't forget. He showed me his account and he said, "You've made 30 million naira." Right? In 2016, he said, "You've made 30 million naira." He knew I didn't know what was in my contract, so he used that against me. Before he said, "I'm going to do you a favor." That's what he said. At the time, he sold the car to me for 6 million naira. He gave me 1 million naira for maintenance, which is 7 million naira, right? That was the same car he told everybody that he gave to me. Like say he dashed me the car. He sold it to me for 6 million naira. Looking at the year. Then he gave me money to maintain the car, 1 million naira. Then he borrowed me money to rent my apartment. Make una the year. Make una nothing say all those nonsense when they talk for social media since how many years. Say not true. He loaned me money to rent my apartment. I think the rent was about 1.5 million naira or 1.4. Then he gave me some money too for maintenance, like, to buy furniture or whatever it is. I think another 1 million naira. So when this guy told me that, I've made 30 million naira, he said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to split this money between the both of us. I'll split this one, then you can now start repaying me my money for the investment." Maybe this is better thing the guy want to do for me. I said, okay. That was what he did to me in 2016. He split the money into two because it's 50-50, right?
So trust me, it's a lot. Hearing from Cynthia Morgan, and we also know that at some point Cynthia Morgan was doing well in music, but basically where she had stepped out for a while, and I think over the years she's coming up and doing beautiful things. But trust me, the whole issue between brothers, P Square brothers and Jude, talking about Paul, talking about Peter, has been a lot this past week, and trust me, it's a lot of things going on between these brothers. But the truth is, will still be that, to everyone that is an upcoming artist that wants to have a producer, produce the songs, or have their own personal producers, please, it's good that you also read agreements that you're doing with your producers. Yes, your music executives, you have to have the agreement. You have to be aware of the agreement and read through the agreements, because a lot of people, because you want to be there, you want to have fame, you want to blow, you now feel that you can just jump into doing music. It doesn't work that way. A lot of these things come with, lawsuits and comes with agreement and the rest of them. And it's good that, it's okay that you want to have fame, but it's also good that you go through all these things to see if it's something you can, you can stand, to see if it's something you can endure. Because yes, when it comes to money sharing, I think that is one of them. When it comes to the finances of any music house or any music industry, it comes with finances. And that part is where people, have over the years has had issues with both their producers, brothers having issues, sisters having issues, and all those things has been an issue for people. So it's good that even as you want a blow and you want make people hear your music, it's good that you go through your agreement with your producer before time. It's important. I've seen over the years where a lot of people have had several issues, and it has really turned bad, and it's not really good. It's not a good thing to actually talk about. All right, let's hear what Jude actually said in this video, because trust me, it's a lot going on and a lot of things are just keeps on revealing, and people are still so not happy about the fact that these brothers are having so much issues, and it's taking a lot of people. And trust me, both fans are now, trying to comment on this. A lot of people are saying, oh, why would you do this? Why would you do that? I just feel that this whole thing it's a family issue. And trust me, for this kind of matter, they know they really put mouth around. Yes, trust me, it's how it is. When brothers and brothers are having issues, especially when it comes to a twin brothers, it is just the truth that somehow they might get to reconcile, and probably you that is just being the one shouting at everything. But my own prayer is they should be able to fix these things and still come together as brothers, because trust me, blood is always blood, and he will still be your blood. All right, let's take some comments from our comment section. A lot of people are still so shocked about the P Square family field because coming up right now. So let's take more comments from our comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, somebody said you had to get your wife involved in a brotherhood business without everyone's permission. And Homestead Furniture Lagos said the painful part is his twin brother is a collab with Jude. You all saying Jude is the villain. If his twin brother Paul did not collab with Jude, how would this have happened? All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about the P Squares. And yes, Tracy Justin said they've taken everything from him. Now to take his head remain, but God no go agree. And Curtis 90 said, why I like this, Mr. P, is that evidence choke die. Okay, and Temi said, now the real problem be this. Okay, let's take more comments. Trust me, it has been a lot this past weeks, because it has been a lot, and these brothers are not, it doesn't look like something that is going to back down anytime soon, because a lot of them, they're still speaking about, their issues and stuff like that. And yes, somebody said with the story, it's easy to imagine how Jesus have felt when Judas betrayed him. God, sometimes when I see comments from these people, I'll be like, what is going on? Okay, and official Shy King says, social media is not a courtroom, bro. If Jude is guilty, he should be sent to jail. I'm not a judge, and I can't interfere in a family matter, like I said before, because trust me, when these brothers actually reconcile, this whole thing will be a later talk. It won't be heard. So it's when it comes to siblings having issues. I mean, siblings normally have issues. You see the elder ones complaining, oh, my younger one is not respecting me and stuff like that. But there should be, like I always said before, I said there should be a line to all this thing. You should know what you're meant to do and what you're not meant to do. Because if someone has done a lot that you feel that, oh, because he's your younger brother, now you need to intimidate him, it's wrong. It's actually wrong. And yes, Ewarura said, Mr. P must be protected. With all this, I don't trust them not to want by him or chai. And this na eye opener, nothing like is well. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about the P Square family. Let's take more comments from our comment section. And Clarice Midris said, just know if an elder brother takes a side in a siblings fight, he's the problem irrespective of who is at fault. And Kayla says, so sorry you went through this. God is with you. And 16 Thames said, thanks for speaking up. I never for once liked Paul neither. Jude. Okay. It's not about who likes who and who doesn't like who. The truth is, I just pray that this whole issues and family problems are just fixed, because it's more painful when you have issues with your brother, than a friend. If I think friends, you can actually come over it and stuff like that. But when it comes to family, it's really painful to have not speaking to your brother for a long time. It's gonna be a painful thing. And yes, somebody said an elder brother who values money above blood and family is not a true elder. Okay, and that is from, we have a lot of people still talking about this. And Oluchi 4331 just said, just remembering how peaceful their parents were. Their mom very calm, their dad jovial. He would stop by my dad's shop to park his car to go get stuffs in the market, wondering how they would feel seeing how they've fallen apart. I pray for peace and unity amongst the brothers, honestly. And that's the only thing you could pray for them. Yes, that's just the thing. Peace, unity between these brothers, because, having issues with the brothers is, that part is really, really painful. All right, let's take more comments before we go over to the next story. We'll have a lot of people still talking about Peter, Paul, and Jude. And yes, Machioma said, this Paul, not side music. When he was doing movie, waiting concern music and movie. Okay. And the Joker Berry said, some people don't understand betrayal from your own blood is like slitting the veins. The trauma that comes with it is forever. And one Oneje Fu Ocheni said, stop telling us this, forgive and move on. Actually, that's the best thing. So, like we always said, say to forgive is what is divine. So, I think that is the best thing to do. Now, saying, oh, you need to fight, you need to do that, that is not the way forward. All right, you see, when it comes to music and everything concerning music, I would always say that music is always evolving. And we're talking about Afrobeat and African music. Yes, it has continued to enjoy unprecedented international success as more African artists headlining global festivals, break streaming records and collaborate with international superstars, industry experts. So it has been a lot for music and Afrobeat, and it has been making headlines a lot of time. And yes, fans across the continent have welcomed, the growth of African entertainment, and describing it as a proud moment for the industry, and the sign that African creativity is receiving the global recognition it deserves. You see, when we talk about Afrobeat, it has been making a lot of headlines. Like I said before, Afrobeat has been going on, and a lot of people love music. A lot of people enjoy music. And when we talk about the likes of Burna Boy, we talk about the likes of Def Joe, we talk about the likes of Wizkid, it has been something a lot of people enjoy and are really excited about. So I want to talk about African music is much bigger than we ever actually thought about, because a lot of people enjoy the global success and, the genres like Afrobeat, Amapiano, Bongo Flavor, and Afrofusion. And now, it's played worldwide. A lot of countries, love African music, especially when it comes to Nigerian music. We don't relent. We give them the back-to-back. And it's always exciting, to see that African artists are making history. And yes, when we speak about Davido, we talk about Burna Boy, we talk about Ira Star, we talk about Rayma. And yes, Rayma just got a new house, in Dubai, and it's a lovely thing to actually speak about. And African music has actually continued, to actually reign and do more with global dominance, with a lot of people so excited about African music. And trust me, I am too. And when it comes to our Nigerian artists, please, I am the #1 fan of them all. Okay, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, that's a wrap on today's edition of the Spotlight Show on Viral Moments and Gist. Thank you so much for staying with us. And it's always a pleasure bringing you the biggest trending stories from over the world of entertainment. And remember, whether you're going viral or going global, always stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at VOPTV Live, and subscribe for more breaking news, entertainment, and celebrity updates and exciting episodes. Thank you for staying with us. I am your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Until next time, stay informed, stay inspired, keep shining, and keep watching VOP TV. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
DJ Ini is an artist whose music lives at the intersection of vulnerability, soul, and timeless African artistry. Raised on the warmth of his father's vinyl collection, he discovered early that music was more than sound. It was emotion, memory, and human connection.
Always treat for you. I tell them, say, now the way where you love me and show me you care for me. I want to show you, say, I no regret, say, I know you.
Blending urban music with soft rock textures, DJ Ini emerged as a rare artist whose presence feels calm, yet deeply affecting, masculine, yet emotionally open. He first captured hearts with the breakout hit Ego in 2005, quickly establishing himself as one of Nigeria's most distinctive voices through records like Lade, I Know the Shame, and the genre blending over killing. His self-titled debut album, DJ Ini, alongside later releases including Wonder, Alright, and On Me, showcased an artist unafraid to evolve sonically while remaining emotionally authentic. In 2016, he returned to his acoustic roots with shout-outs to My Lover, produced by Cobams Asokwo, a stripped-back, intimate record that reflected the emotional honesty at the core of his artistry. Behind the music and beyond the music, DJ Ini's journey has been shaped by profound personal experiences that's deepened his creative philosophy. Love, heartbreak, healing, and a near-fatal accident in 2018 transformed his songwriting into something spiritual and deeply human. Confronting mortality gave his music a renewed sense of purpose, one that is rooted in gratitude, emotional truth, and the belief that vulnerability is power. They're both about devotion, longing, sacrifice, and the search for peace in an increasingly disconnected world. Whether performing live or recording in the studio, DJ Ini creates music that feels less like spectacle and more like emotional refuge. After returning triumphantly with Find You in 2018, Stay in 2019, and fan favorites like Pamper You, DJ Ini unveiled his long-awaited sophomore album Black Maverick in 2023, a deeply personal body of work born from 13 years of growth, setbacks, and resilience, and of course, self-discovery. In November 2025, he released Rescue You, the first single from his forthcoming third album, an ethnic Nigerian ballad that further cemented his reputation as one of Nigeria's and Africa's most enchanting and emotionally resonant voices. With a sound that balances modern sophistication and timeless sincerity, DJ Ini continues to create soul-stirring music for people searching for something real. Music that reminds listeners that love is spiritual, tenderness is strength, and human connection still matters.
If I die now, I go happy, say when I did this world, I don't fall in love. Which one you there, where you there treat me.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV.
Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. More. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content they come on at Voptv.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People VOP Media.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more.
Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. Hey, hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on at Voptv.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 09044732905. Now the news in detail. Ugandan statesman Olara Utunu has entered the race to become the next United Nations Secretary General. Backed by Uganda, 75-year-old Otunu is in New York to meet with the UN General Assembly and the UN Security Council. Uganda's permanent representative to the UN, Adonia Ayebare, said, Otunu is a UN veteran and previously served as the organization's Under-Secretary General. He's joining 6 other candidates seeking to succeed Antonio Guterres when his term ends this year. Former Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria has claimed that Orange Democratic Movement ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna is being groomed for political failure ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking on a TV program on Sunday, Kuria said Sifuna's approach to building a presidential campaign is flawed. Kuria alleged that former President Uhuru Kenyatta and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua have already settled on Wiper Democratic Movement leader Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka as their preferred candidate. Korea also said Gachagua is aware of the resistance a direct presidential bid would face and has instead chosen to back Kalonzo. Korea did not provide details on what he described as an alleged arrangement between Gachagua and Kalonzo. Meanwhile, President William Ruto says his administration must retain power in the 2027 general election, warning that an opposition victory would be harmful to the country. Speaking on Monday at a joint retreat for the Broad-Based Alliance Parliamentary Group and County Governors in Naivasha, Nakuru County, Ruto told allies the election is about national interest, not political survival. The president did not name any individual or party, but described the opposition as a grouping without a credible program to govern. He urged his allies to treat the 2027 contest as a matter of urgency. The Naivasha retreat brought together members of parliament and governors aligned with the Broad-Based Alliance. The alliance brings together Kenya Kwanza with the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, and other political formations previously associated with the opposition. In another development, a South Sudanese whistleblower who was abducted in Kenya in June has been released over nearly 2 months in detention, his family said on Monday. Athobe El Gaddafi Idit returned to Kenya's capital, Nairobi, as the weekend and is receiving medical treatment after his health deteriorated in detention in Juba, South Sudan. Gaddafi Idit, who also holds Kenyan citizenship, was seized by armed masked men after leaving a casino on the outskirts of Nairobi in early June. Kenyan activist Boniface Mwangi said Gaddafi Idit had earlier shared information about allegations of high-level corruption in South Sudan. South Sudan's government spokesperson, Attorney Wek Attorney, has yet to comment on the matter. South Sudan's government has regularly dismissed accusations of systematic human rights abuses and widespread corruption. In the meantime, former Liberian President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf says true leadership demands the courage to make difficult and unpopular decisions to confront corruption and injustice. Speaking at the Legacy and Leadership Lecture in honor of late Nigerian businessman and philanthropist Idahosa Wells Okumbo, Sirleaf said leadership should be measured by lives transformed, not by the power an individual holds. Africa's first democratically elected female head of state reflected on her 10 years in office, saying leaders must be prepared to face criticism and opposition when acting in the interest of the greater good. She added that speaking truth to power is a fundamental requirement for transparent and legitimate governance. Meanwhile, Ghana's Deputy Attorney General Justice Remsai says the Attorney General is working with United States counterparts to prosecute Ghanaian officials implicated in a bribery scheme. The case relates to a 2014 to 2017 power plants development contract between a Turkish energy company and government of Ghana. The announcement follows the conviction of Ghanaian businessman Asante Kwaku Breko by a United States federal jury in Brooklyn, New York. Breko was found guilty of conspiracy to violate the United States Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. In a statement on Monday, Ghana's Office of the Special Prosecutor, OSP, said it provided investigation and evidence to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, under Ghana's Mutual Legal Assistance Framework. Breko faces up to 30 years in prison. Sentencing is scheduled for November 10, 2026. In South Africa's advocacy group, #PayTheGrant says it is hopeful an upcoming Supreme Court of Appeals (SCA) hearing could bring relief to people excluded from the Social Relief of Distress (SRD) grant. The state is appealing a High Court ruling that found several SRD regulations unconstitutional, including the requirements to apply online only and strict definitions of income and financial support. The group took the case to court in 2024, arguing that the definition of income was too broad. #PayTheGrant says 18 million people currently receive the grant and more than 10 million excluded in 2025 could be added if the appeal succeeds. But the group says the biggest obstacle remains funding, with the National Treasury yet to allocate enough money for the grant. The SCA judgment is expected on the 25th of August. Away from that, but still in South Africa, at least 11 people have been killed in 3 separate shootings across Cape Town. The South African Police Service SAPS said attacks occurred in Khayelitsha, Langa, and Gugulethu townships. In Khayelitsha, 3 men were shot dead. In Langa, 4 men and 1 woman were killed. And in Gugulethu, 2 men and 1 woman died, with 2 others injured. Western Cape Provincial Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Caesar Kelly Dianti said the motive is not yet known. Additional police teams have been deployed in the areas and other high-risk locations. Dianti announced a reward of 100,000 South African rand, about $6,185 for information leading to arrests. He cited gang violence and illegal firearms as major security challenges in the province. In another development, Pope Leo XIV has expressed concern over the fighting he called the tragic situation in Sudan and called for an immediate ceasefire. Speaking after the Angelus prayer in St. Peter's Square, the pontiff urged authorities to guarantee humanitarian corridors for civilians. He singled out the city of El Obeid in his appeal. The Pope also called on the international community to support efforts and end the fighting. Sudan has been gripped by conflict since 2023 between the Sudanese army and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war has killed tens of thousands and displaced millions. Well, before we go on the analysis segments, we'll go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll delve right into the African news the more. Please do stay with us.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz. Symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on free TV. Now you have more than a voice. Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz. Symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOPTV on free TV. Now you have more than...
Welcome back. This is still the African News on Voice of the People television. Now we move to the analysis segment, and joining us for more insight on the African news story is Darlington Agomor. He's a lawyer and public affairs analyst. You are welcome to the African News.
You are welcome. Please, how are you?
Thank you. Very well, thank you. All right, let's take this analysis segment. We begin the analysis segment with the Kenyan politics. Now, it is quite interesting that President Ruto says that keeping him in power in 2027 is for the national interest. And this is quite, I don't know what to make of this, because this is supposed to be democracy and there is a certain amount and level of time to be in the office as a president. Yet he's insisting that as a president, we must keep him and re-elect him because it is for national interest. What do you make of this? Do you think he's being a tyrant, subtly, or is he just really, really being in the interest of the people?
That is the hallmark of corrupt leaders in Africa. In 2025, corruption index is telling you that that man is number one the whole world. Most corrupt leader worldwide. And so, when he's talking like this, I am not surprised. Because Democrats don't talk like this. They don't. But because of the corruption in him, he wants to remain in office so that he can loot more and more of Kenyan resources. Is he not supposed to be telling the Kenyan people what he has done instead of forcing them to accept him? Eh? Do you force yourself on the people? Or the people will even be begging you to remain in office because they have seen what you are doing. I said that is the hallmark of corrupt dictators in Africa. They impose themselves on you, even when they are not doing anything to better your life. I am not surprised, seriously. I am not. We have his like in of course, you know the person. Those who are saying that they will wrestle anybody to the ground just to remain in office. It's now a wrestling bout. No more democracy.
Okay, so are you saying President Ruto and President Bola Tinubu have some kind of alignment?
In fact, I'm not the one that said it. It is corruption index, because that same 2025, Tinubu is number 3. Ruto is number 1, all in Africa. I'm sure by the time they will do another survey this year, of course, they may switch position, or they may be dragging who will be number 1.
All right. Well, in Kenya, we have discovered that there has been competitive elections, especially in 2007, in 2013, and 2017. Even with the 2007 election, followed by deadly violence in Kenya. Now, when President Ruto made this statement, what do you think that his fellow opponents or opposition parties should do concerning this? Do you think they should be scared because the incumbent president has already made a very, very, very stable remark, or a very, very strong word concerning how that he should be re-elected in the following election?
My only hope here is the Kenyan youth. They have dealt with him on 2 occasions where they rioted and all that. Yes, Kenyan youth, they are more politically savvy. They understand what is going on. And so I am hoping that they will continue to oppose Ruto during the election, because he has not performed well. And so the opposition may be cowed, but the Kenyan youth, their future is in their hands. They should not be cowed. They should not surrender to Ruto. He has done enough. Let him go. The opposition may be afraid of him and all that, what he's going to do. But the Kenyan youth, they have nothing to lose but everything to gain. If they oppose Ruto during that election by saying no to his rigging machinery, that is the only people I'm hoping to save Kenya from that man.
Well, we can look at it from the perspective of these promoting public violence. If you say the youth should take it upon themselves to act and oppose President Ruto, then don't you think that that's going to be promoting public violence and then, causing mishap?
The man that is speaking violence did not cause problem. Is it the youth that say, no, we don't agree? Are they the one that will cause? They are trying to stop him. I said they should oppose him. They should oppose his rigging machinery. They should say no to him if you want, because somebody that is talking like that means he wants to impose himself in office. And by doing that, he's trying to be violent. That's just the truth. He's going to be violent. So the youth should oppose him. They should say no. They should not be allowed themselves to be used by this same man. That is what I'm saying.
All right. Well, we can see that Ruto's alliance now includes ODM, which was an opposition. Now, this is a little bit tricky because it's showing that there is more to the Kenyan politics. What do you make of this? Do you think the Kenyan politics should be very, very careful, knowing that Ruto has formed an alliance with ODM? What do you think of this?
Most times, when a weak opposition realize that they don't have a chance, they will simply surrender to the ruling party. They will simply surrender to intimidation and harassment. They will simply surrender because there has been an inducement. You think that the ODM just surrendered to Ruto for nothing? No. Something has happened. And that is the truth. My happiness is that OGM is not the only opposition party. There are other formidable oppositions in Kenya who will oppose him. So, and I don't think all of them are going to surrender to him. I don't think so.
All right, well, let's take this conversation over to fighting corruption. Sir Leaf says, okay, I'm talking about Ellen now, right? Ellen Johnson said he's now Africa's first democratically elected female lead head of state in 2006 and served Liberia for 12 years. Now, from her own experience, don't you think it is difficult for leaders to fight corruption without the people around them benefiting actively from it?
We had leaders in Africa. We had Julius Nyerere. We had Nelson Mandela. When they were in office, I mean, the facts are there. The record they created is there for their country, you know. So, and being a woman of American descent, I know that she did well when she was the Liberian president. That election was contested with George Oponwe, but because of educational background, in fact, it was Obasanjo that told John Oponwe to go to school, go back to school, so that he can equip himself to contest in the next round. And that was what happened. So the woman performed. There's no doubt about that. That was why she stayed there for 12 good years.
All right. So if you say she performed, what measures are you using to aid this particular claim? What do you think? How do you measure success from a standpoint of a political leader? Is it by the economy of the country? Is it by the political state of the country? And how do you measure growth and success?
Yes. In fact, there are 3 parameters for me. I'm not talking of other people. You may have your own preferences. But if under your watch, your economy is improving, it doesn't have to be perfect, because no one regime can perfect everything about a country. It's not possible. If under your watch, your economy was improving, if under your watch, there was security and peace in your country, if under your watch, the rule of law is observed, I think I should manage that. I should.
Okay. All right. Now, still talking about fighting corruption, Africa has created so many anti-corruption agencies. Yes, Africa has created so many anti-corruption agencies, but we keep seeing cases of corruption. So what is the actual problem here? Is it that the laws are not well created? Is it that the laws are not well enforced? Is it that the political leaders are not doing well enough? Or is it that the country is just really saturated with corrupt people or corrupt individuals?
It is because the leadership, as at that time that it was created, we are not sincere. They created those bodies just to divert attention of the people, just to show a semblance of fighting corruption. They just created it on paper. In reality, they didn't mean it. That's why they did not perform. That is just the truth. They did it just to tell the people that we are fighting corruption. Meanwhile, they are not. At least EFCC, Nigerian EFCC, is a perfect example.
All right, Nigerian EFCC is a perfect example. Well, we are moving this conversation over to US-Ghana work to prosecute officials in power plant bribery case. Now, this case dates back to our 2014 to 2017 power plant contract, right? But the prosecution is happening years later. You are a lawyer, so from the standpoint of a lawyer, why do major corruption cases take so long before they are finally held accountable?
Because the leader that came after the corruption happened, they didn't have the political will. It is not every leader that will come and say, look, I want to do this. John Mahama has proved that, yes, the Ghanaian people, they did well by asking him to come back. That man have tried in his own capacity to deepen democracy in Ghana. Look at since 2014. And this man came back and said, look, I must look into this. That is the only way any country can develop. Because by the time you allow these corrupt tendencies and all that, they will be taking away the money of the country. The money they would have used to develop the country, corruption will just take it away. And so it is not every leader that have that political will. That is it. Most leaders who don't mean well for their country, they come into office just to loot and take whatever they can take and leave the country prostrate and leave the country economically bankrupt. That is just the truth. So as long as it's a criminal case, a criminal matter, it can last 200 years until somebody look into it. That is one good thing about criminal matters. It doesn't expire like a civil matter of owing money and all that. So it is never too late to prosecute a criminal matter.
In your words, political leaders go in power for their own will. Is that what you're insinuating?
Yes.
And so when they get to power, they do all the selfish things?
We have examples of them in Africa. I mean, they came to loot. One notorious man in Zaire called Mobutu Sese Seko, when he came in, he said before him there is no Zaire, after him there will be no Zaire. And it happened like that. Unfortunately, this man died in a miserable way in exile after destroying his country. So Africa, in fact, if you are looking for bad leadership, Africa have them in quantum. We are not lacking bad leaders at all. We are not. They are all over the place. And that is why most African states have not developed and will never develop. As long as you have wicked leaders who don't mean well for their countries.
Now, this case involves a power project, which is a sector where government spend huge amounts of public money.
Exactly.
What does this say on our economy? Why do infrastructure and energy contracts usually attract cases like this?
Okay. Ghana is doing a good job now, but can somebody copy? Can somebody copy example from Ghana to look into why a country of over 200 billion people is struggling with 5,000 megawatts of electricity supply? 5,000 in this age and time. Meanwhile, South Africa, with a little bit of 60 million human beings, have over 40,000. No, is that not an embarrassment on its own? It is left for the government to look at what is our problem. To provide light in this age and time is not a rocket science now. You and I know that. So why is it not happening in Nigeria? Why is it not happening? Don't we have the money to do this thing? No, they will prefer to pocket the money and use it to grow richer than Nigeria than to bring in light. Meanwhile, they are talking of developing. How can you develop a country without energy? How? Please, somebody should tell me, how can Nigeria develop without power? The first thing you should have done, but every time you are telling us the economy have come out of the wood. The economy have turned around. How can any economy turn around with 5,000 megawatts of electricity? How? Please, how can that? You know when they talk, they don't even listen to themselves. You are lying to the people and you want them to believe you. How can Nigeria develop with 5,000 megawatts of electricity? How? For me, it can never happen. So any talk about Nigeria coming out of the wood, the economy, is a lie. Complete lie. It can never happen until the needful is done. Forget about all the propaganda and everything. Nigeria has come out of the wood. Come out of which wood? All the companies that closed down, have they come back to business? Have they come back to business? So, without power, forget about development. I said, forget it. Don't deceive yourself.
So what would you say is the future of the infrastructure and energy sector of Africa? What would you say the future of this sector is like in the nearest future?
It is very bleak. In fact, in the next 1 million years, I'm afraid Africa will still be where they are. Meanwhile, the Western world has moved on. They have moved on. No thanks to bad leadership who don't think, who have no vision. They will never copy anything good from the Western world. They will never. Without power, I say forget it. Development in Africa, in fact, is going to be impossible. We are going to remain where we are until leaders come. Leaders that mean well for Africa. Leaders that mean well for their people. Leaders that will be angry for development. Angry to lift their people up. Angry that their youths are crossing the Mediterranean into Spain and other European countries. Angry that things are not working. When you see those leaders, then things will begin to move, not this one that you are presiding over hungry people and you are celebrating it. Can you just imagine? Hungry people, 65% of Nigerians are in an embarrassing level of poverty. And somebody is telling me that the economy have turned around.
That is quite unfortunate. Well, we really hope that Africa would pick back up its pace and we are going to be great again. Well, we've come to the end of the analysis segment of the African news. We have been speaking with Darlington Agomore. He's a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for your submissions on the African news.
My pleasure.
You're still watching the African news on Voice of the People television. When we return, WHO chief urges political solution as conflict fears grow. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Please do stay with us.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet. And that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights And never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Big news is here. Your
Welcome back. The World Health Organization WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus is calling on Ethiopia's federal government and regional leaders to stop using military force and pursue political dialogue. In a social media post, Dr. Tedros warned that fighting in the Amhara and Oromia regions is causing widespread suffering, and that conflict is spreading to Afar and Benishangul Gumuz. He said the Amhara conflict has lasted 3 years and many parts of Ethiopia are either fighting or preparing for war. His statement comes amid growing international concerns about over potential new fighting between the federal government and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF. TPLF leaders have declared they are preparing for war to challenge the federal government led by the Prosperity Party. Federal officials accuse the TPLF of collaborating with external enemies. Dr. Tedros urged all military and political leaders to choose dialogue over guns, warning that war causes death, destruction, and economic collapse. Egypt's Foreign Minister Badri Abdel-Lati has reaffirmed Cairo's support for all initiatives aimed at resolving the crisis in Libya. In a televised interview, Abdel-Lati said Egypt backs the efforts of the United Nations or UN envoy Hannah Tate, as well as a separate initiative by the United States. He stressed that Libya's unity is a red line for Egypt and that Cairo rejects any path that could lead to the division of the country. Abdel-Lati added that Egypt is in communication with forces loyal to Khalifa Haftar and the House of Representatives in eastern Libya, as well as with parties in western and southern Libya. He also warned that the presence of armed groups operating outside the framework of the state is undermining security and stability. We take another quick break and the African News returns with business and other stories. Do stay with us.
of the people.
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. Now in the world of business, Egypt's annual urban consumer inflation picked up pace in July, according to the Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics, or CAPMAS. Urban inflation hit 14.9%, up from 14.3% in June. Nationwide annual inflation came in at 13.0% compared to July last year. Month on month, the nationwide all items index rose just 0.1%. Food prices offered some relief. Urban food and the beverage costs fell 0.6% in July, but were still 8.0% higher than a year ago. Rural food prices rose 7.8% year on year. The July figure landed within a Reuters poll range of 14.6 to 16.3%. Zimbabwe-focused gold miner Caledonia Mining reported a 16% increase in second quarter profits, helped by higher gold prices. For the 3 months to June 30, net profits attributable to shareholders rose to 23.8 million United States. Now, in the world of sports, Nairobi has formally submitted its bid to host the 2029 World Athletics Championships, seeking to become the first African city to stage the sports flagship event. The Kenyan capital will compete against London, Rome, and Munich for hosting rights. The government of Kenya says it will provide full backing, including infrastructure, security, and organizational support required to host the championships. Kenya's athletics hosting record includes the 2007 World Cross Country Championships in Mombasa, the World Under-18 Championships in Nairobi in 2017, the World Under-20 Championships in Nairobi in 2021, and an African Athletics Championships in 2010. World Athletics is expected to announce the host city for the 2029 Championships in September. Malawi made history on Sunday with a 2-1 win over Ghana in the last quarterfinal of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, or WAFCON. The Scorchers came from behind after Ghana's Chantel Boye-Loka scored in the 7th minute. Temwa Chawinga equalized in the 12th minute, and Rose Kadzere netted the winner in the 79th minute. The result sends Malawi to their first ever FIFA Women's World Cup. They join Algeria, Cameroon, and host Morocco as Africa's 4 automatic qualifiers for next year's 32-team tournament in Brazil. Malawi will face Algeria in Wednesday's first WAFCON semi-final. Host Morocco take on Cameroon later that day after Cameroon stunned defending champions Nigeria 1-0 in Casablanca. Nigeria, who has qualified for all 9 previous Women's World Cups, must now go through playoffs for a chance to reach the finals. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on all other social media platforms at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 08146064057. And you can also reach our newsroom by email by news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Do have a good afternoon.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check. This is your trusted platform for conversations that empower you to make informed choices, informed decisions about your health and your overall well-being. I am Praise Peters, and thank you so much for joining us. Well, every year from the 1st of August to 7th of August, the world usually observes World Breastfeeding Week. And World Breastfeeding Week is a global campaign that celebrates breastfeeding while drawing attention to the support that mothers need to give every child. And this support is literally very, very important. They need to give every child the healthiest possible start in life because they are literally babies, right? They are new to the world. They need all the love and care in the world. And breastfeeding should be a very important and paramount part of their lifestyle. Well, of their upbringing, rather. Well, this year's theme, breastfeeding for a sustainable start in life, strengthens what works. And it reminds us that while breastfeeding is natural, it doesn't always come naturally. I mean, for many mothers, the journey comes with questions, it comes with uncertainties, it comes with sleepless nights, and sometimes feelings of frustration. I mean, we have cases where women give birth and they just swerve to a post-traumatic stress syndrome and all of that. They literally are very, very, very fragile at that point in time. So both the mothers need to be educated, but the kids need all the attention as well. Well, some worry that they are not producing enough milk because women's systems differ with individuals. There are no particular there's no particular or static way to how a mother's health should be. Every woman should have lactation, yes, of course, but it might still differ in women. Some people have lots of milk, while some do not produce enough milk. Some even struggle with painful breastfeeding. Some struggle with poor latching. Some struggle with balancing work with caring for a newborn or even navigating advice from family, from friends, and even social media. Yes, social media. But these experiences reminds us that successful breastfeeding is not just about a mother's determination. It's also about the quality of information she receives, the quality of information that the mother, the husband, the people around her receive, and the support system around her, basically. So today, that is what we're going to be talking about. We'll be exploring the science behind breastfeeding, addressing common misconceptions, discussing the challenges, discussing what mothers face, the highlights. We'll be highlighting the role that families, healthcare professionals, employees, communities all over the world should play in helping mothers breastfeed successfully. And joining me today to break down this conversation are two distinguished medical professionals. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Charles Adiogun, medical professional and public health advocate. He's a known face here. Thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. All right. Joining us virtually is Dr. Rebecca Muckley, a medical doctor with over 16 years of clinical experience and a health and wellness professional. Well, I really believe that during the course of the conversation, she's going to join in. Oh, all right. I've just been told by my director that she is in. Okay. Can we establish communication with you, Dr. Rebecca Muckley? You might want to unmute your device. Dr. Rebecca, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to you, doctor. So let's start with the studio. We're talking about understanding breastfeeding. I feel like this is a very, very important conversation, Dr. Charles. I mean, World Breastfeeding Week, it's given more than one day, literally. It's a whole 7 days to celebrate mothers and the art of breastfeeding. Why do you think it's so important to talk about this particular thing? Don't you think it's something that every woman should understand? Every woman literally knows. I mean, everybody, every individual was literally breastfed growing up. I don't know about some others, but I was. Okay, so why do we have to spotlight and make sure that we talk about World Breastfeeding Week really, really important? Is there something about it that makes it really, really important to note?
Yes, very correct. Breastfeeding or lactation, it's a very important topic when it comes to pregnancy, post-pregnancy states, and management of the newborn. That is nature's way of providing nourishment for the newborn, ensuring that the child is well nourished with all the essential nutrients that assist growth and development, and also to facilitate ease of digestion. It's easily digestible, and it's very, very rich in antibodies that confers immunity to the child. The child is new to the world. Child is exposed to a lot of things in the environment, microbes and disease-causing organisms. And building immunity very quickly for the child is in the child's best interest to stay healthy. And we've also known that breast milk has the right proportion of all the essential nutrients and also all the nutrients that help with normal brain development. It is a well-documented fact that babies that are well breastfed turn out to be growing well, they develop normally, and their brain development is really quite remarkable because all the essentials that are needed to support optimal growth of the brain and the entire well-being of the child, is made available in breast milk. And breast milk has great benefits for both the mother and the child. It improves bonding between mother and child. It encourages evolution of the uterus post-delivery, meaning that the uterus, that's the womb, returns to original size faster when you do breastfeed because the milk ejection reflex also is under the control of certain hormones that also encourages contraction of the womb. And ultimately, like we said, it confers immunity to the child that protects the child from, everyday disease-causing organisms. And of course, it also helps the woman to bond properly with the child because oxytocin is one of the hormones that have been shown to be very important in bonding and having a good connection with mother and child. And ultimately, most women that breastfeed well, carry a lower risk of breast cancer.
Wow. Okay. Women that breastfeed well carries a low risk of breast cancer. Meanwhile, this particular topic of breastfeeding, many mothers, I've heard many mothers say that it is one of the most challenging parts of motherhood. Why? Why is that?
Because for some, immediately after, no two pregnancies are exactly the same. So, and then for some first timers, they may find out that they may not be lactating immediately after delivery. And then, of course, the child is crying for food and then the child wants to be fed on demand. But if lactation is delayed for one reason or the other, it can, bring up some kind of anxiety. A woman has gone through a 9-month process of conception and pregnancy and then delivery, which is either a spontaneous vaginal birth or through cesarean section, and the woman is still trying to overcome all the stressors, that she experienced at that time. And now she's faced with the reality of not being able to lactate immediately. And this is what the child requires. And this is what is recommended for the child to have. So this can trigger some form of anxiety in the new mother. And then the mother is worried about how to cope and how to keep up with the demands of the child. So definitely a lot of counseling, a lot of health information must go into this so that new mothers know that it is not uncommon for this to happen. But when it does happen, there's some strategies that can be put in place that can help to facilitate the lactation, like hydrating adequately, also trying as much as possible to make sure that they are relaxed. And then also they may use a breast pump, which can also assist in helping lactation. And it's important for new mothers, especially first-time mothers, to be able to know what we call positioning of the child for breastfeeding. That's very important. Ensure that the child is properly attached, ensure that the child's head is properly supported, because there's a normal position you should put the child in and keep putting the child to breast, all the time, as frequently as possible can also help to stimulate the milk ejection reflex so that milk production can occur. Because towards the end of pregnancy, prolactin hormone begins to rise that helps in producing milk and then getting the mammary glands prepared for lactation. But you need to put the child to breast to be able to stimulate the reflex.
All right, still talking about lactation. Is lactation not supposed to come naturally after birth? You know, are there things to do, are there measures to put in place, especially for new mothers, first mothers, to do? Is it not something that they are meant to prepare for before delivery and after delivery? Is there something they're supposed to do, or lactation just comes naturally?
Lactation naturally, starts occurring. Pregnancy is a state that is a physiological state that comes with a constellation of hormones in action. Some of the hormones help to maintain pregnancy. Some of the hormones are there to push out the baby during labor. And then some of the hormones are there also to help with lactation. So like I said, towards the end of pregnancy, you can find a spike in prolactin, which is produced by the pituitary gland in preparation for lactation, helping in milk production. And the milk ejection reflex is under the control of oxytocin, which also helps to bond the mother and the child, but also cause contraction of the myoepithelial cells in the breast to eject the milk. So basically, during the antenatal sessions women have during their visits, during their routine visits, I believe it's important that you start preparing their minds towards lactation and telling them, what it is all about, the importance of it, the benefits of it to the mother and to the child, and then all the things to do to facilitate lactation. Because in some cases, we find out that when women are well hydrated, they've rested well, and they keep putting the child to breast, it naturally occurs within a few days post-delivery. It naturally occurs. But for some people, it occurs faster than others. But in some cases, occasionally, we may need to actually help the mother to lactate freely, because for some, we find out that there's a delay in the lactation for whatever reason.
So is there something women should do to help themselves to lactate?
Basically, it's to stay well hydrated.
So just water?
Stay well hydrated. And for some people, they could do some form of massages. For some people, they could do make use of the breast pump, done by a medical professional.
But
our
mothers say things like pap helps. Things like drinking milk, tea, and all that.
So that is part of the hydration process we're talking about.
So so basically fluid.
Yes, take lots of
fluids. Can we take soda? It's fluid now.
Sodas, another thing to really talk about when it comes to lactation is that most of the medications we give to mothers, just like you're careful with medications during pregnancy, also careful with medications during lactation, because some medications may be secreted in the breast milk. So you don't want to be the mother. You don't want the mother to be on a medication that if it gets into the child's system, it may cause some adverse reactions. So it's very necessary that you still see the woman as in a pregnant state when she's lactating. The way you're careful and you're saying, oh, if you were not pregnant, I could have recommended this for you. But because of your pregnancy, I would have to give you a safer alternative. That is how you should still be careful with the options of medications prescribed during lactation. And that's why a lot of women who are well informed and well enlightened would always remind any doctor they are saying, oh, I'm still breastfeeding, oh, I'm still lactating, so that it informs the decision of the medications they are prescribed with.
Wow. Well, I've seen cases where mothers are advised to give the child the breast milk in their first few hours of birth. Why is it so important for the child to receive breast milk in the first few hours after birth? Is this something, is there a psychology behind that? Is there a science behind it? Is there something that the child should get from the first few hours of birth?
Because that's important because certain children after birth, ideally in a proper setting, if you give birth to a child in a proper health facility, there are a lot of quick examination that should be done on the newborn. Apart from checking for structural abnormalities, what we call the APGAR score, did the child cry immediately at birth? Is the breathing normal? Is the color of the child normal? Is the child having the appropriate grimace, the heart rate, the respiratory rate? All those things are very essential. Then the next thing to watch out for is the sugar level of the child. Sometimes some children are born with...
They're not too small to be checking for sugar level.
No, you should check. You should check. It's part of what you should check. Because some women, when they have diabetes, gestational diabetes, for instance, the high level of sugar in their blood would stimulate the pancreas of the newborn to produce high levels of insulin that will crash the sugar. So the child may be may be born with in a hypoglycemic state, and you don't want hypoglycemia to cause seizure in a newborn because it can come with its complications. So when you check the sugar and the sugar is probably low, there are some things you should institute and put in place. So it's important that, since that is the safest thing that you can give to a child at birth, we advocate for 6 months of exclusive breastfeeding, where we say don't even give anything, not even water, because we believe that everything the child requires is present in the breast milk. And it is sterile, it is healthy, and confers all the right immunity support that the child needs. So the child having that, you notice that the gut of the child is coated with the breast milk and helps ward off invaders. So this is quite healthy for the child, and it helps the child to be able to get the maximum nutrients with ease of digestion. So it's actually in the best interest of the mother and the child to initiate breastfeeding early, and also to quickly make the mother and child bond. That bonding is very, very key. Yeah, the woman putting the child to breast early enough, and then also helping the evolution of the uterus, as we mentioned earlier.
Wow, that's quite interesting if you ask me. Meanwhile, I'm opportune to be surrounded by mothers. And one time I constantly hear is colostrum, which is the liquid gold, the first vaccine of the baby. What's that? Why is it so valuable?
So colostrum is that first discharge that you get when you start lactating. So it's that very first milk that comes out, very rich.
The vaccine.
Very, very rich in antibodies, very rich in immunoglobulins, excellent protection for the baby, excellent nutrition for the baby. So that is valuable to the development of the child.
Okay, I'm getting excited, but I shouldn't get too excited, right? Because that's actually very beautiful. Well, many families become anxious because breast milk doesn't seem to flow to them immediately or naturally. So some may introduce water. Infant formula. I think we have some Formula 1, Formula 2, and all of that. So is this whole anxiety and need for option B necessary? And what should they do? Should they be panicking? What should they do when they find themselves in situations like that where their breast milk is delayed? Should they switch to other options? What do you suggest they do?
That's why, for me, as a professional, I always advocate for pregnancy to be monitored and controlled in a proper health facility. So from the moment of conception, of confirmation of your pregnancy, throughout your antenatal period, through delivery, through lactation, you must be in touch with licensed health professionals who would do their best to give you the right counsel that you need, that suits your case, and you're not dealing with generic information. So it's very necessary that, the pediatrician or the neonatologist, as the case may be, because neonatology is a sub-unit of pediatrics where you deal with newborns within the first 28 days of life.
Yeah.
They would be available to be able to tell you, okay, allay your anxiety. You may not be lactating immediately, but don't panic. Don't fuss about it. But these are the options you can have. And mind you, there are certain conditions where breastfeeding may actually, may look like what the doctors may be skeptical about. For instance, if a woman has HIV and she has a high viral load, because that can also be a portal of infection for the newborn. You can only allow a HIV-positive mother to breastfeed her child when she has undergone the routine ARVs throughout pregnancy and her viral load is very, very low or possibly undetectable. Then you can say she can safely breastfeed. And if she does breastfeed, we discourage mixed feeding. So you can't do breastfeeding now and then you use complementary feeds or formula, intermittently. You can't do that. So if you're going to be on breast milk, you're going to be on breast milk completely.
Really?
Yeah.
So
far,
it's
your viral
not
load
good.
is low.
Okay, so are you saying it's not good or it's not conducive for the baby's health to mix breast milk with other options like the milk?
Especially when the mother is HIV positive, because we notice that when you introduce some of the other complementary feeds very early, the gut of the child is still delicate and sensitive. Some of these formulas may be too harsh on the gut and can cause some micro abrasions there. And when you now expose the breast milk of the mother that contains active HIV virus, it can easily be absorbed into the baby's system. So if you're going to do just breast milk It must be breast milk under monitoring and ensuring that the woman has a very low viral load. But for other babies who are, born to HIV negative mothers, you also find out that certain formula feeds, introducing them too early may also put them at risk of some other digestive issues too. So it's been shown that breast milk is the safest and highly recommended feeding that a newborn requires, because it contains everything in the right proportions, easily digestible, and almost no adverse reaction or adverse effect on the baby.
Okay, I'm quite curious as to the fact that I hear things like exclusive breastfeeding is very, very important. First of all, we should consider the mothers. They just recovered from childbirth. I mean, even when they are breastfeeding, they literally have to take good care of themselves as well, because they are new mothers. That's on one part. Secondly, the women on their own might be going through real life challenges, like they have to go back to work, they also have to tend to the family, and they also have to tend to the baby and their own selves. So, if we say exclusive breastfeeding is very important, what would you say the mothers should do to help themselves better? And why is exclusive breastfeeding really important? And how long should a child be breastfed by the mother?
Okay, so exclusive breastfeeding has been recommended to go on for 6 months, the first 6 months of life, because like we said, it contains all the essentials that the child needs for normal development. So physical development, neurodevelopmental progress and advancement, assisting the child to achieve all the developmental milestones as when due, so that your child is able to crawl when he's expected to crawl, is able to walk when he's expected to walk, his brain grows and develops normally, and he falls ill less often. All those things are benefits that come with that. And yes, all the things you lined up as, considerations for why that may be a bit of a challenge for some women, especially in the professional aspect. I think motherhood in itself comes with a lot of sacrifice.
Yes.
So you counting the cost of bringing a new life into the world, getting pregnant, carrying pregnancy for 9 months, going through the stress of labor and delivery and all that, and up to breastfeeding and ensuring the child gets all the routine vaccinations. And parenting is not easy.
It's a big deal.
So it comes with, it's part of the sacrifice that you are investing in the future of your child. Because when your child comes back home with all those prizes of doing excellently well in academics, everybody is knowing that your child is a high flyer, is brainy and all that. It's not just genetics or luck. It's actually investment. And breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding is part of that investment.
Wow.
That every mother must ensure that if you want your child to grow well, you want your child to do well, you want your child to develop appropriately, breast milk, exclusive breastfeeding is not negotiable. It's something that you must sacrifice because you will reap the benefits in time.
Okay, so do you agree with me? Do the world agree with me now that women deserve to be celebrated like 100 times in a year? Because it's not easy. I mean, it's the weight is so much on women, but that was on a lighter note. Meanwhile, I want to ask, what is the moderate time, or what's the maximum time that a child should be breastfed? I see children that are breastfed for more than a year, and I'm like, what's going on? So, and then some go 6 months, some go 3 months, and then fall back to start giving them other options, other supplements alongside. How do you think a child should really be eating? How do you think their breastfeeding and food options, other food options, how do you think it should be combined and helped with it?
So that transitioning from breastfeeding to introducing complementary feeds is called weaning. So you're weaning the child of breast milk or breastfeeding. So basically, it's not something that is written in stone for any particular child, but you just notice that from 6 months, it's safe enough for you to start introducing complementary feeds.
From 6 months?
Yes, you can start
introducing. So from the first to the 6th month, exclusive
breastfeeding advice, strongly advised. Strongly
but there are some
recommended.
children that eat so much that they literally want to be breastfed all
On
the time.
demand.
And it's the mothers are usually, at least I know a number of people, and I've met a number of mothers that are usually like, oh gosh, she's drying me up. So, do you think she should really go on with that 6 months? Who would endure that for 6 months? Do you want to kill?
But the truth is this. That's why, you asked a very important question. And what should the woman also be doing, for herself in the process? It's a lot of demand on your body, both psycho-emotionally, physically, mentally, and everything.
Exactly, because as the child grows up,
the demand is more. And then aside that, you also find out that the woman also has sleepless nights because the child may wake up in the middle of the night on demand and does not care what time of the day it is.
Of course.
Exactly. So, so it's important that the woman is properly nourished. The woman is getting all the nourishment required, in terms of all a balanced diet, containing all the essential nutrients in their right proportions. And then the woman should also be on good supplements that would prepare the body for lactation and maintain the body throughout the process of lactation. All these are very essential so that your body is ready to meet up with the demands of lactation. But I understand for women with multiple births that have multiple children, it could really, really be a challenge because you have triplets, for instance.
Oh my
so how are you going to cope?
Exactly.
So for those people, they may need to introduce complementary foods a bit earlier.
And hope is not going to disturb the development of the child.
So what you do is that at least that time that you were breastfeeding, you have found doing your part and you're doing it, appropriately.
Okay.
And when you now introduce complementary feeds, I would advise that in a proper setting, you speak with your pediatrician, discuss the options, and let your pediatrician find out what is most suitable. There are different brands out there.
Yeah.
The brand that is ideal for your child to be on, to start on. Like you said, they are numbered. There are some that are for specific age brackets and all that. So that's very important so that you are doing it with professional guidance and counsel, and you're not just doing things on your own. Because these babies, yes, they may be babies, but they're also individuals.
Yeah.
And they have individual peculiarities too. Some children may be born with inborn errors of metabolism. Some children may be born with some digestive issues. Some children may be born with certain food intolerances. So how do you cope when you start a certain brand of formula for a child and you're seeing some not too pleasant symptoms? That's why you need to carry a professional along with you, so that a professional, knowing a full, thorough history of that child, can tell you that this is what is appropriate for this child, and they can recommend what is best for that child. And if something goes wrong, they can quickly find you suitable alternatives. That's the beauty of medicine, that medicine is diversified, and you have a lot of specialties and subspecialties that are able to guide you properly, even up to the level of nutrition, so that you know what suits any particular child. And then it's also necessary for you to ensure that while children are getting eat right in terms of nutrition, they're not missing out on their routine childhood vaccination. That also helps them, to protect them against childhood preventable illnesses that can, easily cause more problems for children. Not only fatality, even causing permanent disability for children, like poliovirus and diphtheria and the rest of them. All those are very essential too. So when we advocate for EBF, that's exclusive breastfeeding, we're also enforcing routine childhood vaccination, because it will surprise you that in some places today, some people are still not fully aware of the essence of routine childhood vaccination. And when you ask them, when was the last vaccination, you know that they have a backlog already. They've missed, because they are timed. You have to get certain vaccination at different times. And then they tell you, oh, for the 9 months, oh, we missed the one for 9 months. Oh, we missed the one for 6 months. So we're sending the word out there that if you want your child to do well, these things are sacrosanct. You shouldn't miss them.
It's literally very important that you keep to the dates that are signed for you.
That's why you have a vaccination card that highlights the age of the child, what vaccine is appropriate at that age, and the dates it was administered, with the proper medical or health professional signing, to indicate that it was administered.
Right. But in some cases, I've seen cases where the mothers is usually, the mother could be down at the time. So is it okay to skip a day, or is it okay to go a day before, knowing that probably that day might be, busy or something?
So what you should do in that case is that even apart from the mother being down, the child may even have a fever, and you don't want to give vaccination when they are running a fever.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
saying that vaccination should not come when the child is probably running the temperature.
Yeah, running
or
the temperature or is ill. And
Why
all
is the
that.
vaccination not supposed to, help the body stay healthy?
Because children, the vaccination can make them cranky. Even for a normal child, a healthy child, once they give vaccine, you may see that they have a fever spike, or they may just be irritable throughout that day or for the next day and all that. So
Okay,
you
what
don't
should
want
be done then?
so you don't want to add an extra burden on them until they come out of that phase. So, but that is why you should be in touch with your medical professional and let your medical professional be notified that the child is unwell at this time, though the child is due for this vaccination, and then appropriate advice is given as to when to come. But that doesn't mean you should miss the vaccination,
Right, we have to
entirely.
put that out.
You may not get it at that time on that day, but that doesn't mean you should forget about it.
Very important. Well, before we go on a short break, I want to just throw out one of the reasons I've heard women stop breastfeeding. They complain of pain during breastfeeding. Is it normal, or is it an indication that something is not quite right with their bodies, or I don't know? What could be wrong? What could be wrong in breastfeeding the child with pain? Because I understand that pain is not meant to be in the equation.
Well, for some people, they will tell you they have they have pain in the nipple. They may have cracked nipple. They may have mastalgia. Mastalgia is pain in the breast, and some people may have mastitis, which is inflammation of the milk glands of the breast. So that can happen, and when this happens, you should talk to your medical professional immediately, so that the right course of treatment is instituted early. Some may require to be on some antibiotics or some anti-inflammatories, as the case may be, but mastitis is not an uncommon finding when it comes to lactating mothers.
All right, when it comes to lactating mothers, well, this has been a very interesting conversation. Right now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to delve deeper into this conversation today. Please do stay with us.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every head.
Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. If you're just joining us, this is Health Check, and we have been talking about importance of breastfeeding, the challenges that mothers face, and why creating supportive environments matter for healthier families. Now, let's continue, Dr. Charles. I am quite concerned for the babies that are giving birth to prematurely. You know, those children are delicate, very delicate. What do you say should be done regarding their nutrition? Do you think that they should still be breastfed even in that state? Because I understand that some of them now have to go through incubation stage. So what should be done then?
Yes, so prematurity, is a different ballgame entirely, because it comes with a lot of complications. That's why in the third world country, managing preterms, is a 50-50 chance, then, unless you're in a very good facility that has a very well-equipped neonatology unit. Prematurity comes with poorly developed, not word poorly, underdeveloped organs and structures. So it may not be able to handle, what you expect a normal term baby to be able to handle. if you give birth to a premature child, before delivery, you should have been getting some steroids, to help with maturity of the lungs, so that the child will not have respiratory distress or respiratory insufficiency. You need steroids to be in place. And then you also, you won't be surprised if the child also has neonatal jaundice, because the liver is still very mature to deal with bilirubin and to conjugate it and to get it out of the system. So you can see that the child is probably already born with all sorts of complications already. So a neonatologist needs to be actively involved in the management of this child. So introducing any particular type of food is actually under the full discretion of the neonatologist. So child will be on fluids, supportive treatment, of course, being in the incubator that provides an environment that is similar to what you have in the uterus, and making sure that you're trying to buy more time for the development of the organs. So anything you do in that area of prematurity has nothing at all to do with the mother or have anything to do with the immediate family members. It's strictly at the discretion of the neonatologist. So basically, in that phase of development of the child, all the decisions would be make everything as simple as possible. Getting the child glucose into the bloodstream, making sure that electrolytes are well balanced, making sure that organs are functioning optimally, because you need to support the organs as much as you can, so that at least when the child is nearing term, because term is actually 37 to 42 weeks of pregnancy. Anything below that is not term yet. And, this comes with a constellation of complications like we mentioned. So definitely nutrition is an essential part of which you don't want to get anything messed up. So definitely when it comes to this, the baby would need to be in a proper neonatology unit, with the appropriate specialists indicating what is best for that child at that particular instance, because prematurity is really, really, really is quite a thing.
I can imagine.
Yeah, when the children, babies are typically like 1.5 kg or even less in some cases, So, even the survival rates and, the ability to cope and all that, it may even be less than that in some cases, yeah. Depending on the gestational age of the pregnancy at which the birth happened, yes.
So I understand that premature childbirth can happen at 7 months, but it can't happen at 8 months. Is that correct?
Premature birth can happen anytime prior to term. It can happen because there are a number of things that can cause premature birth. For some people, it's because of some maternal infections. It can put you at risk. We've talked about touches infection before. These are infections a mother has that can cross the placenta and affect the child. And some of the adverse effects or complications that may come will be premature deliveries, premature births. And then some lifestyle of the mother too. Mothers that are alcoholics, mothers that smoke, all this can also trigger some premature births, and even sometimes some abnormalities in the child, what we call congenital abnormalities. And then, of course, we also know that maternal illnesses or chronic conditions that the mother has can also translate into congenital abnormalities in the unborn child. And these congenital abnormalities in the child may be picked up early on scan. For instance, the amniotic fluid that surrounds the child, if it's larger than expected, you can suspect that the child may have some kind of tracheoesophageal fistula, some abnormal connection between the trachea and the esophagus, or something swallowing. Swallowing of the amniotic fluid is a problem. And then if you find that the amniotic fluid is not sufficient, you may actually have some urinary issues or some kidney abnormalities.
Wow. All right. I was going to say something, but I would save it for later. All right. But what you're just talking about now is really, really interesting. It's quite dicey and really important that every mother, one part that I really, really picked from what you said is that mothers should not be involved in alcoholism, should not be drinking, you should not be smoking, at least, even if it's not for yourself, for the sake of your child. Doctor, am I right?
And other recreational drugs too.
Exactly. Okay, what do you mean by recreational drugs?
Oh, there's some drugs that people take just because it makes them feel good, gives them the high, and then they are addicted to it. You have cannabis, the hallucinogens, you have the opioids, you have, amphetamine, cocaine,
Or could it be the abuse of a normal drug?
Yes, sometimes even abuse of the normal drugs that have sedative effects, or like the opioids, they are pain medications actually, but they can depress the CNS. And then when you're taking them in pregnancy, you should be strictly taking anything in pregnancy under a doctor's supervision.
Under a doctor's supervision.
Never under your own care or monitoring or from a random advice. Everything must be done under professional counsel.
Talking about what the mothers should be taking when they are probably pregnant, or when they just give birth, or when they are breastfeeding and all. What do you think the nutrition or diet lifestyle of a mother should be like? What do you think she should be taking to help her condition, especially as she just finished giving birth? What do you think she should be having? Probably fluid, or the kind of drugs to take, the kind of foods to eat, or the kind of fruits to have as well?
So typically, after, during routine antenatal, you're giving hematinics. These are medications that help to boost your hemoglobin, your blood levels, you're on iron supplements, vitamin C, B complex, all these things help to, folic acid, all these things help to improve your blood count, prevent anemia in pregnancy. But, post-delivery, there's some degree of blood loss during delivery.
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to replace that. So they will still have to continue on hematinics for like a couple of weeks post-delivery. Hematinics are essential. Your iron, your vitamin B complex, your folic acid, making sure you're eating green leafy vegetables, making sure you're taking lots of fruits, because we know the presence of vitamin C allows better absorption of iron by the body. And iron, we know, is an essential part of hemoglobin and is also necessary for red cell production. So it's very important for you to, take a lot of vegetables, a lot of fruits, making sure that your hematinics, you're adhering to them, not saying, oh, I'm tired of these drugs, now I've given birth, I don't really need to be on them. You should be on them. And it's mandatory to go for your 6 weeks appointment post-delivery. Your pregnancy officially ends 6 weeks postpartum. So the period between your delivery and 6 weeks later is called the puerperal period. And complications can still happen in that period. So you're expected to go back to the hospital with your baby for the 6 weeks assessment post-delivery, because that helps you stay well monitored post-delivery, that everything is in check and that your body is adjusting to the post-pregnancy state and that your baby is also doing well postpartum.
Okay, I really want mothers to pay attention to these instructions and really, really abide by it. But we have a very, very interesting part of this conversation that we have not gotten into, which is the fact that breastfeeding, when we talk about breastfeeding, when we talk about childbirth, it is not just about the mothers. There are other people involved. We have the fathers, we have institutions like the communities, we have the families around her. We even have, most importantly, the workplaces, because the woman has a life, right? Probably she might have to go back to work or whatever. These people can help aid her recovery. What do you think should be done by the fathers, by communities, by families around to help the mother and child be better as the child grows?
So that's important, because we continue to advocate for support, for these women postpartum, because it takes a toll on them. Like we said, pregnancy takes a 9-month period. Delivery is not always smooth sailing. And then lactation and all the problems that come with it, the sleep deprivation, and the need to quickly be integrated back to work or whatever your normal life is and your normal daily routines. So starting from the immediate household, the spouse must be very understanding. The spouse must be very helpful and supportive. You help with the household chores. You help with getting some burden and stress off the woman. And then at this point in time, we also advocate that immediate family members that the woman is comfortable with should be around. These are the people that would also help her, out with changing of diapers, helping to clean up the child, all these things, having one burden less, helps to improve recovery or facilitate recovery of the woman. Then aside that, adequate nutrition must be made available. So the woman is not to be eating anything she finds. She's supposed to be eating intentionally during lactation to ensure that her body is well nourished and is in a position to deliver maximum benefit to the child in terms of lactation, then of course overall stress management is important. So just support the mother, on the family level. Then in the community level, you don't want to put all sorts of unnecessary burden on the woman and making her feel guilty or guilt trip her that she can't make some appointments or she can't attend some events.
Yeah.
You should be able to understand that she may not be able to attend every wedding, every party, every funeral, every ceremony, because she's already going through a lot. Her hands are full at the moment, and people should be sensitive to that and should be able to exclude her, from all those demanding activities that, expend your energy and your time and all that. Then, of course, the employers of labor where the woman works should also, of course, everybody knows about the maternity leave. It's called maternity leave for a reason, because they know you've gone through so much and then you still need time to bond with your baby, and your baby needs you a lot at that time. So, that should be considered too, that the woman is going through so much, and they should support her by every means possible to ensure that she's able to come out of that phase easily and get back to work, not drained entirely.
Exactly.
Because you expect productivity when she returns to work. So if you want that productivity when she returns to work, then you should give her the time she needs to fully recover before integrating back into the system.
Thank you very much. Well, before we wrap up this conversation, I just want to take a final word from you. Women are emotional beings, and this process could be a lot, from the child delivery to the breastfeeding phase, to getting back and to be integrated back into society with your work, your job, whatever the case may be. It could be a lot for not just the mothers, but parents generally. I think I have met a man who says he also does not sleep at night. So I think this cuts across everyone in the household, literally. What would you say to them? What would you say to advise and to help, their emotional states concerning this particular conversation?
So, first and foremost, congratulations on your motherhood status. And it's a big blessing, and also comes with a lot of responsibility. And it's going to take a toll on you being human, but it is an investment, a very essential investment, because you want your child to develop well, you want your child to grow well, you want to look back and know that you've given your child the very best your child deserves. So give it all it takes, but be doing everything under the guidance of a medical professional. Please do not introduce any medication a doctor has not recommended to your child. And please do not, because of customary or traditional practices, be given anything that you have not discussed with your doctor to take, even as the mother, while lactating.
Exactly.
While lactating.
Exactly.
Because you don't want anything to be introduced to your child's system that you won't be able to explain.
Exactly.
And the medical professionals may not be able to help you with should an emergency
It appears
arise.
everybody has an advice.
Sorry?
It appears that everybody has an advice.
Everybody always has one advice
I've
or
had
the other.
experiences,
Even unsolicited. Yeah, so that happens.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Adeogun, for sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. It has been a very interesting conversation.
Thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much. Well, today's conversation has reminded us that breastfeeding is much more than feeding a baby. It's actually one of the earliest investments in a child's health. It's very important for their growth. It's important for their development, while also supporting the well-being of mothers. So as we commemorate World Breastfeeding Week, let us remember that every mother deserves accurate information. Every mother deserves compassionate healthcare, supportive families, breastfeeding-friendly working places, and communities that encourage rather than discourage her journey. Because when mothers are supported, babies thrive. And when babies thrive, families and communities become healthier. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Thank you so very much for watching. Until next time, keep making healthy choices and stay well. Good afternoon.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports, and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he will lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in tempers. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent.
Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
On board. Welcome. Of course, it is another wonderful, edition of People's Voice here on Voice of Television. And today happens to be a new week. A new week where I'll just have to tell you to, keep all hopes alive. Just like I would always say that there is always, light at the end of the tunnel. But please don't forget that regardless of the situation that you're going through, just believe that everything, would be fine. All right, welcome to the program, People's Voice on Voice of Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline, sparking conversation across the nation. Failed government, article blast Tinubu, Jingar, spark outrage. Join the conversation with expert insight and sense of perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. NLC demands 500,000 minimum wage, cites rising cost of living. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is pushing for a new national minimum wage of 500,000 per month. The union said the current 70,000 wage signed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in July 2024 can no longer cover inflation. Food, transport, of course, electricity, rent, and naira depreciation. NLC and TUC stated that negotiation for a wage review will begin in July 2026 to avoid delays. The Obedient Movement has backed the demand. However, an APC support group opposed the 500 to 615,000 proposal, arguing that Nigeria faces heavy debt and some states struggle to pay even 30,000 naira. Note that several states have already implemented wages above 70,000. Of course, such states are like Imo states, which decided to do about 103, and the likes. But my concern here is the fact that the APC, support group are saying that the federal government cannot afford 500,000 to 615,000 proposal because Nigeria faces heavy debt. But Nigerians are still borrowing. Nigeria as a country or Nigerian government are still borrowing. And we've been asking. Subsidy removal is there, but the country is still borrowing. So where is the money going to? In case you don't know, we just saw in Koshofe, there, in case K2 Ikosi, to be precise, I beg your pardon, where the chairperson of that particular LCDA just reeled out about 36, SUVs to both executive and the council, members there. Today, this just happened today. So what are we saying exactly? And APC support group is saying this? It's just a question, and that's a food for thought. We should actually think about that particular statement. All right, away from that particular conversation, Obasanjo spread lies for 20 years. This is coming from Atiku Abubakar. Former Vice President says ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo has run a 20-year campaign of lies against him. The clash follows Obasanjo's claim that Atiku gave 5 million to late Speaker Gali Umar Abba to push for his impeachment between the 1999 to 2007. In a statement by his aide, Frank Shaibu, titled, "The Grave is Not Witness Box," Atiku called it desperate bid to rewrite story and, of course, history ahead of 2027. He said it is unethical to attack Abba now that he's dead and can't defend himself. If it was true, why didn't he say it while Abba was still alive? Atiku asks, and of course, adding that the timing is aimed at boosting Obasanjo's preferred candidate for 2027. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 08138714129. Follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voptv, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. Failed government, Atiku blast Tinubu, Jengara spark outrage. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. Program Medistic People's Voice on Voice of Television. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused President Bola Tinubu of running a failed government amid rising killings and insecurity. In a statement by his aide, Frank Shaibu, Atiku condemned the adoption of school children in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, and killings in Katsina. He said the administration's response is recycled outrage and empty threat instead of actions. Presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga hit back, accusing Atiku of corruption during his time as vice president. Of course, insisted protecting life. Atiku insisted that protecting life is a government's primary duty and urged the president to move beyond a statement. And of course, separately in Kano, Sheikh Yahaya Jengar also sparked outrage at Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's Abba Go Again event, which happened on August 9, 2026, which was yesterday to be precise. He urged Muslims to get their PVCs and back Muslim tickets, claiming the 2023 polls approved Muslims are the majority, and telling supporters to show the infidels their limits, which we don't actually know who is literally calling the infidel. Here, we're now being joined by Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, a social and political analyst. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Lawa.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome on board. And of course, we'll be, receiving Dr. Dayo Kayode shortly, but he's been set up. Hopefully, he would join the conversation along the line. Mr. Lawa, in as much as I'm really, interested as regards to us, kicking the ball rolling already, but in just 20 seconds, I'd like to respond to the NLC conversation. NLC are trying to push for about 500,000 to 600, thereabout. But a support group from the APC is saying that, Nigerian government is in debt already. Do you think that that statement should be coming in, given the fact that a governor just appreciated, the government as regards to Nasarawa state that, upon removal of fuel subsidy, their state was receiving as about, is it 4 billion? Yes. But now they're receiving enough now, we've seen several headlines saying that governors are becoming rich and Nigerians are becoming poor. But what's your take as regards to that?
Yes, thank you. One, the NLC keep misleading Nigerian workers.
How do you mean?
Yes. Because what exactly are you fighting for? Something you know is not realistic. It is the same you, this NLC, that negotiated at 70,000 when Nigeria were saying it wasn't enough. You remember at that time, going back and forth, calling protests before people start, you will call it off, telling them they are negotiating. Keep misleading.
Don't you think someone can make mistake if they feel that they've made mistake in the past and they want to correct it? Are you not going to give them a rule?
It's not once. It has been done in series.
So now that it looks like they want to get it right by saying that
So
this is what they want.
how can they get it right with the amount?
Are you thinking that it is not visible?
It's not.
Why?
Okay. You see what they are already telling him. I'm not saying that the government don't have enough money.
APC support group is just APC support group, but that's not from the federal government.
I'm not saying the government cannot afford it.
Okay.
But I'm saying it's not realistic because I know that the NLC itself is deceitful. Keep going back and forth. When they mention this, before you know they are talking about what they say they want to call Nigeria task force. Before you know they are calling it off and they'll be saying this. Before you know they will come back and say that it's 75,000 is okay. Before you know it, then the question is, where do they really stand? Is it the inflation you need to control, or the deceitful way of telling us that the money, the minimum wage is not enough, they should add to it? I said that the government, it's not that the government cannot afford it.
Okay.
But that is where the problem is. The president said he has given more money to the governors. The governors have more money. Good. Now, that we should go and meet the governors. Now, who exactly is NLC talking about concerning this 500,000 naira? Even the 70,000 naira, the government have not been able to, afford it. And has NLC ever taken drastic actions against the government or the governors that have not paid that even 70,000 naira? There are other organizations under NLC that are private. Even their salaries is not even up to the minimum wage. The total package is not even up to that. We know graduates who are teachers and they are earning below 60,000 naira because they are in private establishments. So who exactly is NLC fighting for? What is that exactly? To me, what they are doing is confusing. You should be fighting for how prices will be stabilized, how the economy will stable, why our prices will go down, instead of fighting for something it's not realistic. To me, it's not realistic.
Okay.
You want to fight from 70,000 to 500,000.
Right.
The 500,000 has been proposed long time, even before NLC came down to that 70,000.
Okay. Let's actually, keep our fingers crossed. It's a developing conversation. And since the NLC has actually said that they will be taking up this particular, discussion, up. So let's just hope that we would hear something, productive or positive, in as much as people like Mr. Lawal is saying that I don't think it's realistic, 500,000, I don't think it's possible. But let's keep it open. Now let's come back to the main conversation, which this particular, situation as regards to the NLC is still laced to this conversation either ways. And I would let you know. The president mentioned, he said that the security situation in the country is yielding results. Economy is getting better. That the reforms is also, yielding results as well. And the presidential spokesman, Bayo Onanuga, has said a lot. He has given different assertions. He has taken briefs on behalf of the presidency as regards to improved security, economy, that Nigerians are not even as hungry as they actually, have mentioned. Now, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, decided to summarize this administration, and should we call it a retrospect, an administrative retrospect of what has happened ever since, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over. And he said, this is a failed government. Because the government has failed as regards to security. The government has failed in economy. So, do you think that Atiku's assertion is totally true? Because to an extent, the government would actually say that they've rescued, so many people. They've put in a lot of, situation. The president just increased, the personnel salary as well. And they said they're really working towards, making sure that Nigeria is safe. And don't also forget that anybody who's working in this administration will tell you that, oh, they inherited some of these things from the past administration, regardless of the same political platform. So should we call this a political rhetoric from Atiku Abubakar, or this is just white and black?
Now, when
as regards to that particular, adjective, bad government.
Now, the thing is this. Is this a rhetoric or not? Yes, it's a rhetoric.
Okay.
The second question is the rhetoric true or wrong? It is true. So you look at it as somebody who is speaking the truth rhetorically, because the problem lingers. So you keep speaking it and keep speaking it.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Lawa, if you use the word, the problem lingers. So are you saying that if the problem had happened, but it didn't linger, it would have been better? Then we would have said, oh, the government is doing fine?
No, the moment there's a problem and you are able to solve it, we won't talk about it again now. It will be rhetoric because it has been solved. There's no point talking about it.
And you don't care even if it is a recurrent situation?
That's why I said the moment it is solved.
Okay.
It doesn't occur again. It's solved. 2 + 2 is equals to 4. Period.
In further math, we might actually tell you 2 + 2 is 2. It's just a question.
So what I'm trying to say is that the moment it is solved, nobody talks about it. But
Okay.
it's not, if the problem is not solved, people keep talking about it. Now, one of the indications that the problem lingers in this country is the issue of this Osun election that is coming on board. See the number of forces that are sent to Osun to maintain law and order. Is there war in Osun at the moment? Are they fighting war? Is the battleground for Israel and Iran in Osun State, that you are sending so much forces to that place? All the forces are going to that place. What is going on, my God? It shows that they anticipate a problem. They know there's a problem. And then they are rushing to that place. It's one of our issues that has been lingering, that our society is unstable and violent. And if it's unstable and violent, how can Nigerians go about their normal lawful duties, activities when the environment is unstable and violent? Because for you to sell, normally, election is supposed to be something that is peaceful. You get it? Is it not to go there, cast your vote, and then your vote is counted, or your votes are counted, and then the winners are declared? Is it a battleground? Is that war? No. It's a civil activities. And then you are sending all the forces here, the military, the Air Force, who again? Is it Navy again? I don't know. They are sending everybody. In fact, I don't understand. Armor, tank, whatever. Because people just want to go and cast their vote and leave.
Mr. Lawa, don't you think these are just safety precautions? Just like whenever we announce that vote buying should be curtailed. Now, when we talk about security at polling units or at the polls, you would agree with me that we've also seen ballot boxes being snatched.
Who's supposed to control it? Who's supposed to prevent it?
That's why they are there.
And that's why I said
the
problem.
Outfits.
That's why I said the problem lingers. It's a rhetoric. Every time we need to have an election, we anticipate violence. Are we the only country in the world?
Okay, if I may ask you, Mr. Lawa, has the government failed in security in this nation?
It's part of what I'm telling you.
I would like you to answer.
Yes. It's part of what I'm telling you. You can't. That's why I said election is a civil matter. It's a civil activities, for God's sake. It's a civil activities. Even while you are going to vote, you see come across some of your friends you've not seen before. You exchange pleasantries. you talk about the candidates, you talk about things, you get it, you deliberate, you explain pleasantries. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it is all over the world. But here, when it's election,
don't you think that while you are
military officers, you are going to see people well armed, on the street, and then how do you feel when you want to go and vote? Do you know that in Nigeria here, accidental discharge is common? So, are you not going to fear for your life? Many people will not want to go and vote because they're already afraid. They are intimidated because you see personnel carrying weapons. It shows that our society is insecure.
Okay, let me quickly do a disclaimer to that particular one. Now, in as much as we have data, in the public domain that covers the fact that we may have, some several accidental discharge, just like Mr. Lawa said, but that doesn't mean it should be a yardstick for you not to go out and exercise, your civil rights as regards to voting. We know we have what we call voter apathy in the country already, where people just feel their vote doesn't count anymore. But please, you should, go out and vote. And whenever you see security officials or security personnel, at the polling unit, just understand that they're just trying to, keep law and order. That should, be mentioned so that you don't think that, oh, there might be accidental discharge. I don't think I want to go there and all of that. And that's not the case. So go out and vote. We'll start off from the proof of concept, which is just, this Saturday in Osun. And afterwards, we'll be looking towards the federal, which is the highest seat in the land in January. But that being said, now, if we are to assess the balance, Mr. Lawa, as regards to federal and state responsibility in tackling adoption and banditry rights right now, don't forget that we had a particular honorable from the APC, okay, that was here, and he said it is the job of the governor to protect his, his people. And he even mentioned the likes of building more fences with the security votes that was given. You remember how the show went, and I remember that even after the show, you and him had, some heated arguments, at the staircase. Now, but this is it. When we look at the situation where we want accountability, we want someone to take responsibility as regards to the security architecture of this country, who should we literally, hold to account for this particular situation? Now, we've seen over time that the best route, right, that some governors, have taken, they've agreed to be negotiating with bandits in the north. That has happened over time. And some, rescue that we've seen, in as much as they've not really come out to tell us that, we actually paid ransom, they tell us they don't pay ransom, so we believe. But we didn't also see that these, non-state actors were also repelled. Now, Mr. Lawa, who should we hold accountable? The governor of that particular state where the adoption, the kidnap took place, or it is the federal government that could not provide adequate security architecture for the people? We have the forest guard, for example. They don't have good arsenals, they don't have good equipment, and they can't actually withstand, these non-state actors that are properly equipped, for example. So I'd like to get to take as regards to that.
Now, in a normal society.
Yeah. When you say the normal society, we're also a normal society.
No, we are not normal here now.
Really?
We are not. We are not normal here now.
Why should you
we
say
are just
so?
managing to survive. People cannot, comfortably travel. You can, feel, secure traveling. You get it? Normally, we're supposed to run 24 hours economy. By the time it's evening, people will be calling themselves, are you not at home? Yeah, you know what? See, that is not a normal society. A normal society means that the state, the people who run the state makes the people in the state feel comfortable, secure, so that they can go by their normal, lawful duties. Now, coming to this, you said who should be responsible for security? Is it the governor of a state or the president? Now, all of them, that's why I said in a normal society, security starts from the local council. You get what I'm saying? The security of people starts from the local council. Because the local council is a government on its own. And it's closest to the people. So any call, the closest people to respond will be from the local government. Now, the second one is the state. So if the local government is overwhelmed or the state is support will support the local government, and then the federal will now, monitor all of them, so that security architecture is divided into three: the local government, the state, and the federal. But in Nigeria here, everything goes to the federal. The federal controls the police. The federal controls the civil defense. The federal controls Air Force. The federal control everything. All securities are under the control of the federal government. So how come you can now come and blame the state? Because the state, the law doesn't empower them to have their own security architecture or security organization that can, bear weapons and be able to secure the lives and property of their citizens. Everything goes to the federal. So everybody will call the federal. Let me say about 5 states is calling the federal at once. Which one will the federal, respond to? Will now begin to prioritize. That's why I said the society will run. It's not normal. It's not, because the system will run. It's not, it's not a system that is operative. It's full of flaws, and they will refuse, you get it, to do the right thing. Look at INEC. I said that our electoral system is designed to be violent. That is why you see, anytime you want to have an election, the government anticipates there will be violence. So they mass up all the security forces to that place, thereby intimidating the people of that state. Because when they see so much security, with weapons, how do you feel? You get it? Because our electoral system is designed to be violent. People said, let's go for electronic voting. You go there, you cast your vote, it goes there. Even if somebody carry the machine away, it doesn't affect the voting. It's already, in the system. It's already in the national system. You get what I'm saying? Everybody can go and view it there. We said, no, we must go to the one in which it is easy to carry the ballot box and run away. Or somebody can come there with weapon, which we've seen before, intimidate people, carry the ballot box and run away. And then up till now, we refuse to change that system. We still keep putting the system in our electoral law, and then you are telling me that our electoral system is not designed to be violent. And the same thing across. So in security now, security starts from the local government. Even this state police they are doing now is going to create another flaws on its own. You know why? Because in each state, there are local governments there. In Lagos, we have 20 official local governments. You have some with 40, 30 something. With one state. One governor. Just like the president controlling 36 states, the governor will now, look for who to deploy when there are problems in so many local governments at once. Which one are you going to prioritize? And then the problem starts again. But we are telling them that this thing you don't need to do it in a rush. You get it? Let the experts look at it critically. Let people look at it. Do what we refer to as comparative security studies across the world. See the way it is done, and be able to find a better way by which our own will even be better than the developed countries. Which of the developed country is not making use of their local security? That's why they call it county. They call them sheriffs. Before you can get to the state, they are already in your presence. Any small problem, like they are already there in the next 1 to 2 minutes. But now, we said we want to do state police. But you've forgotten that even the local government policing is more important than the state police that you are creating. Now, by the time they start it now, we'll go back to the same issue again. Why are we like that? And then we say we run a normal society. What makes our society normal? Are they not doing election in America? They do general election. They do this like Osun State, pockets of election here and there. They even do midterm election. So do you see them sending all the forces with police and the National Guard and the Air Force and whatever to that area state in order to maintain law and order? Why would they do that? Because they deal with preventive measures before it happens. They're already arresting people who are going to do all the whatever nonsense they are doing. And then people will go and vote normal, and everything is fine. But here, it's a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing. And then we keep believing we are doing the right thing. What is right about what we are doing? So across board, that's why you see some governors, they take it as an excuse to go and negotiate with terrorists. Because it's an excuse to me. Okay. Why will you go and negotiate with terrorists? Right. But they will blame they will say, well, if we call the this thing, they are not getting
so, Mr. Lawa, are you saying that the state governments were meant to be blamed?
I am saying that in a normal society, local government, state, and the federal, they have equal responsibility to provide security. But in Nigeria here, it is the president. Because he's the one that commands all the security apparatus.
Yes, he's the commander.
The other was, even though they collect security vote, one, we don't know what they do, what they use it for. They've never given account. Two, they don't control anything. They can't even tell their some who are vigilantes. They don't even by law wield weapons. So you want to go and meet criminals, even ordinary armed robber. I'm not even talking terrorists, so armed robber.
I don't think you should use the word ordinary to armed robber.
No, I'm just saying that now. Maybe there are maybe 3 or 4 or 5. They carry weapons with guns, and then vigilante wants to go and meet them with a word of mouth. You get it? Hey, stop there.
No, but you would agree with me that Sunday Igboho actually said that he has enough, spiritual powers, to go into the bush to get the.
Maybe we should make we should make Sunday Igboho our national security advisor.
So many of them have, spiritual powers that they feel they, But just to actually, buttress this, in as much as we are saying this is a laudable faith, and we just hope that the state police would do well, for this nation. And
they need to include, the local government
now
policing. You need police.
Of course.
I don't know.
Of course, every state would actually work with local government, and every ward. They will
establishment.
It will.
The law. Let it be in the law.
It will, Mr. Lawa.
Let them be independent too.
And you don't forget that, just like you mentioned, in Lagos we have 20 local governments, but we have about 37 LCDs. That is not constitutionally recognized. And you know how that actually happened. Between this president now, when he was a governor, and
I even thought he would have, since president will have rectified that. That thing will have been rectified.
I'm just been told that Dr. Dayo is in. Hello, doctor. Good afternoon. Are you there?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much, doctor. So sorry, we had a glitch, and they were trying to set you up. But thank God that you are here now, and I believe you got the headline. Atiku Abubakar was actually called "This Administration Failed." Now, doctor, I might have to, rush you as regards to giving you a lot, discussion so that you can react to a lot of things here. Now, let's talk on political, base. First, I understand that Mr. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is your, principal, so you should have a lot of things to say as regards to assessing these, government.
I will never deny that.
Definitely. All right. So now, on politics, Atiku is actually, talking about the security architecture of this nation. Is this about, just, a concerned citizen, or is it, positioning for the 2027 election? Of course, what political calculation is it, doing here? Because Atiku has not rested. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has been calling on the president. And some people usually would give this submission I'm about to talk about, which I think to an extent you might actually know that they are also in line, by saying that as soon as this election is over, if he doesn't win, the next thing is he will leave the country again and go back to Dubai. I don't know how true that is, because you would let us know his movement, because we don't know. How effective is this particular situation, as regards to between Atiku and, the president? Now, he also called this government, a press release government. He says any little thing, they give a press release. Any little thing, it is press release. Now, let's talk about, the voters. Voters that have been affected directly, by this insecurity. How does this whole press release situation affect them? And if you are to look at the security architecture in this country, who is to be held accountable? The state governor or the presidency? I'd like you to take your bid now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first of all take the area that directly affects my own principal, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. There is an adage that says, rest is good after labor. When someone had campaigned all over the country for a long period, and after the elections, you also have to go through the stress of the judicial process and all that. Are you saying such a person does not deserve a rest before going into next activity? I think Nigerians should be able to answer that so that we can put this issue at rest once and for all. Secondly, looking at Atiku Abubakar in the opposition, compared to when Bola Ahmed Tinubu was in opposition, then you wouldn't see Tinubu talking. He always sent his men outside to talk. People like Dele Alake and co are the ones that are always talking. And some other people that are hiding under the cacophony of privacy without any link, without people knowing their link to Tinubu then. But now, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar in the opposition is showing capacity that is not hiding. This is what should be. You see him talking all of the time by himself, or through Frank Shoaib, who is a well-known personality with him. So are you now telling me that that is wrong? Talking about press releases, using press release to govern. I was listening to what's his name again? This guy in charge of our tax now, that has replaced the new finance minister.
It's popularly called Sego, right? That's the person in charge of what? Okay,
Now,
are you talking NU? Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the NU RTW. Okay, please go ahead.
No, okay. Now,
that's how your daily, right?
How
that's
much
the tax.
Nigeria is making through taxation, through stock exchange, and all that. And the presenter was asking him, I watched that program, was a few days ago, and the presenter was asking him, hey man, yes, you are talking about how much money Nigeria is making, no doubt about it. But does this translate to bread and butter on the table of Nigerians? We could see Nigerians shouting hunger. You go to the market and buy tomato, pepper, and whatever from a Musa who sells pepper. What we used to buy 400 before now, it's not going for 2,000 naira. Go to Baba Mukaila Elero, the same thing. Go to the market and do your survey. So tell me, where do we see all of this money that is coming into our coffers, translating into bread and butter to people? Let's go again to the removal of subsidy. You told us that all the monies that you gain from subsidy, you'll be using it for infrastructure development. You will not be borrowing money here and there again. For goodness sake, is it true that we are no more paying subsidy? Or we pay subsidy through another vehicle, using another name? Is it true that Nigeria is no more borrowing money since the removal of subsidy? Despite the fact of series of press releases that we have been having. Let us go to the governors. Yes, you have been giving governors money here and there. You have been, I was even reading somewhere that the allocation that goes to the governors now are decreased from something like between 3 3 to 5 million to now 50 to 60 million. Billions, rather. Tell me, what are they using that money for? And some people are saying they should lay the blame on the table of the governors. Oh, yes, no doubt about it. However, who does the buck stop on his table?
Okay.
Who is supposed to supervise and direct where this money is supposed to go to? I will give you an instance. Look at the money coming to Lagos State. Why is Lagos State governor, inclusive of the revenue, IGR being generated, come around and then take back industry like CIL, Cocoa Industry Limited, at Akilo, Dunlop, and all that? Look at the one in Ekiti, the former textile industry. When I was growing up, a lot of people were working in that industry. But how they find me thought that by selling all those machineries there as scrap, and then divide the buildings there into cubicles, where they now sell gari, beans, and rice. I mean, of what economic importance is that one to the economy of Ekiti State than having that, what do I call it now? Textile industry. These are issues. I always see your chairman there supervising activities in your studio. Why? Because he wants to deliver effectively to the people. So why is the president too not supervising for effective delivery of dividends of democracy to the people? These are all issues I want us to put together to be able to know what is what in our nation.
All right, Doctor, Mr. Lawal wants to respond to some of the things, but at some point, I think Mr. Lawal has, considered, right? Because initially, when you started with your statement of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, going back to rest in Dubai after, going from one state to the other, as regards to the campaign thing, so it was not getting down well with Mr. Lawal. I had to be telling him, just hold on, let him, land on its thoughts. But
okay, that's okay. Everybody with his or her own opinion.
No, this is not about
everybody
opinion.
with his opinion.
See, sir,
but I think after I had work,
Doctor, please hold on. Wait, doctor, if he wants to rest, he can still rest in Nigeria, doctor.
See,
you rest in Nigeria. We should rest in Nigeria.
It's not even about residing in Nigeria or not.
Okay.
If you want to work in a farm, you go to that farm regularly and see how you are going to plan the farm.
Okay.
You don't sit in the house and come the day you want to work and start working.
Okay.
There'll be error. Now, the thing is this, it's not about opinion.
So that what you're saying is Atiku Abubakar does not have proper structure as regards
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying that,
right?
I'm not against what he has said, but I'm just saying that it's better.
No, your analogy is what we're picking now.
Yes, what I'm saying that it is better even when the election is over, that His Excellency stay in Nigeria and continue to monitor, strategize, so that by the time you are coming on board, to speak, you already have, an overview of everything, and then you already have your solutions on ground. So by the time you are talking, people know that this person, has.
So that means you are totally against the Dubai trip here.
I believe that the His Excellency should always be in Nigeria. Most
to rest here as well.
He can go out and rest, but most of the time, his resting should be in Nigeria. Do you know one thing? Wait, do you know that many of our tourist, attraction areas are suffering because many of our rich people, or most of our rich people, are influential people, don't actually visit those places. For example, the cattle ranch.
No, but regardless, maybe they just feel it's not safe for them. Yeah, I think let's just leave it that way. I think Doctor wants to say something.
On holidays.
Doctor, what did you say? Come again.
Mr. You are one of those also travel out on holidays because this is your time.
I can't. Even
in UK, I can tell you the company, the shop where you bought this your tie in UK.
Okay, so Doctor is also telling you that. Doctor says that you also travel out on holidays. You understand?
We have met in
so he said he can tell you the country where you bought your tie. Okay, Doctor, for someone like Doctor
out of the country.
Doctor. I think at this point I just have to broker the piece here. Now let's move to the next conversation, which I want you to respond before I bring it back to the studio. We're pressed for time, so we just have to look for a way to navigate. Sheikh Jengari, I don't know if you've actually saw that particular video and where he made several assertions.
Yes, I saw it.
how dangerous is Jingaro's call, to show the infidel their limits? In the current security climate, should there be consequences for such? What does the push for Muslim tickets and PVC mobilization signal about the political strategy in the North ahead of the 2027? Because it is not even looking like, it would be a soft landing for your party, the ADC, because they are actually saying the Muslim ticket is what they even feel is safer for them, because they're trying to push a religious narrative again in 2027 election, which Nigerian government are really trying so hard, to change that particular narrative, because this will only amplify the Christian genocide conversation in the country. What is your take as regards to this? And of course, he cited the 2023 election results as proof of majority, and of course, he didn't care about saying that, the Muslim ticket, was not really okay. He said that should be the standard, this should be it. And he called another religion or every other religion infidel. I don't know what you take or what your response would be, but I'd like you to give us clarity as regards to what, your own submission would be in this religious, space from a religious leader in the North.
I will put my dissent to you in just 3 minutes.
Please go ahead.
So give me that 3 minutes.
Doctor, you might not have 3 minutes, but I can still spare 1 minute, 20 seconds. Please go ahead.
And I will conceptualize it.
All right, go ahead.
Number one, I am not a religious bigot, but a spiritualist that believes in the tenets of creation through the God Almighty. Look at this. These are my Bibles, a hymn book. This is my Quran. This is my Quran. Another Muslim praying, Islamic praying book. I also have that of the Grail Message. I also have that of the Hindu and all that. That is to tell you.
Doctor, you don't have that of Hare Krishna? Don't you have Hare Krishna?
I've been looking for that of Hare Krishna and Okmonfa. Yes.
Doctor, this is part of your 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Yes, and that is to tell you whether Muslim, Christian, or whatever. I don't give a hoot. All I'm looking for is good governance. However, I don't like a situation whereby one is now trying to use kind of religious tenet to hit up the polity or to run amok of the constitution. What Jiggy has done is nothing other than running contrary to our Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. And it needs to be picked up for all those derogatory words. How can you be calling your fellow man an infidel? Does it know the meaning of infidel? And does it know the gravity of that word on the psychology and the psyche of those people he's using that word on? However, I will tell you this. The book of Proverbs said, my son, move away from those doctrines that goes contrary against the words of knowledge. It's somewhere in the book of Proverbs. All right. But then, what am I saying here? There are some people in positions of authority that thinks that they can teach the people. So it is now left for the people to borrow from that book of Proverbs to be able to know what this person is teaching. Is it right or wrong? To what extent can it develop my knowledge? To what extent can it make me to go closer to my Creator, the Almighty God? To what extent will it further my advancement in this world? Imagine Imagine what Nigi have been teaching his followers.
Okay.
It is nothing
All right.
other than
thank you so much.
reading
All right.
Boko Haramism,
All right, Doctor.
killings, and
Doctor.
all that. And my Bible, my Quran, my every other thing. I've been preaching love, not killings, no hatred, not calling somebody infidel.
All right, thank you so much,
And that's why
Doctor.
I
We're
said,
pressed
all
for time.
these people, they always preach religion.
All right,
rather
thank you so
than
much. Thank you.
spirituality.
All right, Mr. Lawa, I'm sorry, we're pressed for time. I would like to just, in just 20 seconds, just to give me your final take.
Yes.
As regards to traditional leaders, the spiritualists, or religious leaders' role, during election period like this, for them to know when not to cross the line into inciting the people.
See, the problem still lies with our political system. The governor is inviting such a person that is used to saying this thing, even when he's in his, religious houses with people. He's used to saying things like this, and then you brought him to your campaign to speak. What do you expect him to say? And second, since he has been saying things like this, and others have been saying it, is there any caution? No caution. The only caution we had is when somebody like Nnamdi Kanu is talking and he finds himself in a life imprisonment. Because one of the things they use in jailing him is one of the things that this man just did. Incitement.
All right.
Calling others who are fellow Nigerians, inferior. Right. Because the word infidel means
thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. Sincerely, it's so painful that we can actually go beyond this particular point. But coming up next is a locker room. If you love the word football, I'd like to stay able to enjoy that particular one. But I can't actually leave without not saying thank you to you, Fatima. Thank you to you, Amira, Adira, Kamsi, Chidera, and of course, Bukola behind, this wonderful production. Thank you so much, my team, for a lovely program. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè. Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu. Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
It's another very lovely day to be here to talk football on the Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Ago. It promises to be a very exciting edition of the show as the WAFCON has actually come to an end. I'm talking about the group phase of the WAFCON as the flying Super Falcons, I beg your pardon, have actually made it through to the next round of the WAFCON after a lot of permutation. We had a conversation about it yesterday. And of course, we'll also look at the Flying Eagles. They've made it to the finals of the Voptv Championship. If they get to win it in this particular episode, it's going to be the very first time a team win that particular championship 3 times in a row. Of course, they are the most decorated side in that particular championship. They won it 7 times. And South Africa is definitely the most recent champion. They called last year's tournament. They actually knocked out the Flying Eagles in the finals. And of course, we also take a look at what's happening in the world of transfer as Jamie Carragher is actually calling out Mo Salah, saying that he actually left, a good part of his years that the Europeans would, or the world would have enjoyed him playing the top 5 leagues in Europe for money as he joins, Trabzonspor. All of this and more we'll be looking at in this edition of the show. Of course, it's a full house. Afis joins us right here in the show, of course, as well as Jerry, who's always very present. And virtually, Babajide will definitely be a part of the show as we look into all of these conversations and, of course, bring you the context that will keep you informed. Of course, guys, good evening and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Ikechukwu. Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to the viewers out there as well. It's good to be here to talk football. And Nigerians can put their calculators away now. It was a tense night, even though they went better against the Egyptian side, the whipping girls of the group. 6-2 it ended, but there are still a lot of questions, rather than answers. A lot of questions to be given, to be answered, actually, because, yes, you could say they scored 6 goals against, the Egyptians, but they scored 3 penalties. And the Egyptians that only scored 1 goal in 2 games, conceding 9 goals, going into that last game, trying to play for pride, and they still scored 2 goals against Super Falcons. There's still a lot to be concerned for. We can't keep getting lucky because it looked like we are going into games and we can't keep doing that. And they will be facing most likely the Cameroonian side in the quarterfinals. Hopefully, they will improve. But good one for them. Good one for the Voptv as well. And in the world of transfers, Rodri, it looks like he might be making a U-turn because it was Real Madrid that was involved. They looked very, very interested. It looked like it was going to make the move to Madrid, but now Barcelona in the picture. Let's see how that will pan out. And also, Vinicius Junior, will he stay at Real Madrid or will he make a move to
and Jerry
to Arsenal?
Yeah, for the first time, I had to do a lot of research to really find out whether the Super Falcons was going to qualify. Even after the game, I still had to ask myself, how did the Super Falcons make it through? I had to do a lot of research, and eventually, when I found out the rule that made the Super Falcons qualify, I just told myself, I don't want the Super Falcons to do this to me again. They should just respectfully win their first game and win their second game. Then the third game, they can just play a draw or use their reserve players. So please, I think Madugu and the girls, I think I don't want to start doing what we used to do for the Super Eagles with the Super Falcons. Yes, with all due respect, female football is no longer like the way it used to be, where you just beat every team 10-0. If you keep doing that, everybody will get bored. Yes, like it's no longer competitive. It's there for the Super Falcons to take. So the more competition, it makes it more interesting. It makes it even sweeter when they eventually win it. And the Super Falcons, whether they like it or not, if they are playing like this, they are playing badly, and they are winning games, and they are still giving other teams a run for their money, I think there's not much to be worried about. But I think the Banga boys and all of those who don't really understand what sports is about, to just leave this team to just do their thing. Because I saw a tweet that really annoyed me this morning, where someone said that the likes of Asisa Doshola, all the experienced players should give way so that the younger players can take over the team. Then I asked the person, I said, so that means Rodri should not have gone to the World Cup with Spain, and the likes of Zubimendi and the senior players Messi should not even have any shouldn't even near that Argentine team going to the World Cup if he was playing for the Super Falcons.
Well,
so that's not how to assess a team. You look at a blend of experience, and of course, there's always a process. If you take a look at it, Oshola already knows that she's on her way out, but she's creating a process where when she leaves, other players would have seen her as mentor to take them to the next level.
Well, let's keep it. When we actually get into the conversation proper, we'll definitely look into it. But first, I'll look at the very big story we're breaking down in the world of football in Africa as the CAF Champions League and, of course, CAF Confederations League. The official draw has been open. And, of course, Enugu Rangers, the defending champion of the Nigerian League, will face AS Soberpan of Benin Republic in round 1. First leg in Ikene. Of course, second leg will be in Benin. And if they scale through, next is going to be against either AS Nejilek of Niger or MC Alger of Algeria. And of course, for Rivers United, yes, Finidi Ball, the man who once held at the Super Eagles, and of course, he's one of the reasons why we didn't actually make it to the World Cup. They're going to actually face San Pedro of Cote d'Ivoire, in the first round, and potential round 2 opponents will be Vipers of Uganda against, or they will be playing against Naudihu of Mauritania. These are two, top teams you want to say because of the level that the Nigerian football has actually dropped in terms of league football. And of course, the round 1 will be played in September between the 4th and 6th of September, and the second game will be played between the 11th and 13th in 2026. And the round 2, should these teams actually make it through that particular round, it's going to be played on the 16th to 18th of October, and the second one we played on the second leg, I beg your pardon, we played on the 23rd to 25th of the same month of October. And it's actually quite interesting to know that the last time we actually tasted glory in this particular competition, or the only time, it's actually Eimba, and they did it, twice in a row. And it's going to be quite beautiful to actually see us, get to that level again. And we'll also look at what's happening right there in the CAF Confederations League, where Shooting Stars of Ibadan will face CS Sfaxien of Tunisia in round 1. First leg in Ikena again, and the second leg is against this Tunisian side right there in Tunisia. And of course, talking about their home ground where it's located in Sfax. And of course, the Oluwole Warriors will advance next if they actually defeat this side, and they'll be playing against Amadou Diallo of Cote d'Ivoire or East End London of Sierra Leone. And Ekaneme Warriors, if they also defeat their opponent, which is UDIP of Guinea-Bissau in round 1, they'll definitely scale through to actually face one of the big sides in African football, talking about Raja Casablanca of Morocco, or they're going to be playing against Raja Godby to actually. It's going to be quite interesting. Raja Casablanca already made it through, so they're really playing against Raja Casablanca in that particular tie. So I don't know if they're going to actually be able to do that, because Raja Casablanca is actually a very top side. I wonder what they're actually doing at this level. It says a lot about the quality of football in the Moroccan league at this point. But guys, the official draw is here. We'll definitely be looking at this. But before we talk about the strength of Nigerian participants in this two championship, my worry when I actually saw the draw is how come these guys will be playing Ikene? Does it mean we don't even have any standard pitch across the country where these guys will definitely be playing? Because yes, I can actually even understand that the Oluwole Warriors, right? The Yole Warriors will definitely be playing right there in Ikene. I will look at the proximity and say, okay, Ogun State to Ibadan. Well, maybe very much in the same central western part of the country. But then Enugu Rangers coming all the way from Enugu down to Ikene gives me worry. I mean, it says a lot about our preparation. It says a lot about the standard that we are actually operating on at this point, Jerry. Just imagine Champions League. They're saying all teams in England will be playing. Say in Manchester, and then Liverpool will travel all the way to Old Trafford to play their club competition. I don't know if this actually makes any sense to you.
Yeah. I don't know whether you want me to start a comedy show, because it's only those who are foreigners who don't live in Nigeria for the past 10 years will be confused why a team like Rangers does not have a standard pitch that can host the CAF Champions League game. Even the Super Eagles of Nigeria, which is the biggest football team out of Nigeria, does not even have a standard pitch to play their home games. We managed to play in Uyo. We used to have Abuja. We used to have the National Stadium in Lagos. We used to play at some point in time in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt got tired of us. We had to make use of the Nest of Champions. And we all know the story. So if the main national team is struggling to have a standard pitch to play their home games, what more, Rangers has been owned by a state government who depends on whether the governor who is currently in charge has interest in football to build them a standard pitch. So sentiments have become the issue. So for Rangers playing their game in Ikene, they should even be grateful that they even have a pitch that is good enough to host them. But the undue advantage they will also have, undue disadvantage to them, because it's not an advantage.
Yeah.
Playing in Ikene, how many Nigerians can travel from Enugu to Ikene to give them home support? So that game will just be like a neutral venue for Rangers. Yes. Then how many people in Ikene are Enugu Rangers fans who's going to make their way down to the stadium to support them? Because we're in a country right now where 130 million live below poverty line. And of course, cost of transportation just from Enugu to Ogun State, we don't even want to go there. This kind of fan love will make me spend as much as 60,000 naira just for one trip. We're not talking about to and fro. Where if you are going to go to Enugu, from Enugu to Ikene to watch the Rangers game against a team that I had to Google this morning to find out what the team, where is the team playing for Benin Republic.
Jerry, I want to even say something, right? In the 80s, right? In the 80s, in the 70s, Enugu Rangers actually got to semi-finals of this competition. The likes of Shooting Stars also got to the semi-finals of the competition. And they played it right there at the National Stadium in Lagos. Now, it means for over 40 years, right? Over 40 years, about 50 years now, we are still having this conversation about our top teams moving all the way to one particular venue because we don't have a standard.
See, Ikechukwu, let's
what should be the standard?
See, okay.
I think it would take some positives from it, because it was reported that they had to change their stadiums because the cathedral, that's talking about the home side, the home ground of Rangers is under some renovation, some sort of renovation. But the question you ask yourself is, why this kind of timing? How long is the renovation going to take for you to have to move your games entirely? But then, just like Jerry said, can't you find some stadiums? What happened to I think the Imba Stadium was renovated some years back, like maybe.
I mean, the Imba Stadium has always been used to play the CAF Champions League.
That new stadium is looking.
The Adokiye Asemaka Stadium in Port Harcourt has always been used for.
So I don't know why they didn't go, to places closer to them. While coming to Ikene, I mean, it's about 9 hours or so before they can get by road from Enugu to Ikene. And as for Shooting Stars as well, for me, I also fault them for trying to still get that same place as well. What happened to the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta? I think they should have gone there, to try and get their games there. Remo Stars went from Ikene to Abeokuta to play their Champions League game. Remember last season when they lost to Mamelodi Sundowns? So this time around, having everything being played, even Shooting Stars can actually come to the Mobology Johnson Arena here in Lagos to come and play their Champions League game, because I think that stadium meets CAF requirements for the Champions League or Confederation Cup matches. But I don't know what is going on. But for me, I'm looking at these Rangers players when they travel, let's say by road, because they might not necessarily come by air. If they travel by road, they about 9 hours, jet lag, they have to rest and they have to face a game. And yes, you could say maybe the teams they want to play might not be teams of as much strength as theirs, but what if they now start facing the big sides? Look at Shooting Stars.
We'll talk about the quality of the team as well. But we hear that Babajide Adewumi is with us now. Babajide, welcome to the locker room. Can you hear me, Babajide?
Good evening. Good evening. Okay, good evening.
All right. So, Babajide, we've been talking about the CAF Champions League and the CAF Confederations League draws, where we have the Enugu Rangers, Academy Warriors, Shooting Stars, and all these guys in the bracket. And the intriguing thing about this particular draws is that these guys seems not to have a standard pitch at this point. So they all move down to Ikene to actually play their game. And we're looking at, what this actually means to Nigerian football. And as well as we're also looking at, the quality of the opposition, right? How much of an impact with this, will I use the word exodus of our teams moving down to one particular stadium in Ogun State to actually persecute the game? How much of an impact is it going to have on them? And of course, what does it say about, the Nigerian league?
Good evening, Ike. Good evening to the rest of the guys in the building. It's a pleasure to be here once again. I honestly am not surprised because this has been a reality for a couple of years now. It is not something we just found ourselves doing. It has been on for a very long time, and even at this stage, I personally feel that we should not be in position right now because it has become like a part and parcel of Nigerian football, club football, where you would see Nigerian club sides wanting to play on the continent, and they are being asked to go to a different venue, to adopt a different venue as their home ground. We saw it play out last season. Yeah, I think last season now, where Remo Stars were playing in the CAF Champions League preliminary rounds, where they hosted Mamelodi Sundowns in Abeokuta. And of course, they were walloped by 5-0. And that was because Remo Stars were having a sort of an upgrade on their stadium in Ikene. But right now, it has now become very embarrassing because it has cut across not only Nigerian club side football now, but also even our national team. We cannot talk about a place for the national team right now, except the Nest of Champions in Uyo. After that place, where else do we go? Nowhere. So it is something that is so sad for us as a footballing nation, and it is sad that it's not a problem that will go any moment very soon, because when you look at the rate at which we are developing our infrastructures, is it at a jet speed? Definitely not. And could things be done better? Of course, they can be done better, but once there is no will from the powers that be, from those people who are saddled with the responsibility of making sure that we have proper infrastructure, proper facilities for our sporting sector in this country, then there will never be a way. So right now, when we are talking about the kind of impact this would have on the club sites that will be representing Nigeria on the continent, we should know that the impact it would have would be the normal ones it's been having. If they luckily scale through the very first round of this CAF interclub competitions at this very stage, it is most likely going to be difficult to scale through the second round, because they will, of course, definitely play a bigger and a better opponent, or a stronger opponent in the second round if they all scale through the very first round. I didn't get his name. I think he was talking about why Shooting Stars didn't instead adopt Abeokuta Stadium.
Yes,
I'm talking about the MK
Hafiz.
Abiola
Yeah,
Sports
Hafiz.
Complex at Kuto, very close to the office here. The reason is best known to them. But you know one thing about Remo is arguably the best pitch in Nigerian club football right now, because of all the work that has been done there. And the shameful part that these clubs that are rushing to that stadium are not having an idea of right now is, if the party of Remo Stars had not been deliberate about the development and the upgrade of his facility, of his club side, it will not become the go-to pitch for all of these clubs that are going there today. That pitch has been hosting the Super Falcons friendly before now. It will also host the under-17 boys if they have any home game or any friendly before a major competition. There was a time that the under-20 boys were also camped there on that same facility. I think we should be shameful enough.
Can you hear me, Adewumi? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So let me just butch in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we look at all of these, situations, and we understand that, it's really, really hurting our football, and something needs to be done. What should be done from, the administrative level? I'm talking about the NFF. I'm talking about.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? It seems we're having challenge with, the audio of Adewumi right there. But then, guys, let's move on to the next story. When Adewumi fixes audio, we'll definitely bring him up back. But then let's look at what happened right there yesterday, right there at the Voptv Under-20 Championship, where the Flying Eagles eventually make it to the semi-finals. Rather, yes, the semi-finals of that particular championship, after knocking out the host nations, Cote d'Ivoire. Now they are definitely through to that particular tournament that will be held right there in Ghana. The major championship. I think it's the final where
it's happening in.
They've made it to the final, right? Yes, they defeated Cote d'Ivoire in the semi-finals of the championship. Yes, just 7 teams actually participated in this one. Yes, so they're actually in the finals now. They defeated Cote d'Ivoire via penalty, 4-3, 4-2. It was actually quite interesting. And I recall that before this particular championship started, Jerry had a lot to say, and he was talking about how Makaiba and the team and all of that, the selection process and so many things. Now we're actually in the finals, and these particular guys going into this particular finals, if they get to win, it's going to be 3 times in a row. No team has ever done it, at this level. And I mean, don't we have a team in our hands, Jerry? A team to be proud of.
Yeah, that team almost lost that game. They were leading by 2-1.
Right.
I think they even scored first. The Ivorians came back into the game. The Ivorians scored first. They were leading 2-1. The Ivorians had to equalize 94th in the 94th minute of that game, which was a really, though they are a very young side, you don't expect them to be Messi-like and so on and so forth. Yeah, I just lost interest in the team based on the fact that I was not happy with the selection of the players. Yes, I saw a lot of bias in terms of the quality pool and where the players were selected from. That means there was no dragnet to cover the whole of Nigeria. We're talking about a national team. It shouldn't be restricted to players who play in Abuja or certain parts of the country alone, because the coach is more comfortable scouting players from that region. That is totally unacceptable. But at least they are the competition. Waffle beat him if they win it, the competition. I think there's nothing to be excited about. They lost to Burkina Faso before this game. And if you look at it, I think the only thing that is actually interests me in this team right now has to be the goalkeeper. I must give it to him.
Another haircut.
Clinton Lawani.
Yeah. He is a fantastic goalkeeper. I had to even rewatch the penalty shootout. He's very tall because his hands could actually touch the post from up, which at that age is really, really a very good quality for a goalkeeper to have if he really wants to go far in terms of the height and be able to manage his space within the box. And he has been able to do that. Those two saves were really brilliant. It shows a goalkeeper who watches, who listens, who learns, who is improving, who will get better if he continues to man his. Then for the rest of the players, I'm still waiting to see anything surprising. So far, so good. But the goalkeeper is just the one for me.
Afis, we're going to play against Burkina Faso, a team that defeated us 2-0 in the group stage, last game of the group stage. Anyways, you might want to say the Super Falcon. The Flying Eagles actually rested some of their legs after getting 6 points in the first two games. But I mean, against a side that defeated the Nigerian side in the last group game of this particular championship, now in the final against them, Burkina Faso, what's our chance?
Well, I think if the boys are, encouraged by their coach, Abdul Maikaba, if they are, told that, look, that one is seen as a blip. This time it's a final and we need to win and defend our title. Yes, they will approach that game with much more seriousness. And they are actually good players in the squad. Yes, Clinton Lawani, just like Jerry said, the goalkeeper, was the hero of the penalty shootout against the host Ivory Coast. And to be honest, they played a fantastic Ivory Coast side. Even Maikaba came out to say that they played arguably the best team in that competition, who hadn't considered until they faced the Flying Eagles. They hadn't considered all tournaments until they faced the Flying Eagles. So good one for the Flying Eagles, being able to at least penetrate that Ivorian defense. But now they also have to shore up their own defense so that Burkina Faso will not penetrate them, just like we did in the last group game in the group stages. And yes, if they can approach this game the same way they approached the first two games, scoring at will, and get it goes just like they won their first game, was it not about 3-1 or 4-0, and they approached the second game as just winning, and with the extra encouragement, the extra motivation that was given to them by the Super Eagles coach Eric Sekuchel, and they know that if they can perform, Eric Chel said it there that he might see like 1 or 2 players that he can pick from this squad, to groom them into the under-23 teams, maybe getting them ready for the Olympics that is coming up in 2 years at Los Angeles, and of course. Maybe we can see a step up to the Super Eagles team. And I personally have seen about 3 players. There's Abdullahi, who is in there, who is doing well for himself. There's Moise Adeleke as well, who I think scored 2 goals in the second game, second group game. And of course, Clinton Lawani, the goalkeeper, who currently plays straight with Sporting Lagos. So I think these 3 players, with other players in the squad that might seem so underrated, I think they have a chance to defeat Burkina Faso and of course go on to make it 3 in a row. Which would be very, very good, and they should let the whole of Africa know that they own Waffle B at this point in time. And yes, they are going to qualify for the under-20 African Championship, and let's see where they can go from there. Also qualify for the World under-20 World Championships too.
Absolutely, that's Waffle. That's WAFCON. AFCON under-20 will be coming up next year right there in Ghana. So it's going to be quite interesting to actually follow that one. I hope that this particular team will also make it to the World Cup and then give a very good account of themselves. But let's move on away from that and look at what happened last night as the Super Falcons made it through to the next round of the competition. Now we're just a step to the semi-finals, which will automatically means that the Super Falcons will be making it to the next World Cup. And that's exactly what, the goal is at this point for me. And of course, I want to believe a lot of Nigerians also share that sentiment. But after that game, a lot of talking points, came up, and people have been asking questions about, the real identity of the team. What's wrong with the team? This is not the Super Falcons we've known over the years. And the biggest voice in that particular line of thought was the former Super Eagles defender, Ifeanyi Udeze, who says Super Falcons needs to improve despite a 6-2 win over Egypt that sealed a WAFCON 2026 quarterfinal spot. Speaking on radio, Udeze said he has not seen the Super Falcons that we know and want they must show more zeal and hunger ahead of their quarterfinal clash with Cameroon. And of course, that game is going to be a very interesting game. Cameroon, like we all know, is a powerhouse when it comes to African football. So, Jerry, this Super Falcons side, I told you yesterday we're having this conversation. I said Zambia is going to defeat Malawi. That one is certain. It's unfortunate Zambia was not able to actually make it through, because I would have expected them to actually make it through. But it's unfortunate that just that one goal scored by Malawi was the defining factor for them, and they helped them skate through. It says a lot about laying your bed early so that you definitely get the results that keep you where you're supposed to be. But Jerry, tell us about that game, and of course the dynamics in that particular Group C.
Anyway, you say laying your bed. If it were to be by that, Zambia scored 6 against the Egyptians in their first game. Was it 6 or 8? 6 goals, yeah. I think they scored 6 goals. Banda scored 4 goals in that first game, and everybody thought that Zambia was going to be the team in that Group C. I think that Group C, that's the most difficult group I've ever seen.
That's the group of death, actually.
As far as the Women African Cup of Nations,
it's the group of death of this competition.
Yeah, that's Nigeria's group is their group of death.
It's the group of death.
Containing an Egyptian side that very weak.
No.
How come 3 teams have 6 points?
No. See,
that's not a group of death for me.
It's group of death because
Malawi.
Yes, that's what makes the group of death.
Wait, Jerry.
If the team that's a debutant is giving the big teams
Jerry,
run for the money,
Jerry,
not a group of death.
Jerry, wait. You need to understand, right? The reason why that group was dubbed the group of death before this competition is this.
Okay.
First, Nigeria is a powerhouse.
Okay.
Zambia is a powerhouse in women football.
Okay.
Now, while Malawi, as unknown as they were, they are the defending champion of the COSAFA. Coming into this championship, they defeated top teams within their bracket. Okay. And they have a very big player in Africa in terms of Chiwanga. So that's a lot, Chawinga rather. That alone gave them that pedigree of a team that should be respected.
Still doesn't make it a group of
death. So which other group is the group of death?
There's Cameroon, there's Ghana, there's Mali, and there's Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde are the only team in that team that, yes, they are also debutants. How about Mali? How about Cameroon? And how about Ghana? See, at least you have 2 teams that are going up just like this, just like Nigeria's group 2 going up toe-to-toe.
But in recent time, right, these 3 teams that you've mentioned, let's be very honest, in the last 5 years, what have they done in female football?
But
this is exactly what we're talking about. Yes.
No, but it's the quality of the team.
But
how about a Senegal, Algeria, and Morocco? No. Yes, Senegal, Algeria, Morocco, and Kenya.
Senegal has always been that team that is just there.
There is no group of death in this tournament.
No, it is a group C.
There's no group of death. We are not going to make excuses for the Super Falcons. There is no group of death.
No, not for the Super Falcons.
They were expected to go into this group and top.
Afis, when we say the group of death, I said it here now. I said, Jerry, it is a group of death, but not for the Super Falcons. It is a group of death. When you say a group is a group of death, there's always a big fish there. That's this person is, definitely going to take the first spot, and then the rest persons will fight it out.
In all the 4 groups, they are all big fish. There's a particular big fish in all 4 groups. There's South Africa in their own group, there's Morocco in their own group, there's Super Falcons in their own group, and there's Cameroon in their own group. So there's big fish everywhere. This one, calling it a group of death, I don't see it because Malawi, they are debutants.
Okay.
And they were not expected to give that performance. They gave Super Falcons a reality check.
Let's do your line of thought saying that in every group there's a big fish, right? Now, when you say a team is a big team, you have to look at what they've done recently and the major character in that particular group. We have 3 major characters in our group. So let's look at all of this group and look at the major characters in those groups.
Major characters in what sense?
Chawinga, Banda, and Oshola. So let's look at
these teams.
Come on. How about Morocco's group that has the current player of the year? There's Chebak. She is there.
Who else in the other group?
Okay, so because of the quality of players, they are saying that. Come on, these are factors. Just say that we are looking at the team.
In a group where a player Now four to score 4
Yes,
goals. Which
these
is
are
even a standard.
factors.
Wait, which is even a standard?
No, sir.
Which is even a standard?
The Tabitha
This is
Chawinga
standard.
that we are
4
saying,
goals.
she has not even been the best player of this Malawian team. Is the other Chawinga, Temu Ada, has been the best player for the team so
That
far.
is Chawinga's
And Kadzere,
Who scored 4 goals?
scored 4 goals. That's Banda now. That's for Zambia.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about the Malawian team now that you are trying to put into that group and saying that because they won the COSAFA Cup, they are not.
But Tabitha is the biggest character in that group.
But it's the same one that is performing.
It doesn't matter.
I'm telling you that the Super Falcons were expected to go into this tournament and top that group.
You are making a mistake using the Super Falcons. No, you are making a mistake using the Super Falcons.
No, because
You are making a
why I'm
mistake.
saying this is that I've been seeing.
No, leave the Super Falcons out of it.
I've been seeing tweets praising the Super Falcons saying that okay, at least they tried.
That's not what we are saying. Afis, you are not getting it. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is we are looking at the characters in this group. The Super Falcons definitely gets the first spot naturally. So, but them struggling is on them. What we are saying here is the major characters in that group makes it exciting, makes it the group to watch. And that's why it's the group of death. Anyway, other groups doesn't have this character. I mean, Jerry,
he wasn't given any group. It wasn't labeled group of death.
No, it was. It was tournament. It was. Jerry, was the group not?
When you say help me, it's like a 911 call.
Jerry, wait.
Let's
Jerry, wait. Was this group not named the group of death before this competition?
Yeah,
it was.
I heard so.
It was.
Eventually, the group did not live below expectations.
Exactly.
That group really pulled off a lot of surprises. Even when the Super Falcons were leading by 4 goals to 1, if the game had ended that way, the Super Falcons wouldn't have made it to the quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm.
So the Super Falcons needed to still score more goals, as much as 6. Even when
the group was what? 4 goals?
Yeah, when the match was 4-1, the permutations were still like...
No. 4-1, Super Falcons would have made it.
Wait, the permutations were still up. I was monitoring the game. We were still making a lot of permutations. We didn't even really know.
But Jerry, was there a time we were 4-1?
No,
there was no time we were 4-1.
Do you know the rule that was actually applied? Wait, the rule?
No,
it was
3-1, 3-2, 4-1.
It was 4-1. It was 4-1 before they scored their second goal.
Yes. Wait, let me not even give you. You know, when I eventually understood what actually happened, there was a tie. There was a tie break that was applied, which is a rule as far as this competition is
concerned. The mini tournament of it's CAF rule. So we don't get to see it all of the time.
Yeah, we don't get to see it all of the time. So that shows you how competitive that group is.
Absolutely.
For the first time in the WAFCON, we had to do calculators. We had to calculate how come all the 3 teams, their goals against Egypt were pulled off.
But Jerry, let's address Udenze's speech.
Okay.
Said the Super Falcons lack hunger and zeal.
How would they not lack hunger? This team won the La Decima. Until now, there's no evidence that the $100,000 that was promised to them has been given to them. These girls are still being owed money. They are being taken for granted. And it looks like even if they win this WAFCON, it's not going to mean anything to the Nigerian Football Federation or even the federal government. Because it looks like something you already have, you are not hungry to get it anymore. I think some of the players in the team, based on some bit of chemistry and some pull from some certain players in the team, I see that extra effort. That's why you see most of the players who started the first game. Yeah, I saw that lackluster performance in terms of the will not to really bring your all. Because if they played badly like that and they were still able to score 2 against that Malawian side, that was when they were pegged back. That was when they woke up and said, okay, let's not allow these girls just mess us up and let's win. Let's try as much as possible to win. So even Madugu alone cannot even do it. Promises made to players should always be kept. This is international. If I'm part of that team, I think even I will even have that kind of energy going into games, knowing that, okay, whatever I'm going to do on this pitch is not going to make any difference. The president can as much as make a comment and make a promise to me, and 1 year going to 2 years after, that promise is not fulfilled and everything has gone status quo. And anybody who talks gets threatened, gets relegated off the team. Desire Okpara say the list is endless. Even Asisa Shola suffered the same fate while she was dropped in the team. Now she's even back in the team and trying to save face. It shows that she's a top professional. And I can see that there's joy and excitement in the team. And you can see that to the extent that the players are busy making videos and nobody can caution them because I think they've lost respect for whoever is going to caution them. See the same NFF that have lied to their face, told them that their money is going to be paid so time, and it was not paid several times, and the way they've treated their various teammates. So nobody can even talk to the girls. The girls are just on their own, in their own world, deciding how disciplined they will be, how they will play on the pitch, what they will do for the team. Whatever Madugu gives to them as tactics, they will decide on the pitch whether they are going to follow it 100% or not. And Madugu cannot hold them to account because he knows he has nothing more to say. Because he cannot go to the NFF and say, these girls are disgruntled. They are not happy, but they are just playing for the love of the game. They're just playing for passion, and they just want to go to the World Cup.
Well, it's actually a very sad, place to be. But Hafiz, I mean, let's get your take before we move on to the next story.
If it's in terms of talents, I mean, there's a lot in this Super Falcons squad. I mean, that can actually go into that tournament and at least try and do very well for themselves. But I feel like their performances at the WAFCON so far, it's a reflection of their preparation that has been given to them going into the tournaments. I mean, from what happened at their hotels, the theft cases, and of course the racist laws leveled against them and all of that. I think that has actually taken a toll on them. But even on the pitch, it's very, very difficult to tell the kind of tactics that Justin Madugu is actually using, because it looks like we are settling on individual brilliance, and it's just so bad on the part of the Super Falcons. We expect them to do better. This woman on our screen, Rashida Jibade, hasn't actually been up to speed, going into this tournament. And of course, Michelle Alozie has been suspect at some point, but that individual brilliance has been shining through for the Super Falcons. As we saw Asao Shwala in the second game. Also in the last group game, stepping up, Yezu has also been very, very, very important. And the likes of Gift Monday, that Gisela Babajide to players that were supposed to have been starting the first two games. Now Madugu is now knowing that he should be using them, and they've stepped up since they got there. The likes of Ijami Lucy haven't performed.
Well, we actually saw it in the last on and off the pitch. Rinsola started the first two games. She was not her best. She was dropped to the bench. Went on to win it. Maybe this is her time to actually show the quality that
after a year, so she should still be benched because she was benched the first time.
No, Hafiz, they take you to the tournament. You didn't start very well. Someone else comes in, the person does better. You have to sit on the bench.
But when the person did not do better in the first game, why can't you use the person the other person in the second game?
That's why she's here now to actually do her job.
That's
so she's
doing
it.
There's squad depth.
Yes,
when we're now in the line of fire. That's when you now remember that you have a on the team.
We hear that Adewumi is actually here with us. But before we bring Adewumi in, let's move on straight to the next story. And of course, this one's actually a very big one because it's an area where Nigerians rarely talk about. Really, we don't really talk about it. And this one is actually a very huge cannon fired by the legend himself, Segun Odegbami, who is actually known as the Mathematical Seven, right? And actually called Vincent Inyama Nigeria's greatest goalkeeper ever. For Gen Zs and millennials who watch Inyama's heroics at the World Cup and the AFCON, many will agree his sales, leadership, and consistency made him a fan favorite. But for baby boomers and, of course, older fans, the debate isn't that simple. They will point to the legends like Emmanuel Okala, Best Ogedegbe, and of course, Peter Rufai, goalkeepers who defined Nigeria's football in their eras and who won trophies for their country. So the big question here is, Inyama, is he the greatest goalkeeper ever in the history of Nigeria? I'm going to start with you, Adewumi. I mean, tell me exactly. Segun Odegbami is a man who you will not question him when he speaks because he actually played with Ogedegbe and, of course, Okala right there in the very first time they won. And Nigeria won.
The Jury goes to.
He played with Okala, right, in the 1980 Nations Cup triumph, right? And then he was there. He saw him firsthand. And he's saying that, yes, he's seen good goalkeepers from Rufai to Ogedegbe and all of that. But Inyama is the greatest Nigerian goalkeeper. Do you agree with him?
I don't agree with Chief Segun Odegbami. And just a form of correction, I don't usually agree with Chief Segun Odegbami. We've met on a few occasions, and whenever these conversations come up, I mean, I tend to disagree and also give and that's why I like him. He's someone who would also allow you make your point, no matter how divergent they are. So I think my greatest goalkeeper of all time for the Nigerian national team should be Peter Rufai. Peter Rufai not only was a good goalkeeper, but also redefined that very role for a lot of young Nigerians who would later on become goalkeepers themselves. It will even be funny that if we ask Vincent Yama himself, he will possibly pick Peter Rufai because of his legendary stature in the Nigerian football ecosystem. So for this very topic, it is very simple for me. Peter Rufai all the way. Maybe afterwards I can consider Vincent Yama, but Peter Rufai does it for me as the greatest Nigerian goalkeeper of all time.
I mean, Afis.
Wow. Well, for me, I won't say. I will also want to agree with Peter Rufai, but I want to go into Vincent Yama because for the longevity, I mean, he is there at this point in time, and fantastic goalkeeper. I remember 2002 World Cup when he came into the limelight. In that game against England, and he never looked back. And this was a goalkeeper. I think it was in Israel at some point. Then
at that time, it was in Imba.
It was in Imba, and this man won the Champions League back to back.
He won best
with his
CAF player playing in Africa.
with the likes of Obina and Waneri at that point in time, and he was very, very instrumental. Even though I think in the penalty shootouts he was replaced by was it Dilia Enuba at that point in time. And there are many goalkeepers. Honorable mention to Ikeshorumo as well, who also did well, in this time with the Super Eagles. But for Vincent Eyama, the longevity is there. He has also won the AFCON.
This is a very interesting conversation.
For me, I think
for me, right,
Vincent Eyama is not far off, really. Yes, you could say that maybe for nostalgia, a lot of people are mentioning him. But for me, I think Vincent Eyama has a very, very big shout when it comes to
number one.
It's unfortunate I didn't really enjoy Best Ogedengbe and the color.
In fact, he described Best Ogedengbe as the modern day goalkeeper. He's the best when it comes to ball playing. In fact, he said Best Ogedengbe is so good with his feet that he would have played as a number 9 for the Green Eagles.
Yeah, so that's a fantastic. The goalkeepers Nigeria has produced have been. I think Nigeria has been lucky with goalkeepers until when Eyama was about to leave. I think when Eyama was about to leave, we had Kali Ikeme.
Yes, unfortunately.
Very good. Unfortunately, he was ill.
He would have been that man that would have solved our problem for years before another goalkeeper.
And Ikeshurum was quite shaky before Eyama was given the chance. That was after the first 2 games where the Super Eagles lost to Sweden and Argentina. And when Eyama took the goal post, he set a standard. Everybody was like, his height was the major talking point.
Right.
And he was going to meet up alongside other taller goalkeepers. But he proved a lot of people wrong. Went as far as playing for Lille and playing in Israel. He dominated the Israeli league before he left. Even at Lille, he was the best goalkeeper.
He set record, yes.
The league with terms of
it was in Ballon d'Or conversations.
He won the clean sheets and
of course clean sheets.
Also set a record there in Lille.
Playing the French league. And when he was going to retire, a lot of talk about him. But yes, all that sentiment, because I saw a lot of Eyama winning the 2013 African Cup of Nations, winning the CAF Champions League. I think I was even present in one of the games when Eyimba played in the CAF Champions League group stage. And I think that was Kadiri Kana's time. Yes, I remember very well.
Yes, Kadiri Kana and Oke Modi. Kadiri Kana first, then Oke Modi second.
So there's just that love I have for Eyama. But all due respect, during coming up, Dodo Mayana was something else. He was a fantastic goalkeeper.
Yeah.
He had
a
little error.
No margin for error.
No margin for error. He was just clinical. He was just this perfect goalkeeper. He set a standard that every goalkeeper was trying to meet, because it was even that crazy that when we were going to France 98, Dodo Mayana would have retired because of age. But who was the goalkeeper that was going to stand and take Dodo Mayana's shirt? We had no option. We had to take him into France 98. He had a fantastic performance at the World Cup. Not to forget, he considered 2 goals against Spain. And of course, the rest is history. We had a fantastic tournament with Dodo Mayana until Denmark struck. But we all know what happened. The players were so excited. They were looking forward to the Brazil game instead of concentrating on what Denmark was going to bring to the pitch. So, Dodo Mayana.
Rest in peace.
I think he's so rest in peace. Yeah. He was the best goalkeeper. He was always exciting. There was this confidence, even when it comes to penalties, that as far as Dodo Mayana is in goal, Nigerians don't have any worry. Yeah. There was this ease that he was a goalkeeper that Nigerians can go to when it comes to the national team.
Yeah.
He was just this perfect. He was just a
I
fantastic.
think what I would give it to
Well,
Enyama is that
was
we
good.
haven't seen a
was good
Well,
on the air,
well,
good on the ground.
For me, right?
One-on-one, he's good. What else?
For me, my pick will always be Emmanuel Kala. I mean, if you go back to look at some of the things he did, you ask yourself, right, why I said Emmanuel Kala. It's actually the first and only goalkeeper that's won the African Football of the Year. And when he won it in 1978, see, at that time the best player in Africa were playing in Africa. Nigeria won the Nations Cup 2 years after, 1980. It means he won it in a non-Nations Cup year, in a non-competitive national team year. Now, it says a lot about the quality of the man as a person. Of course, before that particular award was only given once because it was actually African Union of Journalists Award, right? Yeah. So they were giving the award, and then French football was also giving their. So that of the French football was recognized. It was African journalists who sat across Africa say we need an African representation of this award. They should not decide for us. They gave him that particular award, and it's the only time that award was actually given. So I look at him and then I look at Vincent Nyama. Vincent Nyama also won something that looks close to what he did, but at this time the best player in Africa and playing in Africa. You see the difference? I mean, this is just my take, anyways. But then sometimes this is why when Adewumi said he really agrees with Chief Odegwami, I kind of understand because yes, the aura and the glamour of what we're actually witnessing now will definitely put us in a position where Nyama did a lot.
We haven't seen a goalkeeper as good as Nyama since.
No, true. Arguably, we've not seen after Nyama. Yeah. We've not seen. We might not
say the trend stopped.
Absolutely true. But if we go by the greatest, I think I would definitely be looking at him because he's actually one of the first generation of players actually puts Nigeria right there in the map. The Enugu Rangers of the 70s, he was very much in that particular team himself with the chairman Christian Chukwu, and of course not to also forget that in 1918 Nations Cup. I think we have to look at all they've achieved. For me, Dode Mayana did a lot, but I'm not going to place him above Nyama because of what Nyama achieved at club level, at national team level. Now, Dode Mayana only did what he did, at national team level. Why, Ogedegbe also didn't actually achieve much. So again, if we look at all of these things, putting into factor what they did for themselves personally.
I want to put the name in there. How about Ambrose Van Zeke? I mean, he was a good goalkeeper in 2005 and 20, and of course, it had the Olympics. Why are you doing like this? No, Ambrose Van Zeke was good for Nigeria. At no point, you have to respect those players. He was there with likes of Mikel.
I'll take Abiodun Barowa ahead of. If you had mentioned Dosu Joseph.
Dosu Joseph, I was going to go to Dosu Joseph as well.
But of course, longevity is also a condition.
If you want to do comedy, just.
Why are we not talking about Ikechoromo?
Let's not joke.
Okay,
I mentioned Ikechoromo.
No, Ikechoromo is actually good. But when we talk about among the greatest, Greg Itafia. No, Greg Itafia is in a league of. Greg Itafia is in a league of.
Are we joking here?
Wait. Greg Itafia.
Greg Itafia.
I'm just mentioning goalkeeper.
If somebody even says Dele Ayenuba, I will even say yes. He was a good goalkeeper coming from the bench and have a niche for himself at a point in time. But Greg Itafia,
how about Stanley Wabali, Jerry's best friend?
So, Jerry, here's where we're going to leave it. Here's where we're going to leave it. These are the kind of sort of conversation I want to actually see every time, right? This kind of conversation interests me because it gives us opportunities to go back in time to look at what some of these great men have actually done. Putting on the jersey of either the Super Eagles or the Green Eagles, or whatever it is, they were actually called.
Look at other positions.
Someday exactly. But I mean, this is exactly where we'll be calling off. Our time is quite fast spent, and it's unfortunate that it's so short. But I mean, trust me, when next we invite you here, we'll definitely be looking at this particular conversation because I think we need a lot of time to actually look into it and talk about.
Especially one particular point. We want to have a conversation if Victor Osimhen is Nigeria's best striker.
No, it's not.
Because I know a certain person that will tell you he is.
It's not.
But I know what you can do.
Adewumi, thank you very much for being a part of the show.
Come on, don't do that.
Adewumi, can you hear me? Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, Ike. Good evening, guys.
All right.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
All right, so Jerry and Afis.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, exactly. This is exactly where we'll leave it on this episode of the show. It's quite sad that when we're actually having fun, time seems to be skipping very fast. But again, I'll urge you to actually sit tight because the next show is a political show and Chukwuma Okoro will be here to take us through the lens of politics. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. I say you should stay tuned and, of course, enjoy the show.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports, and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community.
Voptv.
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, Voptv. I am Chukwuma Okoro. The political temperature is rising. In Osun State, a traditional ruler's endorsement of President Bola Tinubu has triggered a constitutional debate over whether other presidential candidates can be prevented from campaigning in the state. Meanwhile, fresh tension within the NDC over its official campaign logo has raised questions about the party's internal cohesion and preparedness for the 2027 elections. As an opposition party continues, and as opposition parties continue to search for a winning formula, the ADC says the door is still open for a grand alliance involving major opposition figures, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Rabiu Kwakwanso. But with economic hardship increasingly dominating public discourse, the bigger question may be this: will Nigeria's 2027 election be decided by political alliances or by everyday realities facing voters? Well, those are the issues we'll interrogate tonight on Political Lens. Stay with us. Let's quickly run into it by bringing on our guest. We have in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, Prince Francis Chilaka. He will help us make sense of this development. He is a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince, and many thanks for joining us. As usual, we appreciate your presence.
Good evening, Okoro. How are you?
Very well. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you. Now, let's quickly run into it. Legal practitioner Damilare Adenola has criticized the Oluwo of Iwo Land, Oba Abdulrasheed Akombe, for declaring that no presidential candidate, apart from President Bola Tinubu, should campaign in Osun State ahead of the 2027 election. Adenola described the declaration as unconstitutional and said a traditional ruler has no legal authority to prevent candidates from campaigning in his domain or any other part of the state or the country as a matter of fact. He cited sections 39 to 42 of the 1999 Constitution, which protect freedom of expression, assembly, association, movement, and freedom from discrimination. He also referenced Section 99 of the Electoral Act 2026, arguing that campaign regulation falls under the electoral framework, and INEC, non-traditional rulers, can take control of that. Well, the Oluwo made the declaration while expressing support for Tinubu during the flag-off of the Osogbo-Iwo-Ibadan Road reconstruction. Well, he said other presidential candidates should not campaign in his palace or Osun State, but Adeola urged INEC and security agencies to ensure that all candidates, including Omoyele Sowore, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Seyi Makinde, can campaign freely in the state. Now, it's not me, Chukwuma Okoro, saying this. There's a video to that where the Oluwo of Iwo Land, Abdulrasheed Akombe, said all of that. Let's take a listen to that video to help sense of what went on in that occasion.
Sì ní parọ́ fún yín ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun orí yín kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó ṣe kí ni ẹjọ́ orí yín ó pé ìwọ tó o bá síìkì Ọlọ́run ọjọ́ ọ̀yọ́ yá yóò dá fún yín o. I'm grateful. I know you will do another term, second term. Nobody can stop it. kìí ṣe ní ojú tiwa yìí àdúró tì ọ́ ẹ̀yin ọba ẹdúró tí àbẹ́ ẹdúró tì ẹ ti ṣe ẹjẹ́ wọn rí yín láìpù nìyí ọba Yorùbá ni yín ọmọ Yorùbá ní í ṣe kínní ẹdúró tí àbẹ́ ẹdúró tì wọ́n dúró ti Tinubu gbámúgbámú yóò ṣẹlẹ̀ kẹ́kẹ́ anybody that wants to promote another president apart from Tinubu don't come to palace, don't come to our Osun. Don't come to our Osun. We only want Tinubu to be next president in 2027. And anybody the president signed to, we are going to go. Ibi tí Tinubu bá ní a lọ. Ibẹ̀ la lọ.
There you have it, the Oluwo of Iwola and Abdul Rashid Akambe. He spoke in Yoruba language, interspersed with English language. It was very clear and direct. Well, we are going to vote for Tinubu, and if you are, in fact, don't even come to my palace or Osun State to campaign. Fortunately for me, I have a guest who more like understands Yoruba language, so you help us interpret all of that, what he said. Now, the Prince, how do you react to this?
I'm not going to interpret the rubbish that man said.
Okay.
Because that man is sick.
But he also spoke in English.
I'm coming.
As a matter of fact,
is sick. You see, a lot of people who call themselves leaders in this country, they don't understand history. And sometimes when they make utterances, they do not understand how far and how damaging such utterances are. Each time I see people sliding into this whole issue of ethnicity, I say first and foremost, people have not learned. People have not learned from what happened in Rwanda. People have not learned of what happened between the Tutsis and the Hutsis. People have not learned. It starts like this. It starts by people making careless comments, and then the media amplifying it, and then people taking sides. And before you know it, we have chaos in our hands. If we had a working system in Nigeria, that Oba, that Olowo of Iwo should have been arrested. But we have set a very wrong precedent in Nigeria, a country where anything goes. We saw what happened in 2023, when Sunday Igboho came out and threatened people. And people were beaten. People lost their lives because of that simple statement.
in 2023, Sunday Igboho.
Sorry,
MC Oluomo.
MC Oluomo, yes. We saw the outcome. What happened? Was he arrested? Was he punished? Not long ago, what's the name of the other guy? The guy who took over from him.
Sego.
Said the same thing.
Adekunle Mustafa.
Said the same thing. So what is going on? Are we not talking about, politics that is leading towards ethnic lining? So imagine what will happen in Nigeria. Because if he's saying, don't come to Osun State, and then somebody from the north, like we had, the imam who is also preaching that Christians are infidels.
Jengir, yes.
Yes. This is how this thing starts. The unfortunate thing is that it is these people who say these things, these people who start these firecrackers, most times do not even get caught in the web.
Prince, I'm happy that you brought in the issue of Sego. I don't want it to look like it is the Prince that said it or that VOP made it up. There's a video also where Sego made that threat, in some parts of Lagos State. I'd like the back end to put it up so that we can also, so that our viewer at home can also listen to it and get some context to the discussion that we are having. It is not VOP that made it up. It is not the Prince that is saying it. Direct from the horse's mouth. I'd like the back end to put up that video of Sego making that threat in some parts of Lagos.
ọmọ àfẹnà iṣẹ́ mi báyìí á lè wá sí ẹni tó bá ṣe ẹni mistake ní 2027 tó bá lọ sọ́gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ APC ẹ̀ka ṣe kí ni lè máa dìbò fún un àbẹ́ tó bá sọ fún òun ní gbọ́ àwa náà lè ṣe kí ni àgbà
who spoke in Yoruba language, but the interpretation is that, well, if you are going to vote in 2027, if it is not for APC that you are coming out to vote for, please don't come out because we cannot guarantee your safety. Now, we have a pattern that is building up. The Oluwo of Iwo Land, Abdul Rashid Akanbi, had said, Adekunle Mustafa had said, don't come out if you are not going to vote APC. Now, in March 2025, Sunday Igboho was very clear. In fact, he expanded his own. He was even more confrontational. 2026, rather. He was more confrontational. He said, in the entire Southwest, don't come. Obi should not come. Atiku should not come. No other person should campaign in the Southwest because we cannot guarantee your safety. Prince, assuming that threat, like you said, is coming from the north or from the south-south or from the southeast, how would the outlook be for the elections in 2027?
Well, if such a threat spreads to the north and spreads to the southeast, then we're not going to have an election in 2027.
And so what will become of Nigeria in 2027?
Well, it is not left for those who are, fueling the amber of war, of divide and rule, of disintegration. It is not left for them. When we should be talking about unity, a man like the Olowo of Owo, a man that is respected, who is revered within the Southwest, shouldn't have made such a comment.
Now, does it bother you that we are getting this only from the Southwest? Apart from Sunday Igboho, apart from Abdul Rashid Akanbi, the Oluwo of Iwo Land, apart from Segu, we hear Sheyi Makinde said, hey, what's going on in Ibadan? Looks like we are going back to
Operation
Weti.
And they almost crucified him.
They almost crucified him. And again, in the Oshun debacle, Adeleke has been crying out. And so how come it is only in the Southwest? It's like a build-up. It's like a pattern. What is the essence of the history that we studied in school, especially for politicians? Why do we see this thing play out again and again only in the Southwest?
You see, people need to understand that ethnic diversity itself does not cause problem. It does not cause war.
Okay.
But when people who should know better begin to sing it, begin to propagate it, then you're having a problem. Every one of us, as political analysts, we have followers on social media. And sometimes there are things I would want to put on my own social hand, but I don't put them because I feel that those who are following me may not understand the true meaning of the message I'm trying to pass.
They could misconstrue it.
Good. And so I'm very careful.
You are more measured.
And that is what I expect from a lot of people who are into politics today. When you talk about don't come, don't venture, we cannot guarantee your security. That man that is saying it has a crowd that listens to him. And out of the 100 people that are part of his crowd, 80 of them may not even understand what he has said. But they will implement it the way
they understand
it. So I must say this, Okoro, that we're setting a very wrong precedence in Nigeria. And we should pray that these wrong moves that people are making, we're turning our politics, we're turning leadership into a war front.
Turning leadership into a war front.
Yes, it is no longer as I present myself to serve. Our politicians are not serving the people. They are serving themselves. And they're arming people to fight themselves so that they can retain their power.
Now, Prince, when you say that it looks like we are turning politics into warfare, does it tie to what the president said recently when he said, well, that all is fair in politics? Is that what it, does it do some complementarity?
Mr. President, he says a lot of things jokingly.
Oh, you think he doesn't mean what he says?
No, I'm coming. Okay. He says a lot of things jokingly, but those who listen to him, who are his supporters, they see beyond the joke. You've forgotten the famous slogan, grab it, snatch it, and run. When he said that thing, it was said like a joke. But we saw how it played out in the elections. We saw how it played out. I know that the president wants to do a second term. But when will we start doing politics of issues?
He wants to do a second term, and Bishop Cardinal Onayeko says that, well, he wants it at all costs, that he wants to win by any means.
Well, he said it. So it shows you where we are. It shows you where we're headed.
Now, Prince, does it bother you? Should it be concerning to Nigerians that in this pattern that we have established, Sunday Boho said, Sego said, now Oluwo is saying that no agency of government, the security, National Orientation Agency, even the APC has not called the Oluwo to retract his statement. Nobody has been invited for questioning because it looks like this statement is politically inciting, is ethnically inciting. Yet, in all of this, we have not had any agency of government or the president call these people to order. Exactly my point. Does it tie to the president's comments that, well, all is fair in politics? I mean, he doesn't give a damn.
Let me start from somewhere that will make sense to those who are listening. When Donald Trump lost his re-election
bid,
and Joe Biden was declared as president in waiting, Mr. Gore, if you followed what transpired in America then, the Secret Service, immediately Joe Biden was declared as the president in waiting, the Secret Service did what? Shifted. The system has already prepared itself for that. Nobody needed to call the DG of the Director General of the Secret Service or the Director of the Secret Service. Nobody needed to call him to say, provide security for this man. And if you followed it, even when Donald Trump tried to behave like a typical gangster and all of that, the system locked him out. More or less, the system booted him out.
Okay.
Do you have that in Nigeria?
I want you to relate it to the question I asked.
No, I'm coming. Do you have that in Nigeria?
Of course.
You have a secret service in Nigeria that only listens to one man.
And who's that? The
Mr. President. Okay. You have the Nigerian police force that only listens to one man.
Of course, he appointed them.
Listen, this is where our problem is that we have no system that is working.
The problem is...
The system should work independent of Mr. President. And if the system is working independent of Mr. President, people will be cautious of what they say.
Is there a possibility that anybody appointed by the president will work at variance with the wishes and aspirations of the president in Nigeria? Is that possible?
It should be possible.
No, I mean in real terms now.
Didn't you see the late Muhammadu Buhari? If you remember, there were times he gave instructions to the military. And he gave instruction even to the former IG to relocate.
Okay.
Did they do it?
Didn't he?
They didn't.
Okay, I think he went in some part of Benue State, lodged in a hotel, and after a few days, he went back. So he practically obeyed the president's instruction.
No, he didn't obey the instruction. That was an eye service. And the reason is because the system on its own does not lock you out.
Okay, so essentially, your position is that that the APC or the president doesn't need to call the DSS, to take action on this, or the police.
Nobody.
So now
they should know what to do.
Now that
they should know what is inflammatory.
Now
they should know what can, throw this country into confusion.
Now, in the recent Osun debacle, they froze the accounts of the EFCC, and now the president said, "Well, I didn't even know about it," and had to give order, to the EFCC to go to court and vacate that order, and said, "I was clearly embarrassed, by the EFCC." In the event that Oluwo had said, "Well, don't come to Osun State," Iboho says, "Don't come to Southwest to campaign." Is it not morally obligatory on the president to say, "Sorry, gentleman, you need to retract that because you are not speaking on my behalf"?
Mr. Koro, the president issued a press release that he was embarrassed.
Okay. Signed personally by
Did he sack the director of the DSS?
No, but at least he did something.
What did he do?
He said, "Well, I'm embarrassed. Now go and vacate that order."
Did he sack him? What is the punishment? What is the punishment for what he did wrong?
Should he have sacked him?
Yes.
Should he take orders from the president? Should the president have known before he froze that account?
So what power did he have to freeze the account?
You got a court order.
From where?
From the court.
What gave him the power to go to court to freeze the account? From the state government.
It is his mandate of EFCC.
What is the mandate?
The problem the president had was not that he froze the account. The president had a problem with two things. One, I didn't know. Now, the questions Nigerians are asking, should the president have known he was doing the right thing? Again, the president said the timing, because it's days away from an election. It will look as if the federal government is the one interfering.
What is that power conferred on EFCC to go and freeze the account of a state government?
A court order. They can do that with a court order.
Based on what?
On investigations.
What investigations?
Which they did. They said a particular account was receiving over 900 salaries. 900 salaries in one account. They said they also discovered unusual lodgements into some private business entities.
Why did they not do this before now?
That was the problem the president had with the timing.
So it is politically motivated. That's the point.
Prince, so my question is that, shouldn't the president have called the Oluwo of Iwoland to say, "You are not speaking on my behalf"?
It's not even the president, first of all, to call.
Who should do that?
The party itself.
And the party has not done that. And so my question
is there's more like connivance.
Okay.
Don't forget, they say silence means
it's acceptance.
Simple. If MC Olomo did it in Lagos, nothing happened. Sego said his own. He wasn't arrested.
Not reprimanded.
So as far as we're concerned, we're setting a wrong precedent.
So apparently it does appear that the president and the APC are they like what is going on because it's in their favor. Now, what does this portend for the 2027 elections? Are we seeing a repeat of what happened in 2023? You saw young people that went back to vote with bloodied nose and said, "Well, you cannot come here to vote if you are not voting for APC." A certain woman, got her nose bloodied. She had to go back after treatment to vote. Are we going to see a repeat of that? Now, Sego said in 2023 it was a child's play. Don't even dare in 2027. Are we going to see a repeat of that?
This is why I'm saying that we're tilting this whole thing towards ethnicity.
Isn't it what it is?
That's what we're tilting it to.
Our discussion or the people behind
it? The people.
Okay.
They're tilting it towards that line. And you're asking, which is the same question I'm asking, which is what I'm looking at. If tomorrow some persons wake up from the southeast and say, if you're not an obedient, if you're not for Obi, don't come and campaign in the southeast. Then somebody wakes up from the north and says, if you're not for Kwakwanso or Atiku, don't come and contest in the north. Don't you think we're going to have chaos in our hands? And this is what Mr. President right now should end. He has the power to end it.
I'm happy that you have come back.
He has to call.
I'm happy that you have come back to the question.
He has to call these people to order because whatever they say, whatever they do, Nigerians will believe that he has given a nod to it.
All right, now, Prince, on the newspapers this morning, there's a very bold headline that European Union, said where they are not going to send international observers to Nigeria, citing insecurity and the kind of treatment they got in 2023. Well, how much of their absence is going to confer credibility or otherwise on the 2023?
Whether they come, they don't come. It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change anything.
The one that came in 2023, what was the outcome of their report?
They said they were maltreated.
So they are only more interested in their maltreatment, but they're not interested in the process of what they came to look at.
Maybe they didn't even get a chance, to do a proper observation.
So let them stay where they are.
Is this, since they are not coming, does it more like, are we going back to the days when Nigeria became a pariah nation, in the international community, where nobody wants to touch anything coming from Nigeria? We already seen that in terms of visa restrictions. In some parts of Africa, I'm not talking about the world, I'm talking about Africa, where you and I come from, our continent. We can't even visit sister countries. Visa on arrival, when a country rolls out a list of countries that can, procure visa on arrival, Nigeria is absent. Countries like Ethiopia, countries like Somalia, where people don't even, countries that are war-torn, Tanzania.
You see, Okoro, this whole thing boils down to the kind of leadership we have in Nigeria. The message these other African countries are sending to Nigeria is that Nigeria have no leadership. And so that's the message. When people begin to treat your citizens like tissue paper, they simply tell you that you have no leadership. And this is not what we expect. This is not what we are bargained for as Nigerians. We expect a situation where people will respect Nigerians for everything they do. People will respect Nigerians. That's what we expect. We call ourselves the giant of Africa.
Are we really the giant?
Well, that's I said we call ourselves the giant of Africa. You see, I keep saying, if Nigeria collapses, I pity all the African nations around because they would go down.
Now, Prince, you say you pity Nigeria, you pity other African countries because if Nigeria collapses, Nigeria has not collapsed. They are already feeling the brunt of what is happening because in South Africa alone, we have in excess of 35,000 Nigerians. Look at what is going on in Ghana. Look at what is going on in parts of Benin Republic. In every part of Africa, you see Nigerians, thriving Nigerian communities. Nigeria has not yet unraveled. And so if Nigeria collapses, now let's look at what could be the consequences on voter apathy. I'd like for us to look at the numbers. In 2015, the voter turnout, when we had about in the neighborhood of 80-something million registered voters, we recorded only 43.7%. That was in 2015. In 2019, it dropped from 43.7% to 34.75%. That was in 2019. In 2023, it dropped from 34.75% to 28.6%. Talking about voter apathy, voter turnout, and all of that. Now, we had fewer than 25 million of the 93 million registered voters vote in the last 2023 election. In 2023 elections, observers recorded 135 critical incidents, including voter intimidation, ballot snatching, and disruptions. This idea of, well, don't come to campaign, don't come out to vote, how much of that is going to impact on voter apathy?
It's already impacting on it. A lot of factors are already impacting. Nigerians are beginning to feel that their votes don't count.
Or that the elections are already decided.
Yes, because of the way some of the politicians talk. How can a governor wake up from sleep and is telling you, Mr. President, I'm going to give you 2.5 million votes. We don't even know how many registered voters you have. We don't even know how many of those registered voters have their PVCs. So already you are preparing the mind of the people, the mind of Mr. President, the electoral body, already saying that you are going to give 2.5 million votes. And then it's okay, let's assume the total number of people who are qualified to vote in the state are 2.5 million. So you're saying that nobody is feeling the hunger. Nobody is feeling the situation Nigeria is today. So that's the point. So people just feel that, going to vote is just a waste of time. But I keep telling people, let us not allow that. Let us still go out there and exercise our rights.
Now, in the light of all these comments, don't come out to vote, don't come to campaign and all of that, what should be the appropriate stance of the government? What should the government do? If the president is not talking, what should the police, what should NOA, what should leaders say? What should they tell Nigerians?
You say NOA, I don't like to talk about the National Electoral Agency. I don't know where those ones are. But ideally, the government should come out strong. The government and the party should come out strong. First of all, they need to dissociate themselves from that.
Now, Prince.
And the government must be able to say, look, IG of police, whoever says such a thing, investigate that person.
Okay, now we talked about the issue of hunger. Nigerians are hungry across the board. Now, how much of this hunger will spur them into action in 2027? Like, say, well, I'm hungry. I don't want to be hungry by next year. I need a better leader, to pilot their affairs. How much of that hunger will spur Nigerians to action in 2027? Or we hear that hunger has been weaponized, and so because of that, people are not likely to come out because people are hungry. Shouldn't it serve as a catalyst, to catalyze people to go and say, well, we need to change this government? Or if the government is doing well, we say, well, we need government to continue with what they are doing. How much of hunger should be a catalyst? We have an
institutional poverty in Nigeria. The poverty in Nigeria has been institutionalized by the politicians. And unfortunately, the people themselves are not thinking out of the box. You saw a governorship candidate in Osun State sharing customized bread. Is that what we should be talking about in 2027? Sharing of bread. What we should be talking about, Mr. Candidate, what are you going to give to what are you going to do differently in Nigeria? How are you going to add value to our lives? How are you going to create employment? What is your stand on education? What is your stand on healthcare? Nobody's saying that. Rather, you are sharing bread and you're happy about it. And the people are collecting the bread and they are fighting themselves over that loaf of bread. Does not show you the level of poverty. And so for 2027, it's simple. People have a choice. It's that the choice of either remaining collecting bread or a choice of becoming bakers themselves.
Now, Nigerians have a choice in 2027. Let's see how much of that choice they will take in 2027. Let's move away from this conversation and get into another one. A public dispute between Peter Obi's aide, Esther Omo, and NDC communications official, Theo Abu Agada, has exposed concerns over the party's preparedness for the 2027 election. The disagreement centers on confusion over which version of the NDC logo is officially approved for campaign materials. Omo urged the party leadership to issue clear guidance to state chapters, warning that the uncertainty could affect the party's visibility, unity, and campaign preparations. Agada also said the issue was already being addressed, but objected to Omo's description of Siraki Dixon as the party's supreme leader. But the disagreement escalated publicly, prompting Dixon to intervene. He subsequently met with Peter Obi and his running mate Rabi Okukwanso in what he described as a high-level consultative meeting, urging members and supporters to remain united and avoid bickering ahead of the campaigns. The NDC's logo has faced legal and registration challenges, including a dispute over its victory sign symbol. Well, the latest controversy as to existing tensions within the party, following earlier complaints from Obi's supporters and Dixon's call for members to avoid name-calling and work together toward the 2027 election. Prince, what's going on in the ADC? Why are they washing their linens
Nothing
outside
is going
on. Over an issue as simple as a logo.
Nothing is going on.
I just read out something.
The media have, when they don't have news, they look for what does not exist.
No, the media didn't make this up. Why are they washing their linens in public on X, on social handles?
Mr. Okoro, these are just two people who are...
No, they are not two people. One represents Peter Obi, one represents Siraki Dixon.
Mr. Okoro, please, that is not an issue.
You think it's not an issue?
It's not an issue, and I believe the issue has been resolved. The party will come out and say, this is the logo we'll use. And everybody will fall in line.
No, the question is...
So I just think that these are two staffs who are trying to be overzealous. Okay. It's nothing.
And that overzealousness is spilling into the public space.
It's not creating... I mean, we must keep the space busy.
Prince, are you taking sides?
In what way?
Are you taking sides?
In what way?
Why are you trying to wish away the problem in the
There's no problem. I don't see any problem. That's not the problem.
I mean, two senior officials
Mr.
of the
Koro,
party.
please, point of correction or point of order. It's not a problem. Let's talk politics. Let's talk about how Nigeria is going to move forward. You're talking about two people who are just...
NDC, and people say NDC is an alternative.
It is an alternative.
So why are they washing their hands outside?
I don't know what you mean they're washing. I don't know what they're washing. I'm just hearing that from you.
But I just told you now.
Well, you have your own perception
An issue as little as logo. Two senior officials are bantering in public.
The two senior officials...
To the extent that...
Were they given the mandate to talk?
To the extent, exactly the point. If they were not given the mandate, why are they talking? To the extent that one has to address the national leader of the party as supreme leader. Supreme leader. What message does that send to you?
Mr. Koro, don't join the bandwagon of...
Which is bandwagon? We are having a conversation.
Of journalists who don't have... who are looking for cheap news.
You think it is cheap?
This is not news. There is no problem in NDC. NDC is intact. The Obi Kwakwaso team is intact. So let us move on.
Prince, do you have a supreme leader in your party?
I don't know what you mean by supreme leader. I have a national leader.
You have a national leader. A member of your party described him as a supreme leader. And another said, well, I don't take kindly because I know you understand what a supreme leader means.
I don't know what you mean by a supreme leader.
Should I tell you?
Tell me.
Now, a supreme leader is in the person of Mao Zedong in China. Everything ran and revolved around him. Is that what Seraki Dixon is?
Well, I'm just hearing you saying that.
Well, I didn't make it up. I didn't make it up.
I know they call him...
Esther Omor said...
I know they call him national leader.
Said that Seraki Dixon is the supreme leader in NDC.
And what is the position of Esther Omor?
Aide to Peter Obi. Media aide.
Okay. So let's leave
Member
that.
of the NDC.
Let's leave that. Well, let's leave that. That is not an issue.
It's not an issue. You think it's been resolved?
It's not something that...
No, Nigerians are asking, is that how they intend to govern? I mean, if they cannot handle an issue as little as a logo.
Who are the Nigerians that are asking?
I mean, out there.
Who are they?
Nigerians, like you and I. People in the APC, people in the ADC, people in the PDP.
Let me tell you the truth. Other political parties have issues that are worse than what you're talking about.
Okay, and we discuss them. So why do you have a problem that we are discussing this?
I'm discussing it, but I'm telling you that I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, you don't see it.
Even within this environment where you work now, you can have it's easy for you to have misunderstanding with somebody over something as simple as logo.
And we go on social media too.
Well, you know everybody's on social media. Everybody's looking for
space.
Everybody's looking for followership, and there are those who are benefiting from it financially. So they believe that they must put something out to draw traffic to themselves. So
now since you don't want us to talk about the issue of the logo, or we are done talking about the issue
I'm done talking about it.
We also hear that there's a spat between the obedient and consider movement. Is that true?
There's nothing like that.
They say even Peter Obi is not happy with the developments and all of that.
Well, they say, who are the ones saying
Nigerians.
It? Read it out from the news. Let me hear it.
I should go back and read it out.
Yes. There's no problem between... See, the OK movement is intact.
Okay.
There's a lot of propaganda going on, and this propaganda does not reflect the mind, the vision of the two people who are the principals.
Now, the propaganda is coming from outsiders, right?
Well, what do you expect? This is politics. The elections are coming up. So it's normal that people must say something they feel that, if I say this, the party will begin to defend itself. But now that you heard it, have you seen Peter Obi respond? Have you seen Kwakwaso respond? These are the principles.
Okay.
And as far as we are concerned, as far as I am concerned, there is no problem between the two of them.
There's no problem between the Kwakwansuya and Obedient movement.
There's no problem.
Now, in the light of the momentum that the Labour Party under Peter Obi or Peter Obi under Labour Party drove in 2023 and what Kwakwanso did in NNPP in 2023, with this collabo, how much of that can be reinvented in 2027?
Well,
do you see them repeating that feat now that they are together?
The campaigns are about to start.
Okay. In terms of mobilization, what do you see? What's going on?
It's gonna be intact. The campaigns are about to start. And then you will now know how well. Unfortunately, some parties have already started campaigning. They're not following the rules of engagement.
Some parties.
They're not following the rules of engagement. But let the lead of campaign start. Then we'll not know where we're headed to.
We hear that the Obedient Movement has lost a substantial part of its membership.
To who?
To probably ADC and APC. That's not
those
true?
who, if you say they've lost, anybody who leaves the Obedient Movement has never been obedient from day one.
Okay.
That's my position on it. They've never been obedient. Obedient movement is an ideology. It's not about anybody. It's about Nigerian youths who are upset with the status quo. Nigerian youths who have found out that, if we give our vote to Peter Obi, Kwakwaso, we will have a better Nigeria. That is what Obedient Movement stands for. So Obedient Movement is not about people who are looking for, we'll call them data boys, or those who are seeking for political appointment. No. This is purely an individual thing, and people are responding to it individually.
Beautiful. Now let's move on. Kolo Olobodiyo, you know him, advisor, former PDP National Public Secretary, now an advisor to the ADC National Chairman, said Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Rabiu Kwankwaso still have an opportunity to revive plans for a broad opposition alliance ahead of the 2027 election. He argued that the earlier departure of Obi and Kwankwaso from the ADC coalition was premature because negotiations were still ongoing, and urged opposition parties to unite behind a single candidate. Olobodiyo also criticized PDP's current state and said the ADC's focus is on protecting democracy and preventing one-man rule. He argued that President Bola Tinubu's main challenge in 2027 will come from Nigerians facing economic hardship rather than opposition politicians, insisting that voters' experiences with rising hardship will influence their decisions at the polls. Prince, this sounds more like a fairy tale now. Should Nigerians expect a surprise? After the Ibadan declaration, all man to his own tent, they parted ways. Sometime last week, we had what they call the G100 come together to say, well, it's going to happen. We need them to come and talk again. In fact, they said they were going to convene an opposition coalition to ensure that the opposition parties come up with a sole candidate. Because according to the G100, that is the only way that Bola Ahmed Tinubu can be defeated and the APC. It sounds like a fairy tale now because people don't see it happening. How do you react to this?
Yes, you could say people don't see it happening, but I know that as we gather and run up to the 2023 election, the gladiators themselves already understand what's at stake.
Okay.
They know that they all can't go this race. They know that there's need for them to come together. Join forces in order to be able to win the 2027 election.
How would that happen? How would that happen?
It will happen.
Permutations.
It will happen because the thing is, right now too, also, I'm sure they're all looking at themselves and asking themselves, who amongst us has what it takes? Has the population? And that is what is going to be the deciding factor.
Now, when you ask people, they say, well, Atiku Abubakar has been vice president twice, and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria bars him from being vice president again. So apparently, he cannot deputize someone. He cannot be running mate to someone. Where does that put him in the whole mix?
See, for me, I've always said it, and I keep saying it. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, with due respect to him, shouldn't be contesting 2027 election.
I bet he wants to.
But I'm saying he shouldn't. He shouldn't. He should make the ultimate sacrifice.
Is it because it's, technically speaking, not the turn of the North? Or...
Exactly. That is it.
Okay. Not because of his age?
No. That is it. Gentleman agreement must be maintained.
But the argument is that even when it was, so to say, an agreement that is the turn of the North, we had Southerners contest.
How many of them? Where? Who and who? Who and who?
No matter how insignificant the person was.
Who and who? You don't look at a man who knows that he cannot even get his own vote. A man who cannot vote himself during the election.
Showore has been contesting even when it was the turn of the North. He's from the South.
I don't join issues. I don't want to be joining issues when it comes to Showore.
Okay.
Because Showore has proven to a lot of Nigerians that he's not prepared, he's not ready. He's not willing for that Nigeria he wants to come to pass. You can't move from being party chairman to presidential candidate. And you believe that of everybody in Nigeria, you are the only man that has a magic wand. See, let me tell you something. When I saw the kind of persons in different states, the states where they are contesting for governorship, and the kind of people he's bringing up for Senate and House of Rep, I just said to myself, these guys are joking.
You mean the AAC?
Yes.
Okay, or Moyele Showore.
Yes, it's joking. I mean, look at Abia State, for instance. You see a governor that is working so well. And even Ojus Okalu himself has come out to say, this man cannot be removed.
Okay.
Then you bring somebody like Doris Okala. And you say he wants to come and take power. As what?
And she has the right to contest.
I'm not saying she doesn't have the right. But I'm saying that the party has not thought it through.
Change comes in different manners.
Well, we're seated, we're waiting. We want to see the magic.
Now, Prince, I want us to go back to the issue of a sole candidate. Now, let's look at the gladiators, like you said. We have Peter Obi. We have Atiku Abubakar. We have Sheyi Makinde. We have Donald Duke. We have Adewale Adebayo. We have, of course, whether we like it or not, Moyele Showore. We have who again? Now these are the leading ones. Is there a possibility? Moyele Showore has consistently said, well, I'm not a part of that gang. I can never be a part of that gang because they are simply being recycled. They don't even have ideas, to move this country forward. So let's take him out and talk about the other 5 people. Is there a possibility that within 6 months, of this?
Within 1 month, if they are serious.
If they are serious.
Within 1 month, if they are serious and they want to show patriotism, they'll be able to get.
Okay, so how would that happen? Probably they say, okay, we throw our weight behind you, collapse of our structure.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Just say, okay, for instance, I want to go with NDC candidate. Say, okay, I collapse my structure.
Why NDC? Why didn't you say ADC?
Why NDC? For me.
Or why didn't you say SDP? Why did you choose NDC?
Well, NDC seemed to have a better candidate.
Okay.
They seem to have a better standing. Yes.
One last question before we leave. Now, assuming there's what we call a 3-horse race, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi. Now, people are saying, if these 2 people are able to put their votes together, they will outdo the president. Yeah. Now, in the event that they don't, the people go back to that 2023 will repeat itself. And I ask them, the 8.9 million votes that the president scored in 2023, is it still intact for him?
Well, we need to ask ourselves, where did the votes come from?
From Nigerians.
Well, where? We need to go now state by state.
Okay.
To know, all I know, and I've said it, is that 2027 election is going to be hunger against survival.
Hunger against survival. And are Nigerians hungry enough to take their
No,
fate?
Nigerians are now. They are.
Okay.
Nigerians are. When you consider how much you pay for your house rent, you consider how much you pay for your children's school fees, you consider how much you pay when your child gets to go to the hospital, you will now begin to ask yourself, can we bear this for another 4 years?
All right, Prince, your concluding thoughts. We're out of time.
My concluding thought is that the government needs to become more proactive and not reactive. When people come on air and make inciting statements that are capable of, derailing the peace and unity of this country, the government should act by ensuring that such people are held accountable, arrested, and properly investigated. Government should not give room for anybody, no matter who you're supporting, to begin to make comments, that tilts towards disintegration of Nigeria. Because when you make it from your own side, another person makes from his own side, and everybody keeps quiet, the thing will blow up in our eyes one day.
All right, then this will be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka. He appeared on this show in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Prince. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the back end, talking about technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nana and them Duto. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg sef, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices,
untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're acting on.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with the report of a protest that have rocked Osun State as women took to the streets to demonstrate or protest alleged violence and intimidation, even as former governors Olagunsoye Oyinlola and Iyola Omisore threw their weight behind the APC candidate Bola Oyebamiji. Also, we look at the development in the political space ahead of the 2027 elections as opposition figures, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, and others reportedly moved towards a common political front against President Bola Tinubu. In addition, we would revisit the economic debate as the chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service describes the removal of petrol subsidy as one of the best things to happen to Nigeria, while also making a striking claim about President Tinubu's personal approach to the cost of governance. And finally, the vandalism of road infrastructure is brought to the fore as Minister of Works David Umahi condemns ACT, raising fresh questions about the protection of Nigeria's massive investment in public infrastructure. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. With the Osun governorship election drawing closer, political tensions in the state appear to be intensifying. Women have taken to the streets to protest what they describe as violence and intimidation ahead of the elections. The women who protested today appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intervene in what it described as a growing threat to the safety and security of residents of Osun State. The protesters also demanded the redeployment of the Osun State Commissioner of Police, CP Ibrahim Gotan, alleging perceived partisanship. Meanwhile, adding another dimension to the contest, former Osun State Governor Olagunsoye Oyinlola and former Deputy Governor Iyola Omisore have declared their support for the APC candidate Bola Oyebamiji. Oyebamiji, in a post, described the endorsement as a reflection of a shared conviction that Osun needs a new direction based on justice, fairness, inclusion, and development. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and of course, a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, High Tyranny, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. I don't know why I always have a way of turning this your book upside down.
Well,
I'm turning it upside down.
I'm happy to be here.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Benson Abo. He is a researcher and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Benson. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please unmute your device.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, let me start with you. But before we even go into the protest that had happened today, let's look at what happened over last week, last Friday into Friday really. That's the EFCC, freezing the accounts of the Osun State, and then eventually the president came up to say unfreeze this account and gave the order, and everybody, some persons have actually, kind of faulted the president's directive and said that puts a question mark to the EFCC's independence. So let me hear your take on that. And let me hear your take on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, by the act that formed the EFCC, they are independent. And like the presidency, the president said, he do not intend to interfere. But going by the current political scenario and what is happening, whatever the EFCC, whatever action they carry out will be seen as a directive from the presidency. So it's on that ground that the president actually have to intervene. Why now? When election is just a few days, and it will look as if it's a victimizations and then an attempt to intimidate the sitting governor. So that's actually what people will take it, and it will be difficult to convince Nigerians that the presidency does not have a hand in the action of the EFCC. So I think it's on that basis that he actually redirected them to unfreeze the account, and all that. So what comes to mind first is what prompts EFCC to actually freeze the account? On whose order are they acting on? And I can tell you that, yes, President Tinubu may not directly be involved in giving that directive, but I can also tell you that there must have been an interested party close to the presidency without the knowledge of the president that are giving that directive, all in attempt to intimidate the opponent or the sitting governor. And he doesn't see that as being right. And because of the cries of Nigerians and a lot of act of insecurity going on in Osun State. So all put together, when you put 1 plus 1 together, you can see that something is happening that will be calculated as actually coming from APC government. So I think that's where the intervention of the president actually come to play.
Okay, thank you
Do I go
very
into the second?
Yeah, yes. Okay, so let's look at the protest really. When you look at the protest, does it actually speak or say talk about the level of fear that is will I say that has enveloped the people of Osun State really?
Yeah, with the activities and events happening currently, anybody living in Osun State will have reasons to be afraid. I must tell you. And so the women coming out, the women coming out actually also shows that they have seen it, and whatever happened, it's either their children or their husband or the women themselves if there is violence. And so they have to actually come out to express their dismay or displeasure over the act of insecurity, thuggery, and all that, which the way we are as a country, I think we should have actually go beyond this act of thuggery in politics. You know, politics is meant for defined minds, and it has to do with planning and strategies. And so for people to still take to thuggery, intimidations, and ballot snatching and all that, because for the women to have come out, if you see the placard and what is written in the placard, it also shows their fears and what they have seen. So I think it is not good for democracy in Nigeria. It's also not good right now in all ramifications, and it should be condemned. And those who have resorted to thuggery and trying to intimidate the voters, because they are not coming out to give them room to be able to rig the election. And so any good Nigerian should condemn what is going on in Osun State. It is not a welcome development. It's not good for our politics. And we have gone beyond this. And so the security apparatus we have, the security should be able to arrest this situation. I'm afraid if nothing is done in terms of security and arresting the situation, we may not have a free and fair election in Osun State. Because even if there is even if there's an election, majority of Nigerians will not come out because of their fears of their life and destructions of property. So the government should please, as a matter of urgency, intervene and put a stop to this, either from APC or coming from any other party, PDP, NDC, whatever party. They should be able to sign a peace accord and assure the public that election will be free and fair on that day. So I think for me, this is it. For the fact that the women are out is an evidence that is already on ground. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before I come to Dr. Nosike, just to get clarity, while you were mentioning the parties, I don't know if it's just an omission, but I just feel like I should know. You didn't mention a Accord Party, which is actually the present administration, the party that is the ruling party in that state. So I don't know if it's just an omission or you actually feel like the Accord Party or the present administration are the ones who are being targeted.
Yeah, okay. Yes, let's take it as an omission. Accord Party is part of it. NDC, I've mentioned this and so, etc. Just take it that way.
Okay.
But the sitting governor actually belongs to Accord Party. So both parties, all political parties going in for the election should sign a peace accord and assured Nigerians that there will be no violence.
Okay, Dr. Lazuke, let me come to you. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Signing a peace accord, really? Does it work? Does it work? Because of saying it looks like, you know what?
Mr. Abu is speaking like Yakubu Gowon.
Okay.
Let us pray for Nigeria. So that's just theory. Understand me? Let us pray for Nigeria. So for me, it doesn't. I want to start with that's with the EFCC frozen of Osun State government account. One, there have been 2 other occasions when government, that's state account, were frozen. That was in 2018 and in 2019. Understand? And the states where the states won by the opposition. Understand me? Those states were in the hand of the opposition. And you will know who is the president in 2018 and 2019. Understand me? So it's still the same water that is boiling. There's no way EFCC will go to freeze a state account without the president being aware of it. It doesn't happen. Understand me? Before he will go to, because this borders on national security. So there's no way EFCC will just, what is his name? Onduyede will just wake up, go and freeze a state account without all the presidency or the president being away. Why this thing was reversed was because of the backlash. Understand me? Just like when they say that they have increased the WAEC fee by 82%. Understand? They say, oh, it's not happening again. It's not that they are good people. Understand? But it's because of the anger of the people. And that's the exact thing that happened that's with the freezing of the Osun State account. Understand? One, constitutionally, EFCC have no right, understand me, has no right to freeze any state account. But some time ago, an appeal court in Benue gave a judgment that EFCC can temporarily withhold the account, understand me, on the ground that the money being withdrawn is going to be used for vote buying. And that was an appeal court judgment in Benue State. But so the issue is, we know every reasonable Nigerian, everybody who has followed the politics in Nigeria should know what is going on. Understand? And the violence in Osun State is also a call for anarchy, a call for war by the president when he said that all is fair in politics. Understand me? Which means that's Machiavellian principle. The end justifies the means. Whatever you do is not important, provided you win. That's exactly what is happening in Osun State. So the APC in Osun State is following the words of the president. Understand? That they can do anything, provided that at the end of the day, they will be declared the winner. So the women coming out that to protest, one, they are the mothers. Understand me? And they say that children are the most precious gift of any woman. So they cannot just keep quiet and watch the terror that the APC is committing in your state. Understand me? They cannot just fold their hands. And we know that right from time, we have been having courageous women. We remember the Aba riot of 1929. Understand? So remember the Queen Amina of Zaria and so on and so forth. So we have been having a very courageous women in the past, even though a lot of them are now getting softer. So they are not supposed to fold, even when the society is going bad. It is the women that are supposed to come out and say, we will not tolerate our children being killed, being destroyed. So I commend them for coming out. Understand? Then other people should also rally around them that to make sure that people did not die. But talking about a free, fair nation, as Mr. Abu has said, we don't have that history. Understand? We don't have that. We cannot have that history under APC. Understand? So my concern is let people not die. And I'm not worried about it. Thinking about free and fair nation under APC is like thinking of an elephant growing wings and this thing. So it doesn't make sense. So my own is that let the number of casualties be reduced. Understand me? Let the number of casualties be reduced. But we are not going to have a free, fair election in Osun State.
Wow. You are so certain that there will be no free
under APC.
Under free, fair, and
under APC,
elections.
It can never happen.
Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Benson. You know, one of the things the women called out for, one of the things they called out for during the protest was they made an appeal. Aside from making an appeal to the president, they also demanded the redeployment of the Osun State Commissioner of Police and alleging perceived partisanship. But some days ago, the IGP made a statement and said that the police are actually apolitical. They are not partisan. They are non-partisan when it comes to Osun State election. When you look at the build-up to this election, the election is not even here yet. Even before now, some months ago, there have been cases of violence. We've seen the governor actually call out the IGP and talk about the violence in the state. Would you really say that the police is doing enough to ensure that all of this? Do you think the police really is a political and non-partisan in this Osun State election? Mr. Abu, can you still hear me? Unmute your device if you're speaking, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Now, I'll look at it from two angles. The first angle is with the activities and events happening in Osun State. The police going to the residence of a commissioner, the serving commissioner, and the activities taking place. All these things that are happening, we have police on ground. What have they done? Have they been able to arrest these guys who are involved in thuggery? Have they been able to arrest the killing and other things that is happening? And then the questions you need to ask yourself, why is this thing one-sided? Why is it one-sided? So if the IG said that the police is neutral and all that, of course, that is what we expect to hear from him, because he will not want to come out to tell us that the police is non-neutral. But I know that every government in power make use of the police. The police become an instrument in the hands of the government to intimidate the opponent. And that is exactly what is happening. So as long as I'm concerned, I don't see the neutrality of the police in Oshu State. I do not. Okay. The last time, still on this TV, we did advise the sitting governor to actually also try and see how he can also get informations of what is happening, maybe using other, what would I call them? Security apparatus like the vigilante and other things, just to get informations and security facts. Because the way it is, how are we sure they are giving him proper security briefing? So these are some of the things. I do not agree or do not accept that the police is neutral in the case of Osun State. If they are, they should give us facts or figures of the people from APC, the thugs from Accord Party or APC that have been arrested and charged to court, because a lot of violence has been happening. That is one. With the current, with the, what they call it, with the demand from the women, they are not the only set of people that have demanded for the removal of the Commissioner of Police. So with the women still coming out to demand the removal of the Commissioner of Police, that should send signal across to government that the Commissioner of Police have actually become an associate member of APC. So, and for purpose of for the purpose of this election, okay, he should be removed. I am 100% in support of the women that he should be redeployed to another state. You know, he should be deployed to another state so that we can actually have a free and fair election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Nosuke, let me come to you. But for context, I think the CP, the Osun State CP, has actually been removed, but I'm not very, very certain of that information. That's before now. So I'm wondering why the women are still calling on the removal, but that's not where I'm going to anyways. When you look at the police, when you look at elections in Nigeria, I'm sure by Thursday, Friday, there'll be so many officers deployed to Osun State just for one election.
That's Thursday.
Yes, by Thursday. But when you look at it, what should the police people be? What should the police security operatives be doing really? Aside from, responding when violence occurs, shouldn't they really prevent political intimidation? Because sometimes you see this police, even when vote buying happens, nothing is being done.
It depends on which party that is buying the vote. Okay. If it's APC, on this well. We saw what happened there in Ekiti State. Understand? We saw where we are pushing EFCC officials out. Understand? So that they can give people, induce people to vote for them in Ekiti. We saw where a minister arrived and they were with a 2 Ghana must go. Understand? Just like Oshuomona said, once you are in APC, whatever you do is no crime. Whatever you do, you are free. Understand me? So the issue talking about impartiality of policemen. It's like talking about the Palestinian being impartial towards the Israelites. We are here when we saw a commissioner of police dancing in a City Boys movement. A commissioner of police. So this is an era of impunity. This is an era where anything happens, anything goes. So, but my joy is that that's from 2028, all these people that are doing this thing will start looking very stupid. All these people that are manipulating the country because of one individual will start looking stupid. Just like Festus Keyamo said that great men don't go to primary and secondary school. But he went. He studied at Uganda Boys High School, which means he's not a great person. Understand me? Great men don't go to primary and secondary school. They'll just throw them to the university without certificate. Imagine what a lawyer, a son, is talking because of one man defending nonsense. By 2027, all of them will start looking very, very stupid. So for me, even when they say transfer, understand, redeploy, understand, to me, I'll be asking myself, are you going to UK to bring another policeman? Are you going to America? It is still the same people you are bringing. Most important thing that have been achieved in the protest is to show that the CP in Osun is complicit. Is to show that the CP in Osun is complicit. And whatever he comes out with, people should not believe it. Understand me? So that is one of the things that the protest, to me, has the takeaway that the CP is complicit. So whatever he is saying, he is already partisan. So whether he is removed or not, even I prefer him to stay. Understand me? Because tomorrow they can bring another person who will even be worse than this man. They will say, you asked for the CPM to be removed. We have removed him. Why are you still complaining? So for me, it's better let this CP stay there. We already know he is a member of the APC. So he helped us to stand on our ground. There's no free fair election in Osun State.
So it will be like the case of the devil you know is better than the angel that you don't even know. That's the case of bringing another police officer back.
No. Let him stay. Now everybody in Osun know that he is not an impartial person.
Okay. Let me come to you, Mr. Abu. You know, one of the things I read was Oyinlola Onumishore. That's a new development, has backed Oyebamiji. And you know, when you look at this endorsement, do you think that it actually holds any water, really?
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of things is happening in Osun State. The last week or last 2 weeks, I mentioned on this channel that Tinubu is so much interested in getting Osun to be in his party. There are a lot of things linked to it. One, he's from there. And the state where you are from, you are not in charge of that. Your party is not in charge of that state. So when they are talking about fairness and other things, fairness to who? Justice for who? So they are out by all means to take back Osun State for APC. And so having the former governor and his deputy coming back to say that they want Osun State for APC is not a new story. They've actually asked them to come out. Being former governors, they feel they have followers and they still have respect, and they want to also get them to ensure that people vote and change their mind. So it's a calculated plan or strategy to get back Osho State. And the slogan for which they are coming out with is what I don't know. If they are now aligned that they are adopting Tinubu at the federal level, calling on everybody to vote for him at the federal level, they will also want to take over the state as APC. Because remember, even the sitting governor have also made similar comment that our court party have adopted Tinubu as their presidential candidate. So, but APC do not want to stop at just the presidency. They also want to take over Osho State by all means. And so, just like my brother said, yes, election is going to be conducted. Let's wait and see what comes out of the election.
Okay.
Because APC want to take the government house in Osho State. That's all I can see. Whatever they will do, how they will go about it, he has just mentioned Machiavelli principle, and that's exactly what they're adopting. How you do it to get it, it doesn't matter. When you get there, you can now put every other things in place. So that's the principles of Machiavelli they want to adopt in Osun State governorship election come 15th of this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abu. Okay, Lieutenant, let me hear your take on this. Would you say two political stalwarts backing the APC governorship candidate?
The issue is this: in 2022, Omishore as a governorship candidate, because then, mind you, in 2022. In the first election, there was no clear winner. Then it was the current minister now, Omishore and Adeleke that to contest. Even though Adeleke won at the first ballot, because this is not at the first time Adeleke won that the first one that they rigged him out. Yeah. Understand me? So then Omishore was contested under SDP or so, and backed the APC governorship candidate. But in that election, Adeleke won. Understand? Adeleke won. Adeleke defeated them then, and also defeated them in this one that's ending now. Understand? So the issue is this: if the election should be free, which I know it will not be, Adeleke will still beat one of them. Understand me? Adeleke will still beat Omishore because Omishore is a spent force. He is my very good friend, but he is a spent force. Understand? So he is just trying to remain relevant because he had been out of politics for a long time. They just rehabilitated him by giving him the secretary of APC, national secretary under Buhari. So politically, he's a spent force. So I'm not seeing he hit from the Ife area. So Adeleke will beat him hands down in Ife. But let us see what happens.
Okay, let's see what happens. Of course, the Osun State election is just days away. So let's see how that goes. And we'll be here definitely to report it as issues unfold or as developments come. But let's move on to our next issue, our next conversation, still on elections. Presidential hopefuls and opposition leaders, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Seyi Makinde, Donald Duke, Adebayo Adewale, and Sandy Ono have reportedly commenced fresh consultations aimed at forging a common political front to challenge President Bola Tinubu-led All Progressive Congress in the elections. The G100, a coalition of concerned Nigerians, which is facilitating the consultations, has disclosed the engagement as frank, constructive, and encouraging. Meanwhile, supporters of President Tinubu under the Renewed Hope banner have dismissed the proposed alliance as no threat to the president's re-election bid. The federal stated that the proposed opposition coalition would amount to an exercise in futility, insisting that the performance of the Tinubu administration rather than political calculations will determine the outcome of the 2027 presidential election. Let me come to you first, Mr. Abu. I want to know what you make of this supposed or proposed consultation, because many months ago there was supposed to be a coalition, and we saw how that fell like a pack of cards. So I don't know what you think about this. Do you think that this would really, really see the light of the day when you look at the personalities involved and what we've seen over time, really?
Okay. Well, let me take it. The political class, especially the opposition party, I think, like Obasanjo we said, the interests of Nigeria should be more at the heart of the politician than personal interest or ambition. So if they are looking at that, and they are now coming out to work together under one common front, with each person's interests being protected under the family of the family coalition party, that would be good. This is what Nigerians expect long ago. Is a welcome development. We do hope that they will be able to agree. And if that comes to play, it will be very, very a very good thing for Nigerian politics, And I want to say that APC is threatened and they are afraid of the collusion, because if that comes to be, obviously APC will be out of government in 2027, because if the force of Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso, Amechi, and then Donald Duke, all these parties come together, is a force to welcome with. And I can tell you, without missing word, they will unseat the current government. Then when they talk about the performance, what performance? Performance that Nigerians are hungry, performance that Nigerians are being killed, performance that the insecurity, performance that the things are very expensive in the market. What exactly is the performance they are holding hands to? It battles me. I want to know the performance. That Nigerians is still stagnated? Is it that the performance? From what angle are they coming from? Yes, the oil subsidy has been removed. Yet the price of oil is not stable. What have they done with the oil subsidy money? Of what impact is it to Nigerians? Come on, I don't see any performance. As long as I'm concerned, it's zero performance. If we go by performance, they will not come back. So I feel hungry when somebody comes out to talk boldly of the things that doesn't exist. What performance are we talking about, for God's sake? Performance of corruption? Yes. So if it's any other thing they can talk about, but not performance that the life of Nigerians have been imparted on, that we have good roads. So as long as I'm concerned, I don't see anything. I don't see, if you ask me to rate the current government, honestly, they've not done anything to impart on the life of Nigerians. That is the truth. Nobody should deceive us. So they shouldn't even go to the area of performance at all. That people are no longer free. to worship God the way they want to. The people are being killed in
Okay, I don't know if you're done with what you're saying. Can you hear me? Are you still with us?
they have done anything. The current government have done anything that have impacted positively on Nigerians. So if they have any other thing, let them come up and campaign with it. But if they are coming up to campaign on performance, it's a failure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If they are coming to campaign on performance, is a failure. That's according to Benson Abu. Okay, let me ask you. Like I said earlier, and what Mr. Benson said actually, he said this coalition is a good one, but the challenge is, who wants to live for the other? Who wants to come down for the other? So do you really think that this is just mere talk?
The guy that is leading this G100 is Lukman Sandiego, former vice chairman of APC. Understand? The issue is this. I will give that's my prayer is for it to work, but I'm trying to I can't see it working because there are two ender funds. Understand? And the problem is not the honor. It is not the Donald Duke. It is not the Shema Kinde. It's not the SDP candidate Adebayo. Or the problem is Atiku Abubakar and P2. Understand me? That is the problem that we are having here. Understand? And this mindset that the South must complete their 8 years. That's the problem. If P2B wants to run as Atiku's deputy, a lot of his followers will leave him, and they will also accuse him of breaching the North-South agreement. Understand me? So this is where it gets tough. Understand? This is where it gets tough. But if there's any miracle that can make this thing work, that's why I pray, let it come. Because for me, I prefer even somebody from Cyprus to APC. I prefer somebody from Chad, from Niger, and understand, to APC government. Understand me? So my prayer is that let it work. Understand? Let them find a way and come together.
Wow.
And that's my wish. That's my desire.
Okay, that's your wish. That's your desire that you should come find a way really to make it work.
For me and not for this APC.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, the Tanosike is tired of APC and is saying that the coalition should just see the way how they can actually, ensure that they make this workable and possible. Well, let's see how it goes. And let's see how this unfolds, really. Thank you very much, Tanosike. Thank you as well, Mr. Benson Abu. This is where we have to, end the show at this point. And thank you all for being a part of the issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare. governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even kole people they strike. We don't become conscious strikers.
Even light self they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self dey get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Voptv and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOPTV on Free TV. Now you have...
Welcome aboard hashtag VOPTV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, if this is your first time here, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us, because I'm not flying solo. I got a whole team working together with me to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, let's get this show on the road. We begin with the first hashtag, hashtag coup. You remember how late last year, 2025, there was breaking news that there was an attempted coup. Instantly, the authorities denied it. That's after keeping mum for a while. But elite productions like Premium Times, as well as the cable, broke this news after extensive investigation. And of course, yours faithfully decided to let the people know exactly what was happening, even though the federal government, as well as the hierarchy when it comes to security operatives, didn't want to say anything about it, right? So it began to spread like wildfire. Still, there were denials that there was no coup until this year, when authorities finally revealed to Nigerians that there was actually an attempted coup, and that a number of soldiers attempted to take out President Tinubu, as well as top officials in his cabinet, not excluding Senate President as well, Godswill Akpabio. Now we are hearing feelers, or we are getting feelers from the soldiers themselves. In fact, a big story today is what is coming from the architect of the failed coup. He is telling Nigerians why he rallied round, or why he invited his colleagues to come join him to ensure that this administration is taken out. He said it was for the betterment of the nation, that insecurity had worsened, there was hardship, people were feeding badly, people were living from hand to mouth, and he wanted to end the terrible way things were going in the country. It's why he attempted to take out President Tinubu. And that is coming from Mr. Maji. He's called Mr. now. I'm sure you will know why. He's actually a colonel. He wanted to be promoted, but it failed. Now, I have all of this in a post I'm going to be revealing to you in a short while. Let me just take you straight up to our Daily News Hub. Daily News Hub has this particular one. Of course, it's quoting Premium Times. And in a short while, I'll be showing you what Premium Times has to say about it. The first post. Daily News Hub says a Nigerian Army Colonel, Mohammed Maji, has revealed the main reason behind his planned coup to overthrow President Bola Tinubu. Maji, according to Premium Times, claimed worsening insecurity, corruption, and economic hardship were among the grievances discussed by those allegedly involved in the failed coup. Let's quickly take a look at what Premium Times has now. This is Premium Times, and it says, from the beginning, in his statement, Mr. Maji, a 50-year-old officer from Niger State, told military investigators that the plot dated back to 2023 towards the end of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. Quote, things particularly got out of control towards the end of Buhari's administration when corruption and nepotism became the order of the day. Insecurity started spreading from the northeast to the northwest and north-central parts of the country. Kidnapping and banditry engulfed the whole northern Nigeria. End of quote. Mr. Maji, an infantry officer who had served at several military formations across the country, stated, quote, the structure became critical and precarious, with lives of troops and innocent citizens being lost on a daily basis. End of quote. He wrote, adding that this was when the idea of military intervention started. He added that, quote, it was expected that the higher hierarchy of the military could have acted to save the situation. Unfortunately, there was no action from the top. End of quote. So this is an infographic put together by Premium Times, how the alleged coup plot unfolded. Colonel Mohammed Maji's account to military investigators, 2023, you already saw that the idea takes shape And towards the end of Buhari's administration, Maji cites corruption, nepotism, and insecurity spreading across the north. Officers who share the same concerns are co-opted. The plan is shelved for lack of funds. So in 2023, this would have happened, but they didn't have money. Let's continue to take a look at the post now, because it's an unfolding story. It is actually breaking the next one. Now, in 2024, revived after a failed promotion, the same Colonel Maji misses promotion to Brigadier General a second time. Officers press him to restart the movement, fearing he could be retired prematurely. Late 2024 to early 2025, the meetings. A first meeting, then further gatherings at Brookville Hotel and Greenland Hotel in Lokogoma, Abuja. Largely the same officers with a few new members. Late September 2025, plot uncovered. Maji is arrested on the 29th of September. The day the Independence Day parade is cancelled. The military hierarchy is reshuffled and Chief of Defense Staff Christopher Musa is sacked. By the way, Christopher Musa is now Nigeria's defense minister. Well, October 2020, so you now know why he was sacked for starters. October 2025 to February 2026, interrogation. Questions between 18 October and 19 February at the Nigerian Army Corps of Military Police Headquarters at Sokoro, Abuja. That's not all. We continue to take a look at them. And then in April, charges were filed. The federal government files 13 charges against 6 individuals, 7 officers, and Maji among them. And they are facing a court martial. That infographic is by Premium Times. But we continue to see more of it. So, the crackdown in numbers. Arrests widen from a first group of 7 officers to a network spanning the armed forces, the police, and civilians. 16 military officers arrested, September 25. 40 people arrested by February 2026. 30 plus officers and civilians interrogated. Now, let's take a look at that. 30 plus civilians and officers interrogated. A Nollywood actor has been in incarceration since last year because of this particular one. We brought you that story. Let's go back to that. Also, former Bayelsa State Governor Timi Priye Silva also is AWOL right now because he's been declared wanted. He's been said to be involved in this coup plot. 13 filed charges, or charges filed in April, yes, and 6 individuals charged so far. The next slide. Civil court, retired officers and civilian suspects. Court martial, 7 officers including Maji. So for the civil court, retired officers and civilian suspects are being tried, but for the military officers including Maji, it's a court martial. But that's not all, because at some point I'm going to be showing you the paper trail, how the bubble burst and how they were arrested. So this is the paper trail. 7,424 pages, a trove of confidential documents underpinning this reporting. Bank statements, account records tracing contributions and transfers between suspects. Encrypted charts, message exchanges on encrypted platforms between alleged participants. Hotel and purchase receipts, bills for the hotels used for meetings and for items bought, and signed statements from participants and from non-participants whose financial dealings linked them to the alleged planners. So if you're wondering how they were caught, this was it. Paper trail, hotel receipts, meetings, and all of that. More than 30 officers and civilians were interrogated. Several defendants told the court their statements were not voluntary, prompting a trial within trial to decide whether the statements are admissible. Now, take a look at that again. Several defendants told the court that their statements were not voluntary. What does that tell you? It means it's involuntary. Why? Most of the times when something becomes involuntary, probably under duress. Now, this is an ongoing case, so we would refrain from taking comments at the moment. This is just to bring you up to speed as to how this particular investigation has panned out. Of course, the moment a pin drops, really, regarding this particular one, we will keep you posted. That said, we move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Rise. You do know that not too long from now, Osun State is going to be voting. In fact, we're talking about next Saturday when Osun State is going to be going to the polls. I'm talking about residents of Osun State going to the polls. Is it going to be a re-election for Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, formerly of the PDP, or is it going to be someone else? The die is cast. But what's got lips or tongues wagging right now, tongues wagging, I should say, is that a very popular businesswoman in Osun State was caught distributing rice to residents on behalf of the APC candidate. And she was laying curses on the people, the recipients of her largesse, and saying, look, if you take my food and you don't vote, this will happen and all. And at some point, you will find out that they were giving something in exchange for the rice. Some netizens are wondering, are you guys exchanging your PVCs for rice? It's $1 million question. So I'm going to take you straight to X now. This is a huge story unfolding on social media. I'll take you to X. Let's take a look at the first post now. APC supporters hand out small rice portions in Osun before election. This is it. Alhaja Falilat Yusuf distributes rice marked with APC stickers from a vehicle, linking it to unverified sources and warning recipients to back candidate Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji or Ambo. The small portions, 1 or 2 derricas, draw sharp online backlash, with many calling the scenes demeaning amid Nigeria's economic struggles and likening them to turning citizens into beggars. While some see it as standard grassroots campaigning, critics highlight poverty and question election inducement rules as voting nears. There's a video. Take a look.
They like it. They like it. Nígbà tó ṣe wípé ní mo jẹ́ láti jọba ti rí ayé. Lẹ́yìn pé ní mo pé nǹkan, mo ti ẹ̀ pé nǹkan owó wà kárí rí. Àdìbò fún mọ́ni Erújì ní òye bá mi jí o. Ajáwa Kìfáyà tó yẹ tọ́lá àwọn ni wọ́n gbé fún yín o. Àdìbò fún mọ́ni Erújì ní o. Ọmọ yín o. Ní ẹ̀dìbò o. Ìyá wa gbé kalẹ̀, ìgbé náà fi tèmi kú o.
But that doesn't look like the voters' PVC's card. I'm talking about the electorate. That doesn't look like the electorate's PVC or something. It looks like a card, Like, for example, this is a card to let you know that you've gotten it. They'll give you a card. Once you hand it over to them, then they'll give you whatever it is. I think that's what it is. I mean, this is based on what we're seeing. Take a look. Yeah, that's it. Doesn't look like. I mean, why would I give my PVC to someone in exchange for rice and all? But then again, netizens are reacting. So let's quickly take a look at the reactions now. Netizens are mad about it. Is someone saying, some of them, a number of netizens saying that this is a crime and it is punishable. What are the authorities doing about it? Because it amounts to inducement. Others are saying, hey, it is not new. I mean, it's business as usual. Remember how a number of stakeholders have said that the elite have weaponized poverty in Nigeria, and that is why stomach infrastructure becomes the rule or the game during elections. Well, it seems to be true. Let's take a look at reactions now, or responses, if you will, from netizens. This is Ijeoma, who says, if they like, they should share a whole live cow to the people of Osun State. I know most of them will collect it and still vote who they want to vote, unless they want to go back to the era of APC monthly house salary. That was a thing once upon a time in Osun State. It was the APC on the throne then, and workers were receiving half pay every month due to cash crunch. That is not the case anymore. At some point, the Adlele case were paying local government staffers from their pockets because their monies had been withdrawn from the center. Now, Chris says, funny how someone is giving you food with cause for you not to do the right thing. Well, the people of Osun will definitely do justice, like Oyo did, like Oyo State did a few years back. All right, let's go back back to X as we're going to take a look at the reactions. This is Anybody Wins. Anybody Wins says, are they collecting their voters' card for what? So they want to vote on their behalf. Well, Anybody Wins. I don't think that was their voters' card they were given in exchange for the rice. I think it was like a card that tells whoever is giving the rice to the beneficiaries that, hey, you've received. I think that's it. But quote me if I'm wrong. If it is actually their voters' card that they were handing in exchange for 2 bags of rice, then please let us know. We will definitely let the people know, because that's what we do right here at Voptv. Well, Davido also put up a post regarding this particular one. Davido being the nephew of the contesting governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke. Let's quickly take a look at that post. So Davido says Osun Labour Movement protests in demand for free and fair elections. He attached a very short video to it. Take a listen. Davido himself has been at the forefront of campaigning for his uncle. At some point, there was a spar between himself and an aide to the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma being an APC stalwart, leading the delegation to Osun and all of that. Davido had asked Hope Uzodinma to please let the people vote their conscience, allow the process to run freely and fairly. And then he now said his wife, Chef Chioma, happens to be from Imo State. And Davido was reminding Hope Uzodinma that we share bonds that runs deeper than politics. But then again, in a very swift reaction, Hope Uzodinma's aide fired back. He told Davido that he was begging because he felt his uncle was going to lose. And that sparked a huge debate online, with so many people saying that the APC is just giving to their court party sympathy votes based on the attack and, you know, the lashings and all of that. But let's not dwell on that too much. I want to take you to another huge story on X right now. It's a bill that passed second reading in the National Assembly, the Senate precisely, that has raised fears among the polity that this might be an attempt to control NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and churches. Now, this is tied to foreign aid. Now, you need to see for yourself so you can understand exactly what I'm saying. Because people like investigative journalist David Hundeyi, as well as human rights activist and legal practitioner Professor Chidi Odikanlu have said this is a very dangerous one and this should not even pass. So I take you to X so you see the very first post, and then I got a video for you and then responses. Nigeria's foreign aid bill sparks fears of NGO and church control. The bill for an act to regulate foreign aid, advanced by Nigeria's Senate in July 2026, requires a national database for all donor funds, project registration, budget integration, public disclosure, and penalties for misuse. Supporters say it brings needed accountability to combat fund misuse and insecurity links, like Boko Haram funding. Critics, including Odikalu, argue it threatens religious freedom, forces groups to close, and enables political interference, fueling heated divisions online. There's a video. Take a listen to Professor Odikalu.
Currently considering the for passage. It has gone through the first reading, it's gone through second reading, it's now in committee stage, and later this month, the Committee on NGOs in the House of Nigeria's National Assembly is currently considering the NGO regulation bill for passage. It has gone through the first reading, it's gone through second reading, it's now in committee stage, and later this month, the Committee on NGOs in the House of Representatives in Abuja will be holding a public hearing on the bill. And it's important that you understand what this bill means and its implications for both yourself as a citizen and for the country in general. And let me be clear. This is the most dangerous piece of legislation that has come for consideration in the National Assembly since the return to civil rule in 1999. It covers the activities of every entity and everybody that is not government. And it affects churches, mosques, schools, universities, hospitals, everything, as well as humanitarian operations wherever they are taking place in the country, whether in the northeast or in the southeast or south-south, whether in the middle belt or in the northwest or southwest. It is totalitarian in its consequences. Now, what does the bill require? Basically, all resources, all funds, everything that are collected or liable to be collected and made available to service communities, individuals in need in this country will be subject to Abuja. Before you can raise funds in your church and your mosque, you have to get Abuja's permission. After you've raised the money, you have to return them to Abuja for Abuja to tell you what to do with them. And when you've done that, only Abuja can help you to do your audits. Nobody can operate anything without clearance from Abuja. It's worse than a totalitarian piece of legislation. For the old mamas and old papas doing isusu in the village, that is revolving credit. Before you do your collections, you come to Abuja for clearance. After you've done your collections, before you share the money or rotate the collections amongst the beneficiaries, you come to Abuja for clearance. Ahmadiyya movement will have to come to Abuja for clearance. NASFAT will come to Abuja to do anything. The mosques that do collections every Friday to support people in their congregations and their communities will all have to account for that money to civil servants who will either tell them what to do with it or collect it and trouser it into their pockets. The churches will be out of business. The mosques will be endangered. This is what the legislators want us to subscribe to. And as a citizen, you've got to understand that this means that there will be no voice of criticism for government. Nobody can tell government anything. What this body proposes to do, what government is proposing with this bill, is that after it has been passed, everybody organizing in Nigeria under any form, students, Old Students Association, Reverend Sisters in convents, Reverend Fathers and pastors, wherever they may be, imams, alfas, and everybody, you will have to apply to Abuja for them to register you to operate. If they agree to register, they can refuse to register you, in which case you cannot do anything. Now, if they agree to register you, however, you will have to only hold that license for 2 years. After those 2 years, you will have to apply for them to renew your license. If they agree at that time to renew your license, you can continue operating for another 2 years. If they don't agree, that license lapses. If you try to do anything without that license, you'll be liable to be imprisoned for 18 months. And if they are sympathetic and agree not to send you to jail, you may be let go with a fine of 500,000 naira. The civil servants will collect this money in the name of the politicians. It will be used to fire up political power that will not be accountable to any one of us. And this is why I'm saying that this is the most dangerous piece of legislation that's been considered in our country to date, in the past 20 years. But you can do something about it. This does not have to be law. This will not be law if you agree that as the citizen.
So, Professor Adinkalu is saying that, look, the citizens need to understand what exactly this means. And if it does not catch their fancy, Nigerians can join him and say no to the legislators. And of course, there's a way it can be done. And of course, he is going to be, enumerating the process to Nigerians who are interested. Of course, we will keep you posted in this regard. Apparently, he did due diligence, sat down, really sat down, and took a look at it. It reminds me of one of the senators that really sat down and took a look at the tax reform bill and brought to the notice of Nigerians that this was not what we agreed to. This is not the document. And then there was a whole uproar. That's exactly the kind of effect this is having right now on Nigerians. It's a huge debate. Now, some netizens are saying Professor Odikalu is exaggerating. But then if that's the case, we would like to see proof. I mean, the federal government and legislators themselves, or the presidential spokesmen, women, if there are any, can come out and refute what the professor just said. But that said, I'm going to take it back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting. Started, of course, with David Hundeyin. Like I told you, he is an investigative journalist and, of course, an author. David Hundeyin says it's a dangerous bill because Mr. NGO money launderer said so. And then he goes on to say, I'll take President Tinubu seriously before I listen to a word that comes out of this one's mouth. In any case, we all know this bill will never pass. As a US puppet, government cannot pass a bill against foreign interference, even if they try to like Buhari did. All of this is pointless noise making. So this is David Hundeyin saying that the prof is just making noise. But then he goes on to say it is a dangerous bill, but that it will not be passed because, hey, I mean, you can't pass a bill against a foreign interference, is what he's saying. Let's take a look at other responses to this particular one now. Please pardon the grammar of the investigative journalist, David Hundeyin. It's also important for you to know that the views of netizens are solely theirs and not that of VOP. Billy Dre says, the bill is an excellent one and few parts can be debated upon. Plus, Abuja is there to carry out oversights to know where funds are coming from, what is the purpose and how it will be utilized, etc. NGOs, faith-based institutions, etc. are all used as conduit pipes for money laundering and terrorism. But NGOs too have been used to bring succor to the vulnerable. It is well known that is a fact. Then the bull goes on to say this bill is demonic and doesn't benefit the common man. The bull also is AKA Chinonso John. Chinonso thinks this is elitist and does not benefit the vulnerables. It's a huge debate, I can tell you right now. But hey, you know how we do it? As events unfold, we'll continue to keep you posted. Now, this is coming on the heels of something that passed not too long ago, the new FRSC reform bill. Chief among them, or should I say one of them, is the fact that there is no more hawking and no more preaching in commercial buses. PFN and some other Christians have come out to say, oh, so you want to stop 65 million Christians from preaching, and it's a whole big deal. So some are thinking for this to now come on shortly after that is suspicious. It's a huge, huge debate online. You just might want to check it out for yourself. Now, let's take a look at something a little bit totally different from all of this. Pastor Mrs. Oh, no, we can't do Pastor Mrs. Pastor Evangelist Tonto DK has opened her own ministry and she's on fire. I can tell you that. When we come back from this break, I'll give you the full gist. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY says so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's a boy, but shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Living. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on VOP TV. If you just joined, I am Vivian Oguche, and of course, I'm glad to have you hang out with us. We're coasting home now. This is like cruise control. Well, I told you before we took the break, it is hashtag Tonto DK. Without further ado, veteran actress turned evangelist is on fire. She just started her own ministry and all of that. You know, it was Pastor Jerry. He's very popular. I know, talking about Pastor Jerry. Just say Pastor Jerry, everybody knows who you're talking about. She used to attend his church, talking about Tonto DK. Will go out to arrange stadiums, you know, for that ministry when there were programs, and people felt she was going to serve under that ministry, but she pulled a fast one. She's now the number one of her own church, her own ministry. Same Pastor Jerry was the one that helped to mend fences between Tonto DK and her erstwhile husband, Churchill, Olakunle Churchill. You do know that one beautiful child came out of that union. They are no longer together. And for 10 years, it was really bitter that they did not speak to each other. And Churchill's son couldn't talk to his father and all of that until Pastor Jerry Eze came into the whole thing and intervened and, you know, brought the two of them together. Now it looks like it's one big family, even though Olakunle Churchill has another family now and other children. But he can speak to his son. He's now friends with Tonto DK. So many netizens were thinking, okay, so probably the actress will continue with Pastor Jerry Eze. But no. So I'll take you to X now. So you see very first post that's going to launch us to the video. It is huge. Let's take a look at it. So Tonto DK launches New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle Ministry in Abuja. New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle. It's huge. The Nollywood actress and evangelist unveiled New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle, NWPT. In case that's a mouthful for you, you can just settle for NWPT, an interdenominational fellowship in Abuja aimed at spiritual growth and global revival, inspired by Mark 2:22's call for new beginnings. Weekly meetings start every Friday at 6 p.m. at Omni Grand Hotel in Jabi. While some celebrated her shift from entertainment to ministry, others expressed, I should say, surprise or skepticism about her transformation. So this has been a huge bone of contention for so many people. So many people do not believe that Tonto DK has transformed into a totally different person. They do not believe She's who she says she is. Others think she's still carrying on her acting career and all of that. But the woman says she's changed. I mean, you see her speaking in tongues all the time, praying. And based on what we just saw, it looks like she doesn't necessarily have to leave the church where she's fellowshipping, because this is an interdenominational affair. Now we have Tonto Dike on this matter. Take a listen.
In Jesus' name. I was in the world. I have some people who use 10 years to keep praying for me. Over 7 years now. She kept telling me something. God will use you mightily. And I kept looking at her and I looked at God. I said, gangster like me. Feel like it's not gonna happen. I said all of you to say this. That if you're journey and you're rock with God, God will never leave you alone. God will set strong men and strong women to be by your side. Welcome, my sister, evangelist, Dr. Princess. I don't know if this is a deliverance ministry. I don't know what you plan to call this ministry. But as I was sitting down, the Holy Spirit ministered to me that my deliverance power is access in the house. How far you brought? I said,
Real is happening, and the tabernacle is full. Well, I'm just going to watch how this whole thing unfolds, really. We're going to refrain from taking some comments. Some of them were a little bit, weighty. We will wait to see how this unfolds, but we definitely wish Evangelist Tonto Dike all the best. Because, look, when someone decides to change, and I mean, nobody should stand in their path. And we hope that this is truly genuine. It looks genuine. And then again, do not forget, God is the only one who knows the contents of our hearts. That said, we wrap it up on hashtag today. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But of course, the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep at it again with us for another edition of the program, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church. As part of my commitment to this work, I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Voptv.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Ugoche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. For beginner news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Troops neutralize several terrorists in Borno.
IPAC tells INEC and security agencies to ensure credible polls.
Hamzat promises people-centered development in Lagos.
Parents say days without their children. Sad.
NERC sacks Kaduna Electric Board, names administrator.
In 2025 Batch B Stream 2 core members to pass out the 3rd of September.
On the foreign scene, 1 million people displaced in Shanghai.
Well, in business news, Voptv Pro hosts audio seminar in Lagos.
In sports, South Africa and Nigeria set for Women's World Cup play-in clash.
In the world of entertainment news, Funke Akindele unveils new movie.
Now the news and details. Troops of the Operation Hardened Kai have neutralized several terrorists and also recovered weapons, ammunition and communication gadgets in Gajiram and Ganza local government area of Borno State. A statement by the acting military information officer, Operation Hardened Kai, Mohammed Goni, said on August 10, 2026, a large number of terrorists launched an assault in an attempt to overrun the troops' position, but they responded with effective fire, forcing the attackers to withdraw their sustaining heavy casualties. To withdraw after sustaining heavy casualties. He said during the engagement, troops neutralized several of the terrorists and recovered weapons, ammunition, and communication gadgets. Goni added that few troops sustained injuries during the engagement, while there were damage to some combat enablers and vehicles from rocket-propelled grenade fires. The statement said post-engagement review of the surveillance footage confirmed several casualties being evacuated by the retreating terrorists. He added that the recovered items and footage are currently undergoing further operational assessment.
Now to politics, where the Inter-Party Advisory Council IPAC is calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC and security agencies to guarantee a free, fair, and credible governorship election in Osun State. National Chairman of IPAC, Yusuf Dantale, said the body was worried about rising political tension in the state ahead of Saturday's election. He said the election must be a genuine contest of ideas, policies, programs, while warning that no individual or institution should attempt to substitute its will for that of the electorate. The IPAC leader urged the electoral body to conduct the election with the highest degree of professionalism, independence, and impartiality, and to ensure strict compliance with the Constitution and the Electoral Act 2026. Dantale warned against vote buying, electoral violence, and the use of state institutions to intimidate opponents.
Still on Osun State election, a former Assistant Inspector General of Police, Abutu Yaro, has called on politicians participating in the August 15 election to exercise restraint and avoid actions capable of triggering violence. Yaro made the call in Abuja to pre-election security risk assessment of Osun State, which identified 12 local government areas as high risk ahead of the poll. He said political actors remain central to the prevention of election-related insecurity, adding that security challenges during elections were often fueled by political interest. According to him, security agencies could only do so much if politicians refused to abide by the rules and exercise patriotism during the electoral process. Yaro also called for adequate and timely provision of election logistics, including vehicles, welfare for election officials, permanent voter cards, electronic gadgets, and other materials required for the smooth conduct of the poll.
Well, still on Osun, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Abubakar Atiku, has called on Osun State electorates to vote for the party's candidate, Najim Salam, in Saturday's governorship election. Atiku said that the party currently has the best of Nigerians within its ranks. The former vice president, while appealing to the electorate to support Salam, said they would not regret supporting the former speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly in the poll. Earlier, the ADC national chairman, David Mark, described the campaign as a celebration of the impending victory of the party in Saturday's poll.
In a related development, women in Osun State have staged a protest in Osogbo, calling for a free, fair, and credible August 15 governorship election. The protesters stormed the streets of Osogbo, Osun State capital, protesting alleged police intimidation, political violence, and killings in the state ahead of the election. The protesters carried various placards, singing solidarity songs and shouting at the top of their voices, rejecting political violence and killings taking place in the state. They condemned the violence associated with the political activities ahead of the election, adding that political disagreements should never be used to justify killings, intimidation, or destruction. The women appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intervene in what they described as a growing threat to the safety and security of residents of Osun State.
In the meantime, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has denied lobbying to become Director General of the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council. In a statement by Wike's Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and Social Media, Larry Olayinka, the former Rivers governor described the report as false. Wike, who restated his support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election, said he does not need a formal position in the campaign council to help secure victory for the president in Rivers State and the Federal Capital Territory. The FCT minister added that he had not discussed leadership or membership of the Presidential Campaign Council with anyone.
Moving on, youth in Port Harcourt have taken to the streets to protest against the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, blaming the President Bola Tinubu administration for the country's economic hardship. A viral video showed some youth in the Rivers State capital campaigning against the APC ahead of the 2027 elections. The protesters said the government had failed to address the lingering economic crisis and should be voted out in 2027. The protest comes despite a recent declaration by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, that there will be no opposition in Rivers State in 2027. Wike had said eligible voters in the state were united in their support for President Tinubu's re-election. The former governor has also backed a coalition of members from different political parties supporting his preferred candidate in the 2027 elections.
Well, let's bring you back to Lagos here, where the All Progressives Congress APC governorship candidate for Lagos State in the 2027 elections, Obafemi Hamzat, has pledged people-oriented development in the state with a focus on healthcare, infrastructure, housing, and education if elected governor. Hamzat said that the next phase of governance in the state will prioritize sectors that directly impact the lives of residents and improve the quality of life of residents. The deputy governor said that his understanding of Lagos evolved through years of direct involvement in governance. He pledged that his administration will build on that experience to formulate result-driven policies.
Let's now move on to the northeastern part of the country, where parents of the pupils abducted from Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Uba local government area of Borno State are expressing deep despair over the absence of their children, particularly the lack of official information about the whereabouts or condition of their loved ones. The families in an interview claimed that both state and federal authorities have remained silent on the situation, leaving them in isolation. The parents said that for about 3 months now, they have been living in constant fear and uncertainty. They said that since the children were abducted, the group has claimed responsibility for the abduction and demanded ransom from them. The parents described the situation as a calamity that had befallen the community. On May 15, 2026, armed insurgents raided the school, taking the pupils, including toddlers, into captivity and leaving behind a trail of trauma, empty classrooms, and devastated homes.
Well, turning to other stories, the federal government, the Nigeria Bar Association, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, have launched a partnership to expand access to free legal services for children. At a high-level stakeholders meeting in Abuja, the Director of the Administration of Criminal Justice and Reform Department in the Federal Ministry of Justice, Letitia Ayola Daniels, who represented the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, said access to justice is a fundamental right of every child and that children who come into contact with the justice system deserve protection and fair treatment. She acknowledged that Nigeria has made progress through the Child Rights Act of 2003, the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, state child rights laws, and diversion initiatives. According to her, justice for children is also now recognized as a distinct area in the national policy on justice.
The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has dissolved the board of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company. In an order issued on Monday, NERC appointed Managing Director Abubakar Hashidu as administrator for 6 months. Regulatory bodies said intervention followed an inquiry and consultations with key industry stakeholders, including the Bureau of Public Enterprises, and was necessitated by the DISCO's prolonged regulatory and market default, inadequate investment, and weak operational and commercial performance. Regulators said the KAEDC owes over 14 billion naira in statutory obligations. Since ASI Engineering Limited took over in June 2024, the DISCO has added over 118 billion naira in market debts.
Well, joining us virtually to shed more light on these stories is River State State Bureau Manager, Mike Okurunkwo. Mike, are you with us? Well, we are also being joined by Prince Opeyemi Benjamin Ogunlami. Opeyemi is a human rights activist. Gentlemen, can you both unmute your devices, please, so that we can hear you clearly?
Yeah, thanks for having me with you tonight. Good evening.
Thank you, Opeyemi, for coming. Mike, can you hear me? All right, I understand that Mike is not in yet. Opeyemi, let's begin with you, right? We've seen a number of stories that are trending online right now, chief of them being the Osun Guba election that's coming up this Saturday. It is a big deal. On the one hand, we see the ADC presidential candidate campaigning for his person in the state. And then on the other hand, we see women saying, look, leave our governor for us. He's done so well, and we want him to continue with what he's done. I'd like for you to weigh into what's happening in Osun. And I don't know if you have a crystal ball. What do you foresee?
Well, in Osun State at the moment, what we just see is everybody is showing political strength. And then from left, right, and center, we've seen so far so good how they are actually canvassing from the top. And then we see presidential candidates trooping in because it's also an avenue for them to also galvanize votes against 2027 for themselves. I saw the presence of Adegbeshola for the ADC. And then if Adeleke of the incumbent is also having people saying our governor is doing better, we don't want any other. They are only saying that not for the entire state. We cannot take that as something for the entire state, but for at least a population of persons routing for Adeleke. But at this moment, we see that the game of politics is playing out as it should be, not in violence, as Nigerian politicians had showcased it to us. But even for me, I'm supposed to be in Osun State on Wednesday, but I'm not too sure I'll be there because I'm afraid of violence. But the idea is this is a way the game should be played, not in violence, not in anything. But as it is, it's just between two existing parties that have been fighting, two icons in Osun State, the incumbent governor and then the APC. So we want to see how their prowess, political prowess, could be shown to the people of Osun who ask the office at the end of the day. By Saturday, we will know. But the idea is, as it is in Nigeria, it's always the highest rigger. I'm not saying bidder now. The highest rigger would take it up. But let's look towards what we have in Osun State on Saturday.
Okay, I'm still talking about Osun State. You know, there was a development that came up yesterday or today that Ogunloye, I'm trying to get the right name, Ogunloye, that's the former governor of the state, and Iyola Omisore, who is the deputy former governor, former deputy governor had actually endorsed the candidates of the APC. Do you think such endorsements could actually count? Especially for what you're saying, that the highest, the two big wigs sort of, will say who wins. But do you think that this endorsement would actually help sway the voters and vote towards the APC candidates?
The people of Osun actually have a direction they are going, regardless of who who endorses or who does not endorse, they will choose who they want. And I'm not saying a particular candidate would win, but as it is, everybody is sharing rice and beans every corner. They are sharing rice. The election in Osun or in Nigeria, as it is not based on, it's not issue based. It's just an election on someone who could galvanize, who could get into the mind of the people. So whoever is endorsing is endorsing for himself, not for the people. Just the same way it is in Nigeria. If you endorse, let the old governor of the state endorse a candidate of their choice. They only have one vote each. People will go their direction. So the endorsement has no effect on Osun people.
Well, let's talk about women, really, Opayemi, who are decrying intimidation. All right, not just the women who are saying, look, we smell rat. Even the governor, the incumbent governor, who is fighting for dear life, talking about Ademola Adeleke himself, has been crying intimidation, intimidation, intimidation for months. Do not forget that, Opayemi, for over a year or so, years really, that the Adelekes, Davido, his uncle, the governor, and his father have been paying the local government staffers out of their pocket because monies were withheld at the center. And just prior to the election, though, we saw that the EFCC decided to withhold more monies from Osun until there was, some public backlash. And the president decided to ask the EFCC to undo that, that thing it had done, calling it an embarrassment. I'd like for you to speak to this intimidation that the women, as well as the governor, have been crying about. What should the electoral umpire do in this regard?
Well, according to INEC has said that all political parties will give accounts of what is spent. And then INEC has a stipulation of the exact amount to be spent by a gubernatorial candidate at an election. So if at this point, EFCC notices a financial misappropriation in Osun State and thereby freezing the accounts of the states, well, it is fine. The EFCC is still acting within the ambience of the law. EFCC can do that. But if it is political, if it is that a certain individual or certain individuals are using the EFCC against Adeleke in Osun State, well, that's when I would say that it's a game in Nigeria that the political powers, when there is a tussle at an election, they use all means against themselves. So Adeleke should not cry because at an election, even the incumbent governor is not expected to spend the state's money for any of his electoral campaign. The state's money should be for the state, and then his own money and supporters should route and sort for a way to fund their campaign. It's not supposed to be from the state's money, though we've been seeing it in Nigeria, even in Lagos State, where a governor was compelled by the APC to fund Osun State election during Ambode period. So we've seen this thing. And then if that is what they feel within themselves that wants to play out, and then the EFCC interfere into the system.
Can I come in here?
Then we can say that, no, that is wrong. Yes, I'm listening. Because
you seem to be making allegations. I don't know. You seem to be grasping for straws here. Because the governor really has come out to say that he has not dipped into public funds to fund his campaign. There is no report of that as we speak. What I wanted for you to speak to is the intimidation from the center. I mean, you saw how the governor had to ask for the police commissioner to be moved, the former one to be moved out of the state for another one to come in because he threatened, to truncate the governor's campaign and all of that. And then we saw how one of the commissioners of the state was arrested. That commissioner has come out to say that he wasn't told what his offense was. This seems like intimidation from the center, or don't you think so?
Nigeria election before this time comes with intimidation, and Adeleke knows that.
From where?
If you come out from intimidation from APC, it's glaring everywhere. That is evident. And Nigeria election, if any opposition is coming out at APC at any election, you know you are coming out to face intimidation. Adeleke had faced this own, and he had let it out to the world to see. So if there is no anki-panki anywhere, we should know that the APC is known for intimidation and terrorizing opposition from enemies. In fact, APC will work to an extent that APC will crumble the opposition's financial means. Wherever where you are saying funds, it can be shut down, it can be blocked. And this is evident from what is happening from their base in Lagos. So if Adeleke is making claim, it's not just any claim. All oppositions in Nigeria have experienced this thing in one way or the other. So having the police coming, the commissioner also making statements, they are valid statements as far as oppositions in Nigeria are concerned. So we cannot dispute that. I'm only talking into what should be applicable in Nigeria when we start saying too strong power tussling at an election. Adeleke is also capable. Let them play it and let us see the result of this Saturday election.
Okay, thank you, Mogulami. Let's move on to what is happening in Rivers State, where the first youth actually have protested against the ruling All Progressive Congress, and they've blamed the President Bola Tinubu's administration for causing hardship to Nigerians. This particular protest is coming despite, a recent declaration by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who has actually said that there's no opposition in Rivers State against the president. When you put this side by side, do you think that this protest is really showcasing the exact thoughts of the people and not what Wike wants to make Nigerians believe?
Well, Nyesom Wike will always act to favor himself, in the sense that he would always act to seek for more favor from the presidency. And then if he's saying that there's no opposition and he really wants to prove that to the presidency, he could go any means. But for the protest coming up, it is to counter what's it called? The minister had said that no, they are not following. Wike can be a voice, yes, a stronger voice at that, even stronger than the governor. But he is not stronger than the people of the state, Rivers State. So the people had made their own voices heard, saying that they are not in support of the president because the president created hardship on them. So Wike will be saying his own, saying regardless, Rivers State is for the president. Then we want to see how that played out in 2027, even during the campaign. We want to see who owns the state, Rivers State. Well, at this point, I see that Nigerians are waking up. So the voice of Wike is not the voice of the people of Rivers State. They are saying two different things. Let Wike stand for Tinubu. If Rivers State says that they are not standing for Tinubu, let Wike find his way. Then let us see who wins the election.
Well, still talking Wike, let me draw your attention to this story, Opeyemi. There were rumors, really, that Wike is lobbying to become the Director General of the APC campaign, really, for 2027. But he has come out to deny that through his spokesman, Larry Olayinka. Would you say there's no smoke without fire? What do you make of this whole thing?
Well, Wike could lobby for anything that, as far as it favors him. But definitely before this kind of allegation or rumor comes out, there will be an iota of truth in it. Wike is desperate for anything. At least look at what is presented in APC for PDP for presidential candidates. So we already know that Wike had positioned PDP as it is to work in favor of the presidency because he controls whatever that happens in PDP now. So he is typically not in APC, but PDP for the president. And whoever is against it had found its way. Adeleke found its way. Sheyi Makinde found his own way too. So Wike is controlling everything. And I know this allegation, I mean, this rumor would have its, there's an element of truth in it. If he denies it, well, let it be, but the future will tell. The nearest future.
Future will tell. Oh, let's move on to, what is happening in Borno State precisely, where the parents of the pupils who were abducted from Askira Oba are lamenting and they are complaining that it seems like the state and federal government have actually forgotten about them because they've not been getting to have any updates basically on their children, including toddlers who were abducted, some time ago, just some months ago, just around the same time, in May actually, around the same time the Orire children abduction also occurred. So what do you make of this? They've actually said that the group that has confirmed that they are the ones who did this abduction, or who carried out this abduction, actually reached out to them and requested for ransom. But it seems like the government isn't saying anything about this particular incident.
Well, let's not forget that the Orire kidnapping was flamed by Nigerians. I am very sure if Nigerians had actually paid attention and given the same energy they gave to Oyo, if they had given it to this particular one, then we would have seen some results. Some people made content out of it. Some people shouted. Some people wanted to be known. They lent their voice to the situation. But because people are silent, Nigerians are silent over this thing. The energy wasn't really there. Government is busy. In fact, at this moment, Nigeria does not have a government. They have politicians vying for second term. So that focus is not to administer the country. The focus now is to win an election, which is outrageous, which shouldn't be. A government should be up and doing. In fact, it's a dent on the government as it is at this present moment that the government cannot get out kidnapped children, even toddlers. It's unfortunate.
Well, Opayemi, I heard you say in your summation that Nigerians do not have leaders, but they have politicians vying for a second term. That's huge, huge, huge. But let's talk about the victims of terrorism. You remember? Oh, okay.
I'm very sure they will politicize it.
I think we lost connection with you at some point, Opayemi. So I'd like for you to re-say some of the things. You said that Nigerians do not have leaders, but politicians are vying for second term. Shortly after that, we lost connection with you. Could you please say what you said after that comment that you made?
Oh. Yeah, what I was saying there was that at this present moment, we are at the electionary moment. And as we are at this moment, our politicians had lost track of governance, track of security. And at this moment, they only want to seek for a way to get their second term bidding and to be re-elected into the office. That's why they failed to concentrate on that. And it's unfortunate that a government that wanted a second term in office is incapable to secure the release of these people. The same way they politicized, they worked around, should I say, the way they worked for the release or the settlement of the Orire, they ignored this because it's not flamed online. Because the attention of Nigerians too are not caught around that. But I know if Nigerians pay attention, they give it the energy that is needed, the government will want to use it to campaign. They will work it out. That's just what is happening.
Yeah, so before Nina comes in, you said that Nigeria, or should we say the government, politicized the Orire incident. In fact, remember that shortly after the release or the rescue, let's settle for the release of the abductees, the Senate donated some huge amount of money, running into billions of naira, to victims of that incident. But we've not heard the National Assembly say anything to these women, these mothers who are crying that a day without their children is pure hell. Would you say then that there should be a national template for victims of terrorism so that it is spread across board and not just a particular region benefiting from the largesse of government or the National Assembly?
If I say there should be a national template for victims of kidnapping, it means that we have normalized kidnapping in Nigeria. You know, I said it the last time when you asked that, oh, government is making headway and government is trying its best as it concerns the insecurity and kidnapping. And I said that until we can no longer hear of kidnapping and banditry, that is when we can say that, oh, we are really successful and we are doing better in terms of security. But at this time, if we say that government should have a template for it, it means it has been normalized, and government is looking for a way to just manage people that are kidnapped. But my take would be that the government should hop up its game and secure lives and properties of Nigerians instead of allowing kidnapping as a normal business in the country. We can't continue this way. That template, I cannot say that it's welcome, because I know if government should do it, it means that it has become a business. So once that business is done, you kidnap people, let's create a template for them to be restored into the society and be compensated. This is not what we want. We do not want kidnapping.
Well, thank you very much, Ogulami. Thank you, Okpeyemi. Thank you very much for your responses there.
Thank you.
We have been speaking with Okpeyemi Benjamin Ogulami. He is a human rights activist. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories to stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone. And now the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has confirmed about 1,000 confirmed cases of Lassa fever and 237 deaths nationwide. According to the NCDC's Lassa fever situation report released, the latest update covers epidemiological weeks 29 and 30 from July 13 to July 26, 2026, with cases recorded across several states. NCDC said the figures represented a case fatality rate CFR of 23.7%, higher than the 18.8% recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. The agency said in a week, 30 new confirmed cases declined to 17 from the 20 cases recorded in week 29, a slight reduction in transmission during the reporting period.
Let's now move on to Edo State, where the State Police Command has changed leadership as Patrick Dow assumes office as a new Commissioner of Police, taking over from Monday Agbonika, who has been redeployed as Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 5. Dow firmly assumed duty in Benin City during a handover ceremony attended by officers and men of the command. Roll that journey tells us more in this report.
Edo State Police Command has welcomed its new Commissioner of Police, Patrick Dow, with a ceremonial guard of honor and official handover in Benin City. Dow, who previously served as Commissioner of Police in charge of administration at the Force Intelligence Department in Abuja, formally assumed office following the handover by the outgoing Commissioner, now Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 5, Monday Agbonika. Agbonika urged officers and men of the command to remain united and uphold the core values of the Nigerian police force, while calling for continued support and cooperation from residents in the fight against crime.
As I take my leave today, I have one request: do not relent. Continue to serve with honor, integrity, courage, and compassion.
The new commissioner assured that he would build on the command's existing achievements and intensify efforts to combat crime and insecurity. He also pledged to adopt open-door policing to strengthen public trust and improve cooperation with Edo residents.
I want to assure you that we will build on the successes that have been recorded by the Akron City. We will intensify our crime fighting approach. We will fine-tune them. And more importantly, we will ensure that every policeman has the respect for every citizen of Edo State. We was winning more of the trust of the good people of Edo State. And we will maintain a very open door policy. Everyone is welcome to contribute.
The high point of the event was the official handover ceremony, which took place at the Commissioner's office, where Agbonika also shared some of the challenges encountered during his tenure and offered advice to his successor. Rhoda Johnny, Voptv News.
Rhoda, thank you. And now the Delta State Commissioner for Works, Highway and Urban Roads, Ruben Izeze, has been suspended indefinitely over allegations linking him to the assault of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Protocol, Simon Moody. The state government, which announced the suspension in a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Kingsley Emu, said the suspension takes immediate effect. According to the statement, the suspension was to allow security agencies to conduct an impartial investigation into the allegations surrounding the incident at the Petroleum Training Institute, Forum Delta State. The government said the decision was necessary to ensure that the investigation was conducted without interference.
The National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has announced that the 2025 Batch B Stream 2 Corps members will pass out from National Service on Thursday, September 3, 2026. In a statement issued by its spokesperson Caroline Emble on NYSC's official X account, the scheme urged Corps members, employers, and other stakeholders to take note of the date. According to the statement, certificates of national service will be distributed to Corps members on the scheduled date at the local government level.
While on the foreign scene, Shanghai streets were flooded on Monday as torrential rain from Typhoon Dolphin swamped parts of the city, disrupting traffic and daily life. Residents can be seen wading through deep flood water as vehicles edge along submerged roads. In some neighborhoods, flood water entered homes as residents and emergency workers pumped out water. Drainage operations were also underway on waterlogged roads. More than 1 million people were moved to safety across eastern China, while 943 flights at Shanghai's 2 airports were cancelled on Monday. Dolphin weakened to a tropical storm after making landfall in neighboring Xinjiang province on Sunday evening, but authorities warned that further heavy rain could trigger flooding and landslides.
Still on the foreign scene, the world's oceans have hit their hottest July on record, according to the European Union's climate monitoring service, Copernicus. It said sea surface temperatures outside the polar regions reached 20.96 degrees Celsius last month, breaking the 2023 record. Copernicus linked the rise partly to developing El Nino conditions. Globally, July was the joint second warmest on record. Western Europe also had its hottest June and July ever, with wildfires spreading. The UK is bracing for a fifth heat wave this week amid growing drought concerns.
Well, still on the foreign scene, a former member of parliament in Thailand has been arrested after allegedly shooting dead a local official near Bangkok. A former Northamburi MP, Shalong Rewaring, is accused of shooting Thongchai Yemprasad, a former police official, outside Thongchai's office on the northern outskirts of the capital. Thongchai was hit in the neck and later died in hospital. His driver was also shot and injured. After the shooting, Chalong reportedly called into a YouTube live stream to tell political pundit Ankali Parirak what he had done. Police later allowed Chalong to hold a news conference at the station. They said it was to allow an apology to the victim's family. Instead, he described the incident, I should say, for more than 6 minutes while smoking a cigarette.
And now to business, sound professionals and industry stakeholders gathered in Lagos as Wafdale Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. Organized by Iruka Online Limited, the sole authorized Nigerian distributor of Wafdale Pro products, the event showcased the latest innovations in professional audio technology. Voptv's Precious Agumano reports.
Hello and welcome. My name is Precious Agumano and we are here for the Wafdale Pro Seminar 2026 happening here at Iruka. And we all know Iruka is the Nigerian sole authorized product distributors here in Nigeria. And yes, today we have international experts, industry stakeholders who are here to elevate, teach, and we are here to also experience what professional audio sound is all about. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
It was a day of sound, technology and innovation in Lagos as Wafdale Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. The event, organized by Iruka, the Nigerian sole authorized distributor of Wafdale Pro products, brought together sound professionals and industry stakeholders to explore the latest developments in professional audio technology. With experts' presentations, product demonstrations and interactive sessions, the seminar highlighted the future of professional sound in Nigeria.
Wafdale Pro is one very old and respectful audio brand originating from UK, which is now spread into a large number of countries. We have more than 60 distributors and covering more than 80 territories, basically all over the world. And Nigeria is one of our dearest and oldest and the biggest clients we have. So we took the opportunity to come to this seminar to help present our brand, to present our products, to do some teaching, some training, some explanation of our new lines, of our new developments and things like this.
Well, we talked about how to give back to the people, how to impact knowledge in people, and we said, why not we bring together as enthusiasts, sound engineers, pastors, DJs, and equip them with today's knowledge when you talk about audio. And we decided to come up with the Wafdale Pro Seminar 2026. If you talk about quality sound, you talk about Wafdale Pro. If you talk about professional loudspeakers for any entry level, for the mid-range, the high range, the full range, any range you want, depending on the class you find yourself, the Wafdale Pro got you covered in terms of sound. So we want to make sure that at every point in time, anyone has a speaker to pick from us.
Oh, Wafdale Pro has always been a brand in the industry. Like, I've used it for like more than a decade because I used to be a live sound engineer, but now I'm not on field again. And during that time, I've been using Wafdale products, and it has been something notable in the industry. As in, it's very sound. When you want something of high class, if you want something that will perform, that is strong, durable, Wafdale is just one of the best options in the industry.
Number one, the aim of the event is to showcase what we have and to train so many engineers so that the mistake will be minimal. Wafdale has been in the front of the brand. The brand has been established since 1932, almost 80 years in the business. It's not easy to survive revolution and devolution. That's the reason why Wafdale is still on the front page of the brand. So they are expected to see a lot of new innovations. So we are here to celebrate the brightness of the Wafdale. We are here to rejoice and celebrate and show the world what we can do and to train so many engineers for free of charge.
Wafdale Pro has shown so far that it is not just about sound. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about the future of professional sound audio. I am Precious Agumano, reporting for Voptv.
Precious, thank you. Also, business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is returning to the primary market with a 700 billion naira Nigerian Treasury bills NTB auction scheduled for Wednesday, the 12th of August, just 1 week after withdrawing a similar-sized offering to prevent liquidity conditions from overheating. According to a new invitation to tender issued by the Apex Bank, the CBN will offer 700 billion naira across the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day Treasury bills tenors, marking the resumption of Treasury bills sales following the cancellation of the August 5 auction. According to the CBN, bids will be received electronically through its S4 web interface between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 12th of August, while successful bids will be settled on Thursday, the 13th of August.
Announcer Sports South Africa head coach Desire Ellis says her team must be fully prepared for Thursday's playing clash against the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Both teams were knocked out of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations this past weekend. South Africa lost 2-1 to host Morocco on Saturday, while Nigeria fell 1-0 to the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon in Casablanca on Sunday. The winner of Thursday's match at the Moulay Rachid Stadium in Casablanca will advance to the Inter-Confederation playoffs. 9 other teams will join them in the MENA tournament, where 3 spots for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil are up for grabs. The playoffs are scheduled for November and December 2026. Ellie says South Africa must take this opportunity to reach the World Cup.
Well, in entertainment news, actress Funke Akindele has announced her latest movie project, The Fall. Akindele, who made the announcement via her social media page, also revealed the cast for the movie, scheduled to hit cinemas on December 11, 2026. The movie brings together some of Nollywood's biggest names alongside music and entertainment personalities. The cast includes the actress Waje, Chioma Akpota, Bisola Ayola, entertainment personalities Samuel Banks and Ayomide, among others. The Fall is described as an emotionally charged drama centered on friendship, motherhood, resilience, and the strength of ordinary women. Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz,